right. Shalom, peace. Ra'eshan shalom. Peace, peace, peace. Actually, technically, Ra'eshan shalom for Sunday, and also soon to be Ra'eshan for shalom for at 6 p.m. Eastern New York time. We start our new month. Hallelujah. Amen. But let's go ahead and get started. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of mine heart be acceptable in Yahweh's sight. He is our strength and our Redeemer, and it is in His name, which is His authority, that we pray, praise, proclaim, project, and protect today's message. Amen. Hola, mi nombre es Kofi. ¿Cómo está? Bonjour, je m'appelle Kofi. Ça va? Ni hao. Namaste. Osaya Nikituya, Ohio. I see you. Kamsa, Kamsamida. Aloha. Wagwan. Jambo, Bimini Kofi, Nina Franco, Katana Nuwewe, Habarigane, Aqua Abba, Etesen, or Aqua Abba, Madarase, Etesen, Boker Tov, Boker Tab, Bakwatav, Barakalat Sham Yahava, Anai Kofi, Kwahedet at Servants of Christ, Mashalam Khe. Hello, everybody. I am Pastor Kofi, Pastor Servants of Christ, where we are always changing lives one mind at a time, but being the voice of the voices and speaking the unspoken. So today I got a little something special for you all. Prayerfully, this works out somewhat well. I'm not sure because of the proximity and the little bit of space. I'm trying to do this all in like a corner. So I know as I come in and out of the screen, that also is going to mess with it, but I'm hoping you guys can somewhat see what I'm going to be presenting to you on the screen. I figured I'd leave the same setup kind of sort of that we had from yesterday for the watch party. I think everybody who was part of the watch party yesterday. I know it's going to be a little difficult though for you guys to see online. I'm trying to make my screen as big as possible, and as I'm not going to be able to make it too much bigger and too much closer than that. So I'm going to try and make this work on the different platforms for you all, and hopefully you guys will be able to see what I see on Facebook once we get Facebook, or well, actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and get that set up now. We'll just have Facebook have to come over to YouTube today. But when we get, who am I looking for? Once we get Clapper going, then we're going to have to, well, we'll see. We might be able to get Clapper to work somewhat. I'm not sure. But I'm sorry if you guys can't see this stuff. I don't know. It's going to be really, really small. But I'm going to try my best to at least use this today. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could try and zoom in maybe. I'm not great with all this stuff. Let me see. I don't know if I can zoom in maybe. Or maybe if I right click, does that zoom? No. I should have tried. I should have learned this stuff before we started. I apologize, yo. Hold on one second. I'm trying. Okay, there we go. We got a little. Okay, I know how to do it. So let me see. Uh-oh. Okay. So that's a little bigger. It's still not going to do much for y'all, though, outside of me. That I don't know if that makes it big enough, but we'll see what happens with it. We'll do the best that we can. I apologize for those who can't see exactly what we're seeing. But we praise Yahweh for you all. We thank you guys for being on. Just give me 1 second as I'm trying to at least make it to those who are on Facebook. They can come on over and see what we're dealing and what we're talking about today. Hopefully you guys are doing well. And since I am sitting down in this setup today, I won't be able to stand, for the reading of the word and all that. But you're more invited to if you would like to, or let me see. Yeah, once I come in here on TikTok, once my head is in here, you guys can't see what I'm seeing, but we'll make this stuff work. Praise Yah. All righty. But thank you guys for being on. We know that they're making it a lot more difficult for you guys to even come in, see that we're live, even click on here. So it is what it is. I guess they're trying to search for different ways and reasons to say that we shouldn't be on here. That's all right. But let me finish setting this thing up for those who are trying to come over from Facebook. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Of course, I got something going on that's causing me to not. All right, let's check. Let's get this in order. Excuse me, you guys. Something interesting, something weird is happening. Not sure what's going on. All right, let me try something again. Sorry, y'all. All right. Mm. Okay. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. I think we got this going now. We should be ready to go. Praise Yah. All righty. Okay, so thank you everybody for being on again. We appreciate you. I'm not sure how well this will or will not work. I might have to even try and like have the lights on, off a little bit. Maybe if I turn the lights off, maybe it'll work a little better. I'm not sure. Let's try it with the lights off, see if that allows. YouTube looks like it's struggling. Maybe if I turn this light off, it's a little better. Let me see. You guys on YouTube, tell me. Can you see at all? I know it's super small. That's about the biggest I'm going to be able to get it. I might move it up some. Let me see. I'll try to see if I can do this with the lights off. Obviously, I still got light coming in from the window, but a little bit. But this is going to be about the best I can probably do as far as you guys being able to see the screen. I'll try my best to stay off to the side. Maybe that'll help with what you guys are seeing. But it's about the best I'm be able to do. Said change the contrast. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know how to change the contrast. Oh well, the contrast. Hold on. This is like a different type of keyboard than what I'm used to. So this is actually like a keyboard that doesn't even go with this type of product or whatever. More so for my son as he's learning how to. Yes, he was learning how to type and everything like that. He's got lights and all that great stuff. You know what? Maybe I can do it like this. Let me try something. I'm not gonna be able to test it, move around with this stuff too much. Contrast.
Here's what I found.
No, it's gonna be okay. Hold on. Change the contrast for my screen.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Okay, hold on. How about this? Change brightness for my screen.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Wow. That's weird. Let me see. Just see. Brightness.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Okay, yeah. All right. So, yeah, whatever it is, I'm looking to see if they have it on here. I don't know. Somebody who's used to Microsoft software, do you know how to do that? Or even if you know how to do it on iOS, if you know how to do it on iOS. But I apologize. I'm trying my best here. As you can see, I'm not going to take too much time because we got to talk about the topic and the subject matter at hand today. So I don't think that really makes a difference. Doesn't seem like it makes a difference whether it's light, whether it's dark. Yes, at open settings to Siri. Uh, yeah, okay, I don't know. Yeah, I apologize. You're like talking a different language to me. So it is what it is. Hopefully this will work out in certain ways, especially if we get to some pictures and things of that nature. It is what it is, but I don't know what I'm doing. I apologize, but if I keep going and going and going, I'm kind of at this point wasting time. I apologize. Thank you guys for the help, though. I'm sorry now. What? Say open settings to Siri. Okay. All right. Try one more time. Open settings to Siri.
Sorry. I can't do that.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I apologize. I'm not gonna stay on this too much, too much longer. Uh, okay. All right. Let me do this. All right. Like I said, I'm not gonna. Thank you guys for the help. Sorry. Hold on one second. How do I change the contrast on iOS?
Here's what I found.
Type accessibility. And let me see. All right. iOS settings app. Okay, so iOS. Accessibility. Okay. Accessibility. Okay, here we go. Accessibility. And what is it? Text. What am I supposed to do? Display and text size. Increase contrast. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. All right, thank you. I think y'all just, I don't know if that makes it any, it doesn't necessarily make it larger though, or better. Let me see. Display contrast. I don't know what that does. Let me see. It looks like it's, okay. All right, watch this. You guys gonna have to tell me on this part. I'm gonna try if this makes sense. On the podcast, I'm gonna pause y'all on the podcast because this makes absolutely no sense on the podcast. Okay, so you guys got to tell me. Hold on. Is this better than what it was? Because I can't really do anything outside of like trying to literally put y'all up against the screen. That's not gonna work for today at all. So I'm gonna ask you better or worse. Okay, y'all tell me. Okay, so I'm gonna say, all right. So maybe so you guys see what it is here, even though it is gonna, I am gonna zoom in, right? Or let me do it like this. So you guys see this right here, right? Can you guys see the scripture kind of sort of, right? I don't know even on, I'm gonna make the screen bigger on YouTube here for YouTube because so I can kind of sort of see what you guys are seeing. It doesn't look like it's really doing much to help on YouTube at all, right? But you guys have to tell me. But okay, if I move back out the screen and I'm not in there so that you basically see this, does it look all right here? Is this better? Y'all gonna have to tell me because I can't tell. I'm off screen trying my best so that I'm not on the screen at the same time. Is this better? Is this better for you guys? Like this? Here? Is it better? It's better. Okay, so it's better. I'm gonna just point this way. Is it better this way? Or is it better this way? Is it better okay. Is it better number one? Let's do it like that. Is it better number one? Or is it better number two? Number one? Okay. All right. On YouTube, can you guys see at all? Is on YouTube. So TikTok, they're saying it's better number one. It doesn't guarantee it's better for you guys on YouTube. Can somebody tell me real quick? Is it better number one? Or on YouTube, or is it better number two? If I don't see anything, I'm just gonna have to go with what TikTok's telling me only. All right. Well, we'll just go with what we got. So we'll do better number one. All right. You guys are saying it's better, so we'll go over here. Stick with this as a contrast. All righty. We'll make it bigger again. So hopefully that works for you all. That's about the best I'm gonna be able to do today. Now, here's the next question. All right, and then we can bring the podcast back on because they just said, is it better or worse than the podcast is not working? So now, like this, you guys tell me, is it better number one or is it better number two? You don't have to tell me. Doesn't matter. All I did was number 1 is the lights on, number 2 is the lights off. So this is number 2 right here. So this is number 2. So is this better? Or is this better? Number 1. Which one? I feel like I'm that doctor at the doctor's office, or the when you're getting your eyes seen by the optometrist. All right, I got one person said number 2. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna leave it lights off. We'll leave it this contrast, and I'm not gonna go any further than what we just did. Let's get into it. Thank you for your help. I just want to make sure, because I can't tell from where I am at all. So this is about the best we're going to be able to do for today. Thank you all. We appreciate you. We give our honor and praise to the Most High. We give our praise and honor to Him for my wife, the Honorable Amma, who lives a life that's able to be honored. As always, you can check her out on TikTok, YouTube, our website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish, not A&D, the letter N, Bloom and Flourish. She is a healer, herbalist, chemist, and biologist by degree. Welcome back, those who are on the podcast. Sorry for the confusion. I had to pause it a little bit just to make sure that those who can actually see where we're going can, could be able to tell us for sure what they were seeing and if it was all right and if it worked, all that great stuff. Okay. So we will do our Bible pledge. Obviously, because of the setup, I'm not really going to be able to do too much standing up, sitting down, but we'll still do the Bible pledge if you're able to reference the word of God in some kind of way, including if you are able to stand. We ask that you do so today. We're going to read Matthew chapter 22 to start. Okay, so we're going to read Matthew chapter 22 to start. We're going to start at verse 1. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something's off. This is not where we were. I must have pressed something by accident. Yeah, something's off. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, okay. We're in the right place. Not verse 1, though. Sorry. Matthew chapter 22. And we're going to start at verse... we're going to start at verse 15. Matthew 22, verse 15. Once you have it, say amen. Say I got it. Say I'm with you. Or if you're able to read it on the screen, just let me know. But either way, we're going to start at Matthew 22, verse 15. While everybody's turning there, or while you're just getting yourself ready, let's say hello, everybody, real quick. Thank you for your patience once again. How you doing, Sister Carla, Sister Tracy, or excuse me, Minister Tracy, Sister Joy, Sister Vivian, Sister Knight, Brother Key, Sister Mignon, Sister Sheila, Sister Iska, Brother Hood. Please forgive me, I'm forgetting the name. How you doing? Let's see. Thoughts with SJ, 10 toes down. If I miss your name, charge it to my head, not to my heart. Thank you for being on any platform you're coming over from. How you doing, Big Brother Thomas? Pat Green, Brother Jermaine. I know I'm missing some people on here. Please forgive me. I'm trying. I'm in a really awkward position here today, but we're going to get this word across. And Sunday is a day that we have a little more time, so I'm not going to stress the time too much. Stressing ain't doing nothing recently but making me feel a little down physically, so I'm going to stop doing that anyways. How you doing, Defonte? How you doing, everybody? Come on in. Appreciate you, Makia. Everybody. If I miss you, please forgive me. Willie Doug, Minister Tamara, Sister Sylvia. All right, I think I got everybody, at least everybody that I was able to catch, so please forgive me. How you doing, Minister Anais? How you doing, Sister Renee? All righty, so we're going to start Matthew chapter 22. We're going to start at verse 15. And it reads as follows. Let's say our Bible pledge first. Bible pledge, this is my Bible. This is my sword, and this will I trust. For Yahshua is Lord. No sword of God shall ever be heard. For this is my Bible, and this is Yah's word. Atshem Yechavach. Amen. Amen. All right. So Matthew 22:15. Then went the Pharisees and took counsel how they might entangle him him talk, or entangle him in his talk. Remember these words in italics, excuse me, were not originally there. So entangle him in talk, or entangle him in his talk. And they sent out unto him their disciples with their Herodians, saying, Master, right? And by the way, the Herodians, these people who are following Herod, right? So pay attention. This is somebody who's following somebody else. Important in the context we're talking about today. So, and they sent, and they sent out unto him their disciples with the Herodians, saying, Master, we know that thou art true, Amat, and teachest your master the way of Elohim in truth. Neither carest thou for any, right, or any man, but for any. So don't worry about anybody, for thou regardest not the person of men. Tell us, therefore, what thinkest thou? Remember, thou is an individual, right? So not you, ye, your, etc. Is plurality, but thee, thou, thine is singular. So what thinkest thou, singularly? Is it lawful, right? Get that word together. Is it what? Lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not? Is it lawful to give tribute, to tithe, to give tribute, to give it first to Kaiser or not? You see that? It's very important. The word usage is being used here, right? Is it lawful to give tribute? Tribute is talking about giving first, giving so that whoever you give to gives you protection. Okay, so is it what? Is it lawful? Is it lawful to give the Kaiser first? Right? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Kaiser or to Caesar or not? That's the question. How you doing, Laverne? Right? So this is the question. Once again, people say there's no such thing as law and all this stuff, but Yehoshua is always dealing in what? Law. The Bible is law and case study. If we can get that together, we'll be able to comprehend a lot of things differently. So tell us, therefore, what thinkest thou? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not? Okay, well, let's see this. But Yehoshua, but Yeshua, but Yahuwah, or Yahushua, excuse me, or what many of you would say still, who Jesus, Yesu, but Yehoshua perceived their wickedness. They're asking him something, but he perceived it to be what? Wicked. And said, Why tempt ye me? Why tempt me even? Right? Remember, right? So why tempt ye me? Ye hypocrites. What is a hypocrite? A hypocrite is somebody who hypo lives underneath crate, the criteria that they set or that has been set for them. Right? So he called them hypocrites. Remember, if you hyperglycemic, you're above, hypoglycemic, you're beneath. Show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. So show him what you about to tribute. Show me the tribute money. Show me the money that you're supposed to give back unto him. This is important that we catch this stuff, right? And he saith unto them, Whose is this image and superscription? Whose image, and what are the words that are inscribed into this coin? Whose image is it? Right? Right? So watch this. They say unto him, Caesar's. Then saith he unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto Elohim the things which are Elohim's. When they heard these words, they marveled and left him and went their way. We just read Matthew chapter 22. We started at verse 15, and made our way down unto verse 22. May Yahweh have a blessing to the readers, the hearers, and especially the doers of his most holy word. Today's theme, what we're going to be talking about today is what we're going to talk about is worldly laws are not for your consent. We've been talking a lot about consent recently, so today we're going to focus in on the worldly laws are not for your consent. And shalom to everybody. Remember, tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern New York time, or 6 p.m. your time, that is when we're going to be going into a new month, right? For some of you, you even dealt with an eclipse or whatever, right? But we're going into a new month, so that will start Sundays, tonight, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern New York time. And so Rayashan Shalom to you right now, and also Rayashan Shalom to you early for the new month. And Shabbat Shalom to you technically, because the first day of the month we kind of even treat as a Shabbat as well. Alrighty. And so that means Saturdays now at 6 p.m. Eastern New York time is actually the Israelite Shabbat as well. Okay. Amen. So, and they sent out unto him their disciples and the Herodians. Now, it's important that we catch this word Herodians. What are they talking about when they say Herodian? Right? When they say Herodian, what are they talking about? Let's look up this term Herodian real quick. When they say that they sent out Herodians also, because in our mind we just go, oh, they sent some of the Pharisees, Sadducees, scribes, right? And how you doing, Sister Bree? How you doing, Brother Vincent? But that's not what they're saying here only. It wasn't just the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes. They also sent out the Herodians. So who are these Herodians? These people who followed Herod. How would we look at them? Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Okay, since it's a different thing, it looks different. It comes up different since I got it zoomed. I'm sorry. I'm used to looking at this in a whole different thing. Let's see. Herodian plurality, the rival of oh, okay. Let's see if it gives it to me different when I go on the actual singular word. Okay. So Herodians, so compound word of even, so Herod's word, by the way, so Herod's name. All right, so they don't give us much here. That's why Strong's Concordance is not always the greatest, but I think it's also because I'm not using the same thing I regularly would. Since I got it zoomed in, it's showing up completely different than what it would. But long story short, so we're dealing with Herod, a Herodian, a hero, even, right? A lot of people don't know that, right? Like the heroes are these Greeks, right? The heroes can some, I wouldn't necessarily say what you consider to be gods or what they would say are deists or deities are heroes, but these Herodians, right? It's even in the word. So Herod, even part of his name, is dealing with somebody who is someone who's dealing with the heroes of Greek culture. So these Herodians, there's like a twofold way of looking at this, right? That these people came up to him and who were coming up to him. There were people who would be in tune with Herod, but also too, we have to remember Herod at this point has passed away. So it's more likely not talking about Herod within himself, right? Remember Herod, who was trying to off Yehoshua when Yehoshua was still a young boy, and Joseph, his stepfather, would have been considering whether they were going to come back or not. Herod's son actually would have been coming into play at a certain point. And Herod's son was actually considered to be kind of like one of those crazy Greek leaders that you hear about all the time. So Herod's son is actually kind of dangerous. But so either they're looking at Herodian through Herod's son, or more than likely there are actually people who kind of make heroes out of the things Herod has done, like make him a hero, or you could even say heroes outside of their keeping up certain Greek tradition, right? So when we see that Yehoshua here is dealing with the Herodian, right? You have to see this, right? So then with the Pharisees and took counsel on how they might entangle him in his talk, and they sent out to him they sent out to him their disciples with the Herodians. So catch this. This whole thing, when he is sent, the Pharisees didn't show up. Okay. I know this is a lot. Or it seems like it's a lot, but we're setting a nice little thing for you guys. How you doing, Sister Shima? I want you to see that the Pharisees were trying to figure out how they could entangle Yehoshua in his talk, in his speech. Okay, so they're trying to figure out how do we get him caught up. All right, how you doing, Sister Cassandra? Hopefully, we'll be able to have that phone call soon. I tried to reach out a little while ago. Uh, but so the Pharisees, they're trying to take counsel on how they might entangle him in his talk. So this whole context is they're trying to figure out how to get Christ to get entangled or come outside of the law or come outside of it just enough consent to the wrong thing by his speech pattern. And when he does, it'll get him caught up. Right? How you doing, Savija? Or Savija, possibly. but um, um, but the Pharisees, They took counsel. So you got to recognize it. What is our theme for today again? We're still kind of talking about, we have a series without having a series kind of. So we've been talking about consent a lot. But today we're talking about worldly laws are not for your consent. Matter of fact, maybe we should change it to worldly laws are not for our consent. Right? Because they're not. They're really not for our consent. And we don't want to consent to certain things. People are trying to get you to get caught up on things. And this happens all the time in law. How you doing, Sister Tuckwa? Right? This happens all the time in law, right? What is an American? Be an American. Well, what is an American? American is a copper-colored person indigenous to the Americas, right? So that's what an American is. But they would say, no, look at the American, this and that. You're all American. No. Like I'm an American because I'm native. If I'm not native and copper colored, I'm not an American by law, right? This is why the United States of America is not a country, right? It's a corporation. And I put this up here all the time. Hopefully you guys can see this, but let's even look it up, right? Let's even look this up. What we put in 28 USC. So I always put this up here and talk about, or I always talk about it, right? But let's go ahead and look up, just United States Code, which should be law, correct? And I apologize if it's a little fuzzy looking or whatever. We have this where we're going to be zooming in some. Let's see if I can remember how to zoom in. I believe so. Oh, that's right. I should be able to do it without that. Let me see. Okay, so that's about the best I'm be able to give you. Prayerfully, you can see it where you are, right? But this is United States Code. This is United States law. 28. So this is what I say all the time. 28 USC, right? And this is the symbol for USC, United States Code. So you have 28 USC 3002 15, right? And then 15 you have sections A, subsection B, and subsection C. When you guys have heard me talk about this is what we've been talking about, right? So what are we conforming to, or what are we consenting to? What are we giving consent to when you say that you are this modern United States citizen? Well, a United States citizen we talk about all the time is a legal fiction. How is it a legal fiction? How can I tell that the United States is a legal fiction? Because the United States is not a country. So 28, this is United States law, United States Code, right? The beast that you're entering into, that you're partaking with, and that you're listening to all the time. Be careful. 28 USC United States Code 3002 15 in subsection. So section 15, subsection A. It says first, the United States means what? A federal corporation. Right? So as a corporation, whether federal or not, is a corporation a country? See, I'm going to show something. Even those who've taken sovereignty class, we haven't really said it in this manner before, but let me just show you something real quick. So the corporation of the United States is under the protection of the United States of America. You've heard me say that. But think about it. So if it's federal, right? Federal is what? Federal means that all of the states, all of the countries protect what? The corporation. You've heard, matter of fact, I guess you guys who've had class, you've heard me say this just not in this regard, in this manner, right? So the United States of America ceased being a country, right? Or ceased having the power of a country in the 1930s about, right? Even if you believe in late 1800s, some other stuff, by the time you get to the 1930s, the United States of America has stopped really being a country, or at least the United States of America has realized has really given the power strongly to the states, but it also has this federal thing, right? The federal thing is a federal corporation. The corporation is a straw man. That's why they named it the United States. So if you see the term United States, not United States of America, just like there's a difference between, and how you doing, Warren? Just like there's a difference between the state of California and California state, there's a difference between the United States of America and the United States. Okay? The state of California is federal. So the state of California belongs to this federal corporation. And if you belong to the state of California, the state of Virginia, or well, what is Virginia? It's not the Commonwealth of Virginia, stuff like that, right? If you belong to them, then what happens is what? That you belong to the federal corporation. Right? If you belong to the state of Louisiana, even though the state of Louisiana doesn't even use technically the same law that other states do, because the state is a country, but if you're using federal law in Louisiana, then you belong to the federal corporation. Right? If you're talking about Louisiana state, well, then that's a country. They abide by a different set of rules. Even their law is not common law as much as it is. I forget what it's called, but it's French law. It's not English law. So in Louisiana state, the country of Louisiana doesn't even use the same laws that other people do. You have to learn a whole different set of law. You'd be surprised. Those of you who are in Louisiana, do a little research. You'll discover that pretty easily, right? But if you were to go to the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I forget what's the other Commonwealth, there's another Commonwealth as well. But if you were to go to these couple of Commonwealths, their laws are slightly different as well. Matter of fact, they're going to be even more so in tune with English law than ours, because they're in a Commonwealth. A Commonwealth is supposed to be like a kingdom, right? A Commonwealth, therefore, they're dealing with their Congress like you would deal with Parliament. It's Pennsylvania as well. Thank you. Right. So in those states or countries, you're dealing with different law. But when you talk about this, so that's Virginia Commonwealth. But if you're talking about the state of, so some people say Virginia is not a state, but yeah, Virginia is a Commonwealth as far as it's being a country. But when you're talking about the state of Virginia, that belongs to the United States. It's a federal corporation. If you're going to talk about the state of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is a Commonwealth as a nation, but the state of Pennsylvania belongs to federal corporation. If you're going to talk about Montana state, well, then that's Montana state. That's how that country rolls. But the state of Montana belongs to the federal corporation. So the United States is different than the United States of America in the same regard. The United States of America is still responsible for taking care of this corporation, right? As well as protecting those who are sovereign. Now, if you are in this corporation and you're living by your straw man, right, your birth certificate that has all caps, your bank, what you use to bank and everything, and it has all caps on your check card, or on your check, or your debit card, or your credit cards, etc. All these things have a what? They have a fake. And some people say you can't bank without it. I would even show you. I think. Oh, I don't have my wallet with me. Do I? Let me see. Let me see if I can. I'm in a space where I can't really move too much, but I promise I won't keep getting up and down. I want to see if I can find. I've shown it to you guys before, and I think a lot of your Cash App cards do this, which is why people will try to lie to you and be like, "Oh yeah, don't do business with that." And I'm not saying do business only with your Cash App card. That's not necessarily the best thing to do. But I'm just trying to show you your Cash App card is not really part of the federal government. That's why the federal government's trying to do all this weird stuff now with Cash App, and you threaten to get rid of it, and they're trying to tax everything. They're trying to scare you guys and the thing. But that's not it's not that Cash App card is actually something that belongs to you. It was a mistake that they let slide, and now it's something that belongs to you. I'm gonna show you, right? So I think your Cash App cards do the same thing, but you can get a regular card, or you can just, obviously use different things on here. I'm not going to show you all my business on here, but you can see, even though mine is jacked up and and got all kinds of dots and everything on it, right? But you see on here, this is not all caps, right? My name is not all caps on there, right? That means that belongs to the actual me, the actual person, the actual human being, right? This is not a fictitious entity. Now, if it was all caps, though, right, all caps is saying that it belongs to a fictitious entity, right? So there's a difference even in your cards. Like, so look on your cards. A lot of your cards, especially your banking cards, they have all caps, right? But you don't have to have all caps. You can actually have capital first letter, lowercase the rest, capital first letter of the last name, lowercase the rest. What does that mean? That means that you're not you're not a fictitious entity. That's by law. That's common law. That goes back to the times of England. That goes back to the time of the Canaanites, right? But a lot of us think that this is not real. But you got to ask yourself, every single thing that's written on anything that you own, right? It means something. Every single thing, right? And so people will say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You guys are lying. This and that." But it's important that we don't give consent to the wrong place, right? How you doing, Minister Stephen? And please forgive me if I miss your names as you come in here. I'm in a weird setup for me, but we got the lights off, hoping that you can see the screen a little better, right? So this is a fictitious entity. The United States is not a country. right? The United States is not a country. You ever caught that? United States, therefore, is not a country. Somebody who tells you it is, they don't believe in the law. This is why everybody got to be careful about these laws or so-called laws. These are really statutes. Statutes are not laws, right? Now, what are we talking about today, right? Worldly laws are not for your consent. You have to be careful about these laws. Even when you get a ticket from a police officer, when the police officer signs a ticket and you sign it right after, you can send that ticket in to above, whoever the police officers have to check in with, and you can say, hey, go ahead and wipe this clean, because once you signed it, you were actually signing after the police officer. It means that you were saying that I don't consent to this, or I forget what it is. If you can write like TA or B something, or VS or TA or something like that. But you can write, I got to double check it. Matter of fact, I might have a screenshot of it. Let me see. Because I was going to try and teach on this in our SOC University. I saw the sister mention it, and I had to look it up because I was like, yeah, there you go. TDC, excuse me. You can write TDC or VC, TDC or VC, right? Right. So TDC standing for threat, duress, coercion, threat, duress, coercion, right? Or VC, meaning coactus, meaning that you were forced or compelled. So if you felt like you weren't going to be able to get to your next opportunity in time, or you felt like you were threatened, or you felt like the police officer, if you argued against them, you felt like you weren't going to be able to get what you needed or whatever, then what do? You write TDC. T as in threat, D as in duress, C as in coercion, or you write VC for vi, or V, it might be vi, I think it's V coactus, meaning that you were forced to compel, right? And they tried to force. Now what are they saying there? They're saying that they forced, right? This is what you're saying in essence. You're saying that they forced your actual human person. They tried to force your actual human person, your natural person, into signing something you're signing up for something artificial. This artificial corporation tried to force you into becoming part of it, and so you signed off on it, but it was under duress, TDC or VI, right? Threat, duress, coercion. So, and then if they try to, so you send that in, and if they try to come at you or whatever, even if they try, if you show up to the court case, or if you were to even call in when you get something being like, hey, we're looking for you, you need to show up, and be like, no, I put TDC on there. That was under threat. I was under duress. I was the coercion. Are you guys going to try to lock me up because I was threatened or felt forced to do something under duress? That's like if you get put in prison, right? Or jail, and you sign something, you don't have to sign any documentation. Now, be lawful, right? Don't just be up here talking about, oh, well, I punched somebody in the face just because I felt like it, and I didn't sign anything. Some people try to get away with stuff, and that's how you mess sovereignty up for others. And also, at the end of the day, that's not how it works. If you punch somebody in the face just because you felt like it, you deserve whatever's coming to you. That's just the way it is, right? Right? That's we who are sovereign, we who are in the kingdom, we who uphold law. We should uphold the law, the greater standard than everybody else, right? But if um if they said you fit a description and they put you in prison, they arrest you, you don't have to sign up for anything. And if they try to and if you don't sign up, then you never agreed to it, especially if they never read you your rights. However, if you do sign something and feel like they're threatened, just make sure before you sign it, you put TDC, or you put I'm about to say the wrong thing, VC, VC, right? You make sure you put that there so it's known, oh, okay, this person is making it a point, and then of course, those of you who know about putting, under duress and UCC 1-308 and stuff like that, you can talk about those things as well. But so the United States is a corporation, and so the goal is to always try and figure out, who am I giving consent to? What am I giving consent to? This in and of itself should be a warning. So now we put this with scripture, right? We just read in scripture how the Pharisees, when they took counsel, how they might entangle him in talk. These, right? What is, see, these are all scriptures that I say quite often, right? But now you get to see them, right? And not just say, oh, okay, he's saying them. Hopefully you've been looking them up. But let's look at what Yehoshua has to say. Let's look at Matthew. This is going to be Matthew chapter 5, and we're going to start at verse 10. Right? So we're going to go to Matthew chapter 5 and verse 10. And of course, it gives me verse 11. We're going to go to Matthew chapter 5 and verse 10, right? So this is the last part of the Beatitudes on the Sermon on the Mount. So the Sermon on the Mount, and everybody always talks about Yehoshua is not about law and this and that. Yeah, they were trying to get him with legalese and all those things. Yeah, for sure. How you doing, Chantel? How you doing, Big Roy? So this is law. Right? This is law. The Bible is a law and case study. As much as everybody wants to tell you how Yehoshua doesn't talk about law, he's always constant and consistent talking about law. Paul is always constant and consistent talking about law. Even when he says that the law, you guys say the law is of none effect, that means it doesn't matter. No, the law is of none effect if you have an uncircumcised heart. Because then you'll turn a spiritual law that is without sin, according to Paul. You'll turn a sinless law into a sinful law because you put your flesh around it. But if you're led by the Spirit, the law is always righteous. It is always holy. The commandments are holy. That's what Paul says. So we always try to take this stuff out of context. We're consenting to legalese. When these people say the law doesn't matter, that's legalese, because they know that the law matters. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't stop at a red light. Some of us. How you doing, Brent Jackson? So here we go. So Matthew chapter 5, verse 10. So this part of Beatitude. So he's already finished saying, blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, blessed are the meek, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted, right, et cetera, right? Now here we get to verse 10, the end of it. He says, what? Blessed are they which are persecuted for what? Righteousness' sake. Righteousness, a quick working definition of righteousness is simply right lawful standing. So blessed are they which are persecuted for right lawful standing, or for the sake of standing in right lawful standing. Understanding, standing under righteousness. All right. That's why when you go in front of a judge, there's a difference between do you comprehend, will you comply, and do you understand? If you say you understand, you're saying you're under whatever the judge says the standard is. So you don't have to stand under it, especially if you don't agree with it. You can tell the judge, I comprehend what you're saying, but I don't understand. They know exactly what you're talking about. That's why many of them will get upset with you. But get upset all you want. I'm not standing under stuff that's not for righteousness' sake. Right? Now, if I do wrong, right? If I've done wrong, if I've sinned, right? Part of repentance is standing under a righteous judge and therefore righteous judgment. So if I do somebody dirty on here, and they take me to court, I have to stand under righteous judgment. That's the way that works, right? How you doing, Sister Barbara? That's the way this works, right? Yeah. So understand is over you. Understanding is under you. Well, understand. Well, I mean, okay, if that's how you see it, right? But if a judge says, "Do you understand?" They're saying, "Will you stand under what it is that I'm saying?" Right? So blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Okay, so we stand under righteous, right lawful standing. For the sake of right lawful standing, we stand under who first? The world or the kingdom? Because remember, what are we talking about today? Worldly laws are not for your consent. You got to know how law works. But worldly laws are what? Not for your consent. So we are under kingdom law. Okay. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Verse 11. Blessed are ye, all of you, right? Plural, ye, when men shall revile you. Okay, we're blessed when they revile you and persecute you, even when they're trying to put you in prison and stuff, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely. They're lying, but what are they lying? They're lying on you for my sake, Yahushua's sake, the Messiah's sake, who said that he is righteous. So for his reputation or sake, if you are willing to be called a liar by the world, then so be it, because their laws are at enmity. Matter of fact, they don't even really have laws. They have statutes more so, but their laws are at enmity. For we are at enmity with the children of the devil. The seed of the serpent is at enmity with the seed of the wife, or of the woman, or of the Aisha, or of Yahasira'al, Israel. We are at enmity with her. So we are blessed when those who are part of the world and worldly laws revile us. We're blessed when they persecute us. We are blessed when they say whatever evil stuff they want to try and call us, but it's all false as long as it's for the sake of righteousness, for the sake of Yahushua, therefore for the sake of our Lord's righteousness. Verse 12, rejoice, keep jumping up and down, keep being excited, rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward at Shamayam in heaven, for so persecuted they the what? Prophets which were before you. So the prophets were persecuted. Why were the prophets persecuted? Now that's a question. How you doing, Sister Noel? Now here's the next question. Why were the prophets persecuted? Why were the prophets persecuted? It's in verse 10. If the prophets were persecuted for the same reason you were persecuted, then why were the prophets persecuted according to verse 10? For the sake of Yahushua, for the sake of righteousness, for the sake of right lawful standing. You didn't think about it this way, but your prophets were activists. You didn't think about it this way, but your prophets comprehended the law. They were lawyers to a certain degree. You didn't think about it, but your prophets, would have been considered to be the nationalists of their day, the reverse racists of their day, the truth tellers of their day, the rabble rousers of their day, right? Second Maccabees, not only just a book, by the way, there's actually a group of people in history called or a period of time called the Second Maccabees, or even a movement of the Second Maccabees, where there were people who literally were coming against Hellenistic Jews. We're trying to force them to bow down and worship and sacrifice in a way that was actually off-putting according to the law of Yah. But they were trying to please Helen, or they were trying to please Herod, or they were trying to please Rome at the same time, trying to please the kingdom, and they were trying to force others to do it. And so there were a group of brothers. They went into the woods the same way they did in Haiti, the same way that they did in Jamaica with the Maroons. They went into the woods and they fought against them. They fought what you would call guerrilla warfare. You didn't even know that guerrilla warfare existed back then, right? But they did that. That was what they did. They were the freedom fighter. Now I'm not saying get your pitchforks. I'm not telling you get your knife. We're not prepared for that yet. You'd have to be trained. That had to be part of your culture anyways. We're not there yet, at least not yet. And I don't even know if that's something we had to do, because we depend on Yah to fight our battles. Although we should be willing to protect ourselves and our families. But that's not where I'm at right now. Where I'm at is trying to get you to see that these were persecuted for righteousness' sake, because they believed in Yah's law first. How you doing, Keon? Thanks for being part of the community. Right, and they could voice it. Remember, now here we are. But let's continue this. Right, these are things that you guys hear me read and hear me say quite often, all the time. He said, "Do I know who Matthew is talking to in this verse?" Sure, this is the Sermon on the Mount. So if you look at Matthew chapter 4, before this, right, Matthew chapter 4, you'll actually see that, first of all, we're dealing with Yahushua being baptized. John the Baptist not wanting to necessarily baptize him, but he's baptized nonetheless. He's led by the Holy Spirit into the wilderness. After he comes out of the wilderness, after 40 days, then he's tempted 3 times. He goes past the 3 temptations. Then after that, the angels go ahead and take care of him. Then once he's taken care of, he starts preaching the word, not only to Israelites, but it also says even to Gentiles, or anybody comes across, even in places like Galilee and other places. Then he goes on, and then people from Africa, Greece, Israel, all over the place are actually coming to find him. He's healing people and casting out demons and doing all types of stuff, as long as first they accept the message of the kingdom. Once they accept the message of the kingdom, then he starts to heal. Once they accept the righteousness, he begins to heal. Then after that, then he starts in Matthew chapter 5, verse 1 and 2, realizing that these people need a word and feeling sad for them. So he goes up to a high place, the Mount of Olives. He starts to preach the word. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 3, he goes to the Beatitudes, as we just talked about earlier, which gets us to verse 10. Right? All right. So, how you doing, Brother Charlie? So when we were speaking on these things, how you doing, Sister Bevan? Right? So he's speaking, right? Yahushua himself, who, by the way, was hated. We'll get back into where we were in Matthew 22 in a second. But he's somebody who's hated by his own people, and is not even his constituency. Right? Thoughts on Melchizedek? I'm sorry, right now we're talking about the law and some other things. Maybe Melchizedek will come into it. I apologize. I can't get into everything and just necessarily derail it right now. But obviously, I guess I get the connection because he's of the order of Melchizedek, which that's not even how you would pronounce his name, but I get what we say nowadays, right? Because we're into the modern stuff in modern Hebrew and even English interpretation of the modern Hebrew. But thank you again for being on. So if you don't mind, I'm just gonna have to focus just a little bit. It's Sunday, so we do really long on Sundays. I don't know if you have that much time to be with us. So if I can't come back to you or not led that way, you know, I mean, I don't know. But thank you for the question. So I was going to apologize, but I don't know if I really would apologize for doing what I'm sent to do. So blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for right lawful standing's sake. That's what righteousness, a working definition of righteousness every time, be in right lawful standing. So for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So if you're being persecuted for righteousness' sake, now remember, even in the Beatitudes, that the person was asking about if I know who they're talking to. Remember the Beatitudes, he's flipping the pancake, he's flipping the script, he's giving us the other side of things, right? And thank you for the love. We've heard only one side of this stuff, which is for them, you must comprehend. Even the Pharisees, a lot of people are not aware of this. At least the majority of, if not all of the Pharisees, had a belief system that there wasn't even an afterlife. So when you were talking about heaven, a lot of and the Pharisees were rulers. So when you're talking about heaven and stuff like that, these people are saying to themselves, and then you start getting the Hellenistic Jewish perspective to where, are we talking about Shemayim? Are we talking about kind of like a Valhalla type thing? Are we talking about where Zeus and them reside, right? This is why even you get the title of the nickname Jesus from, half man, half Zeus, because the people who comprehended in their culture where heaven was, that's where Zeus was. So if you were a demi-deus, half man, half Zeus, Jesus, Yesu, in Greek or Latin, that means that you have to belong to Zeus, right? But they're having issues with this stuff, and he says, no, I know you might not know the word of Yah, but blessed is the poor in spirit, because even if you don't know the word as well as these people do, you have a chance to learn it and still have an opportunity, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to you, right? They would make fun, or they say you guys are mourning too much and this and that, or you don't mourn like us and you don't fix your face. Remember, he says don't be like them and fix your face, where you're making sure everybody knows how sad you are. Don't on purpose go in, ready to show your emotions on that level to where you're just trying to act, right? Because was something that was very Greco-Roman, right? You must remember even Nero, right? Who that Antichrist spirit is very reflective of. Nero is one who was actually considered, one of the things that made him considered to be a bad leader and a weird person to be around is because he actually hung out with actors. See, a lot of us aren't even aware of this stuff, right? That the actor, those who are acting a certain way. Nero was hanging around these actors, and these actors also were men that would dress up in women's garb. So it's important, if you're going to be an actor, to even dress up in women's garb. It's part of the culture. But Nero was one that was considered to be weird because, and I'm not trying to shame anybody on any level, I'm just telling you a truth. An actor was considered to be on the same level as a prostitute in those days, and still were up until very recent times, right? Matter of fact, that's why some of you grew up in an era, some of you don't even think about this anymore, but some of us grew up in an era to where you would have never seen a Hollywood actor in a television movie, at least not afterwards, right? So if you were an actor, you would be in a television movie first, maybe, or you be in a television show first. But once you got to a certain level, you didn't go to television anymore. You went to being an actor, right? Right? Like even in those circles, there's weird things where there's certain type of acting that's always considered to be lower. But all acting used to be like, it was all right to go and watch an actor, strangely enough, but it was never okay to be an actor. They were considered to be on the same level as prostitutes. Now you got to ask yourself why. Because they were doing some prostitution and doing stuff with each other, and they were wearing women's clothing, not just when they were on stage, but they were doing stuff with each other. And as much as people are told that everybody in Greece and Rome was cool with that, the elites got away with that stuff, right? And the people had to turn a blind eye to it because they couldn't stop it, or they turned a blind eye to it as long as they were getting victories. But the reality is that your average everyday man or woman on the street, it was not righteous for them to be doing that at all, in any way, shape, or form. Right. So when we see some of this stuff, like, you have to realize, like, they're flipping the script. Like, Yahushua is coming and he's flipping the script around. He's saying, no, the kingdom of heaven belongs to you. If you mourn, you can be comforted, right? Like, it's okay for you to mourn, right? Just don't be like them. If you hunger and thirst after righteousness, you can be filled up too. Righteousness is not just right, lawful standing. Righteousness is not just for Pharisees or Sadducees or scribes or whoever they say is, or whatever Roman person that they're under, or Greek person they're under, that they want to go ahead and make all that and suck up to. He said it's for y'all as well. This is what he's doing in this. So by the time he gets down here, blessed are they which are persecuted. This is like and I know obviously he's not our Messiah, he's not on the level. I'm just trying to get you. This is like a Marcus Garvey coming through and preaching and saying, wait a minute, I come from a lineage of righteousness and I have access to it. This is like a Malcolm X whose father was a Garveyite even, right? But coming through and saying, wait a minute, I have access to righteousness. You see what I'm saying? These are the things that we're talking about. I'm sorry, Black royalty. What's I missed all the stuff. Okay, I guess it was stuff. Thank you, moderators. I missed what relevance that had. If you're talking about as far as am I using their Israelite names or the African names, or you're saying that these people don't exist? I could go through that some other time. We have plenty of content if you want on our YouTube channel. I'm not sure if that's where it was going, but wherever it was going, thank you to the moderators. But I don't even think Mark or Peter was even mentioned here. Right, at least like challenge where I'm at. If you're just challenging as a whole, fine, but you got to at least like that's weird apologetics. You got to make sure that you're somewhere in the ballpark, or else it's just what? It's just ad hominem, or even perceived ad hominem still doesn't get you anywhere. But hopefully you keep on your journey for truth and all that stuff. Thank you for being on in any kind of way you were on. So yeah, so when we get here, Barak or blessed, they which are persecuted. This is a statement of we're taking power back, we're giving the authority back, we're showing you always had authority, even if others, such as whoever was on earlier, saying that if I'm not talking about what they're talking about, it's not okay. Right? You have the authority. You can be sent. You can preach. You can teach. You can learn. Your families can be taken care of. You can experience heaven. Remember, the Pharisees didn't even agree that there was a heaven. Matter of fact, if you keep reading, right, we're not going to go through it, but and when we get to Matthew 22, if you keep reading past where we're going to stop, you'll even see the Sadducees when they come up to them. The Pharisees will send their people first, their disciples first. Then the Sadducees will come up and they'll say, well, there's some people that don't even believe in the resurrection. In other words, they don't believe in heaven. They believe this is all that there is. You think that's a new thing through evolution, right? But the Pharisees, those who were working on behalf, the Pharisees, once again, are called hypocrites. What is a hypocrite? If I'm hyperglycemic, it means my level's too high. If I'm hypoglycemic, it means my level's too low, right? And what is criteria, right? Just because we don't pronounce things correctly all the time doesn't mean it's not there, right? So it's either a hypocrite, right? Even the Cretans, right? Or or hypocrite, right? Criteria. This is so these are people that are underneath the criteria that's set by the Most High, that was set by the who? That was set by the who? That was set by the who? Right? They were against the prophets. If the prophets were persecuted for this, then you should be ready for persecution. And when the persecution happens, you should what? When the persecution happens for righteousness' sake, not just for anything, but for righteousness' sake, right? Rejoice. When the persecution happens for what? Not just for anything, but for what? For righteousness' sake, then you should do what? You should rejoice. Right? So if I'm following law correctly and I'm persecuted for the same thing the prophets were, then I should rejoice. Okay? You got to recognize this. Prophets went through persecution. Yes, a lot of Israelites listened to him, but did Moses go through persecution? Did Aaron go through persecution? You got to recognize this is part of what you signed up for. And if you're going to be lawful, but watch this. Here we go again, right back to where we were, right? United States is a federal corporation, right? But the United States is under the United States of America. Congress has to take care of those who are strawmen, right? And also has to take care of those who are sovereign. Period. How you doing, Gigi? Thanks for being part of the community. So you gotta realize and recognize this is why the law, this is why the beast, this is why these terms are important for you. Don't run away from these terms. Don't let people tell you it's crazy, this and that, or whatever. Right? Why is it that it took Cat Williams for a bunch of people to recognize that Baphomet was a real thing? Uh-oh. Why did it take Cat Williams for people to finally go Baphomet is a real thing? Cat Williams just told you some stuff that was always around. Now all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, okay, we comprehend it because Cat said it. Why is it that your word has been telling you stay away from goats? I'm sorry, I don't want to use, but your word has been telling you this for the longest, and you just now recognizing that all these different things that pop up, something's not right with it. Okay, it's not going to show us what I want. I want it to be. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. I told you I should know this already, but I'm still learning. Right? Are we're just getting to a place where we're recognizing that these things are off? Are we just seeing this for the first time? Like, this is by the way, I don't it's difficult to see in this one, right? But how much stuff is represented in here is wild. I don't even think people catch a lot of stuff that's represented here. Now it's difficult for you to see. I get it. I'm gonna try to click on it. It's not really going. I don't know how much it's really gonna let me. Yeah, it's not really gonna let me zoom in on it. But can I zoom even more? I don't think I can really. Let's see. Well, let me just. Yeah, I don't know if it'll let me really bring it out to you guys. But that's so. But here, I mean, look at all this now, right? So here you obviously have the goat. The Bible, let's just start up with something really simple, right? Like, yeah, see and I mean all the symbols in there. By the way, how many moons are there? How many moons are there? See, let's look at this. How many moons are there? Because Ishtar is a moon, right? Ishtar is supposed to be the moon goddess, and she's supposed to be an egg that came down from the moon into the earth, right? Can you see? So you got two moons. You got, and thank you. Yeah, somebody saw it, right? You've got the wow. I literally was just looking at the names of these people. Forgive me. Give me a second. I'm gonna look up. This thing gonna be filled with so many, so many windows. The names of the snakes in the medical. Here we go. So the snake mentioned in the symbol is Aesculapian snake, which belongs to the family of Colubridae. Its zoological name Alapha, but that's actually the name of the god itself. These are two gods, right? These are the two gods, right? Also Hermes. A lot of people don't know Hermes. So when we went through mythology and stuff, and we were talking about Hermes, and we talking about even with Heracles, or you call Hercules, and even in the Hercules movie, there's like the scene where there's a baby, he's got the two snakes, and he's like, they try to send the snakes in there to poison him, whatever. He grabs the snakes and stuff, right? Originally, the caduceus was a rod or olive branch ending in two shoots and decorated with garlands or ribbons. Later, the garlands were interpreted as two snakes entwined in opposite directions with their heads facing, and a pair of wings in token of Hermes' speed was attached to the staff above the snakes. So the snakes connecting Hermes, something that Heracles has power over, Hercules has power over. This is supposed to be something that deals with gods, but then also, of course, we know its attachment to Pharmakia. Pharmakia also herself a spirit that is worshipped. How you doing, Gus? Right. So these are things that are here, right? That we can look at for ourselves. Right. Now, also they try to call it nowadays. You see them trying to say the symbol Moses snake. No, that's not a Moses snake. Right. Right? That's not a Moses snake. That's not even what I typed in. The names of snakes in the medical symbol. What is the medical symbol Moses snake? But you see how people are trying to intertwine. Now we can be honest, it's a copy off of some of that stuff, but it's not even the copy off of that part. When people see the Moses snake, you got to be careful what the enemy's doing. Let me go ahead and reintroduce you to something. Right? I believe now there's a couple places you can find this at, but if you're looking for this thing with the trees, we're gonna hit another scripture. I believe it's going to be what is it? Revelation chapter 10. Or let me just do this. And this is all important, how they're trying to manipulate stuff, right? You got to be careful about these laws, these statutes, these things they put on the books. We're not even thinking about it, right? When they're throwing, you think they're just throwing stuff out randomly, right? So you've got the olive trees, Zechariah, by the way, 2 olive trees. You got to know about that. But we're going to tell you about it. Okay, I thought it was Revelation 11. Okay, this must be Revelation 10. It's Revelation 11, excuse me. So Revelation 10 is where you got to eat the whole scroll, right? But there's also these 2 olive trees, right? Now they're trying to say, well, the olive tree was this, and then it turned to the snake. No, when it turned to the snake, you're dealing with Hermes, you're dealing with the demonic influence, obviously. And then, of course, you're dealing with like Hercules and stuff. You're also dealing with pharmakia, the pharmacy, right? These laws that are made even in pharmacies where you're like, how are they poisoning people? How are they so snake-like? How are they serpent-like? How are there so many different things where they're manipulating stuff? How is it that if I don't have insurance, I can actually get medication for less, but if I have insurance, then I have to get it for a crazy price, have somebody else pay hundreds of dollars for it, and I still might have to pay $20, $30, $40 copay. All right. Well, this is what it originally meant for the 2 olive trees. Watch this. So this is Revelation. We're dealing with the beast. We're talking about what today? Worldly laws are not for your consent. You keep consenting to worldly laws, statutes, and all this stuff, taking you away from the kingdom. All right, Revelation chapter 11, verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod. Remember, that's what they even said, right? This was something that Hermes could even carry around with them. They're right. They changed it up eventually to where they said it's like a snake. Okay, how you doing, free at last? So they're telling. So this is the original. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel, the messenger, stood, saying, "Rise and measure the temple." Now, by this time, John has ate the whole scroll. So John is all the way in. He's getting everything that the word has for him. He's getting the full digestion, right? So this angel said, "Rise and measure the temple of Elohim and the altar and them that worship therein." Right? So the rod is used, right, in this situation. This particular uh, rod is or reed that's being used like a rod is used to measure, right? The temple of Elohim, the altar, and them that worship therein. This rod that we're supposed to be focused on is supposed to be something that causes us to see where we're supposed to be. And once again, what does rod mean? If it's staff, that means direction. If it's rod, it means discipline. We are a shepherd people, right? We are a shepherd people. How you doing, T? So this rod represents what? That we are supposed to be correcting things or discipline in a certain fashion, right? We're out here saying everybody live your best life. The laws now are out, hey, everybody do whatever you want, even though they don't, obviously, but still, right? So this rod is used what? The commandment is rise and measure the temple of Elohim and the altar, right? So the place of worship. Altars are supposed to be unaltered. You're not supposed to carve whatever you want into an altar, right? How you doing, Sister Nadine? So measure that, and also them that worship therein. We got to see if you're disciplined too. We got to measure your heart. We got to measure your mind. We got to measure your culture. We have to measure your mouth. What did you say? What did you speak over people? All these things. Okay, verse 2. But the court, which is without the temple, leave out. And measure it not, for it is given unto who? Ooh, people don't want to hear that. It's not saying you can't get into heaven, but there's a particular place into what? It is given to the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 what? Months. 42 months, just like there's 42 generations between David, or I'm sorry, 42 generations between, no, I had that right. There's 14 generations between David and captivity. No, 14 generations between Abraham and David, 14 generations between David and captivity, 14 generations between captivity and the Messiah showing up. So those who are part of Abraham and those who believed in Yah, right? There's a place where once again they already are. It doesn't mean you can't get into heaven, but there will be a period of time where you still have to be what? You have to be grafted in. Even in the spirit, you have to be grafted in. It doesn't say you can't receive heaven, but remember Romans chapter 11, you got to be grafted into the what? Olive tree. It's important why they're saying this stuff. It's important while you're saying this stuff. You have to come out of a system that you've been in to where you haven't been getting the nutrients from the roots. And the tree is Yahashada'al. The tree is Israel. The tree is Abraham. The tree is Na'ah or Noah. The tree is Enoch. The tree is Adam. They were all the same family. Don't get it twisted, right? The Bible is law and case study. It's written to a particular family. If you are going to join this family, this nation, then guess what you have to do? You have to come into it. And as much as you don't want to hear this, you have to come into it. Watch this. Let's go to a familiar scripture. We'll come right back to this. I promise you. All right. Hopefully this is blessing you. For some, you might feel like we're all over the place, but those of you who've been listening to us for a while now, especially the last few weeks or last week, really, even the last couple of days before this, you're pretty much following what we're saying, right? Well, let's go Revelation chapter 7, right? So people go, we're just making stuff up. We're trying to be reverse racist, all this stuff. No, because Israel doesn't mean black. Israel doesn't mean black. That's not what we're doing. Israel doesn't mean light skin, dark skin. Israel doesn't mean you have to have locks. Israel doesn't mean you have to grow your hair. That's a promise for certain people within Israel. Not everybody got to do that. That's not what we're saying here. What we're saying is biblical. What we're saying is kingdom. What we're saying is culture. I'm not going to give you common sense today. We're here to give you kingdom sense, right? Are you a commoner or are you more than a conqueror? If you're more than a conqueror, you came to the right place. If you want to be like conquerors or be under conquerors, stay where you're at. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to tell you that there's another level to this. Okay. So now we're in Revelation 7. We're going to jump right back to Revelation 12. I just want to show you for yourself, because you keep saying this stuff, and you keep saying that we're making stuff up, and you keep talking about, you're trying to be part of this country and all this stuff right there when you're not even in a country, because United States means federal corporation. You can't be in a country if it's a corporation. If it's a corporation, that's why this country has lawyers. You know why the country has lawyers and why a lot of your presidents are former lawyers, right? You know why this country has lawyers? Because the country has lawyers because a corporation can never ever defend itself in a court of law, because a corporation is not real enough to. That's it, right? So be careful, by the way, when you start putting stuff under, they don't teach you some of this stuff. By the way, do what you do. If you're led to do this, do it. But just make sure you're careful, because they don't tell you this stuff when you're listening to a lot of people who are supposedly teaching you sovereignty, right? Cool. Put your house under your LLC, your trust, your S Corp, C Corp, whatever. Just recognize that when it comes time for when they coming after your house, you can't defend it. So you better make sure you got a great lawyer, because you're not allowed to defend your property because it's not yours. It's under your straw man. It's property. It's property law, right? That's why a slave couldn't really defend themselves in court. The fact that the slave was able to defend themselves in court, that had already won them. A lot of them, they won already, because if I can defend myself, then you don't consider me to be property. Well, a lot of slaves can defend themselves, not because just they didn't know the law, but because you're property. Property can't defend itself, right? This as much as I'm using this today, this Mac, this computer can never stand up in the court of law and defend itself. It can't say, oh, well, like if somebody says we're taking Pastor Kofi to jail because he was preaching this word, computer can't, right? And then they say we're going to take the computer and try to use it against Pastor. Computer can't defend itself. It's property. That's how it's looked at. You were considered to be property. That's where the 3/5 compromise came from, was that you were considered to be what? Property. You belong to a corporation. A corporation is a fake person. So if you're part of the corporation, you're a fake person, which means that you are, in fact, a slave to the person who owns the corporation. If there's an owner of the corporation, or a CEO, rather, of the corporation, the CEO is not the corporation, but they are the slave master. Whatever happens to the slave master's property is not on the slave master. That's why you guys sign all that paperwork saying, if you don't follow the rules, this and that, you can't come after the CEO, and you can't come after this, and you can't come after that. But there's insurance. Why? The insurance insures the property. And therefore, the person who's in charge, even if they had some wild stuff they had y'all doing, they still can't be, you see what I'm saying? They still can't lawfully or legally come after the regular person, because that person is an artificial, or the artificial person of the corporation protects his master. Did you catch that? Right? The corporation of the United States protects their master. Who is the master of the United States? We just talked about it earlier, right? Read your Bible, it'll bless you. Who was it that said, if you bow down and worship me, I'll give you everything, Yahushua? Who said that in Matthew chapter 4? Who is the master of the United States? I'm trying to help somebody, right? This is why this word can't just be something that's so mystical, it's no longer practical. We got to have a practical conversation, family. Okay, so watch this though. Revelation 7 verse 1. I'm just going to read it, and then we're going to go back to Revelation, and then we'll go back to where we're in Revelation chapter 11. Revelation chapter 7. And after these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living Elohim. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, not the trees, 2 olive trees. Catch it, right? I'm just trying to help you, right? Some of this is going to be some stuff for you to deep dive for yourself. All right, saying, "Hurt not the earth, hurt not Aratz, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our Elohim in their foreheads." Now, there are going to be some people of the mark of the beast who are going to have something in their forehead that's a little different. But it says, we, as the servants of Elohim, we have to have a certain thing in our foreheads. Do you not know, by the way, that your people used to walk around with verses and different things like that, sometimes even on their forehead? Now that's a little much, to be honest with you. It wasn't required, but I'm trying to show you culturally. They're telling you something. So what is it that has to be? How do we know that they're sealed, and what gives them the right to have this certain seal in their forehead? All right. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and they were sealed 144,000 of all the branches of the children of Yehashua. Now, the reason why we don't say tribe, I think I've even put up a video about this recently. The reason why we don't say tribe is because tribe is what? 3. Tribe, Tri, tribe, Trinity, triune, right, et cetera, et cetera. Tribe. It was 3 branches or 3 groups of people, 3 nations that didn't agree with what Rome was doing, and they were fighting against Rome. The Romans called them tribes. So to be a tribe is to be somebody who are 3 nations that are coming against Rome for a specific reason or whatever. There's only one tribe that's technically ever existed then, right? You can say now, well, there's a bunch of groups of 3s that are, okay, cool. But I'm just saying you are not part of a tribe, right? This word is written in. That's why when you guys hear me say branch, or a branch, because that's what we are considered. Israel is considered to be the tree. It has 12 branches, right? Just like you have a family tree and you have other branches. Okay, so these are all the branches of the children of Yehashua, right? Now, I don't even think people, Holy Spirit help me, because I'm not going to be able to go deep into this. Somebody's going to get it. Somebody, it is what it is. Whoever this is for. Think about this now. We only focus on the 12, and then we say who are the 144,000. But watch what it says. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the branches of the children of Yehashua. So it's not. So we have this thing in our head that says that there's some people that teach this literally, right? Jehovah's Witnesses teach it, others teach it, that there's only 144,000 people that will make it into heaven. Or according to what we just read in Revelation chapter 11, only a certain amount of people that will make it in a certain part of heaven. That's not what it's saying, right? Remember that if you talk about a name or a person or this and that, that person, that name represents a people. That's folly, right? So, for example, there's 12. So, for example, when we say Israelites only come from Israel, right? So not every Hebrew is an Israelite. You have to come from the seed of Israel in order to be considered an Israelite, right? But not every Hebrew is an Israelite, but there's many Hebrews that believed in the word. Abraham, our father, is a Hebrew, right? Ishmael, which, by the way, Ishmael is brought up and even comes back under his father's tutelage. He is a Hebrew, right? Hebrew himself, Abra. The only reason we consider Avada to be, or Eber or Ibra or Hebrew to be, and it's because it starts with 1. So that's one person, but there's many people that come out. So a lot of people don't make this connectivity. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for this and saying it this way today. A lot of people don't make this connectivity that this 144,000 who are sealed, you're actually talking about 144,000 people, persons, and who come out of them. But all of those 144,000 persons, right, are connected to the 12 branches that will be mentioned in here. Did you catch that? I will say that again. There's a separation. So there's actually 100. It's not 144,000 individuals only. Only 144,000 actual persons. But there's going to be 100. Now, some people say that doesn't make sense. That doesn't. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. How many people have? How many persons have existed? How many persons have existed in the earth realm ever? How many Israelites have existed in the earth realm ever? Okay. So it's not saying there's only going to be 144,000 per individuals. It's saying that there's going to be persons who their family shall be represented. This is why Joshua will say something like this: as for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. The word house, bit by it, after even the character bit, it means what? It means a house, a family. So there's many families, but that family is known as by what? By the Father. Correct? Right? There's some of you who never met your father, but you have your father's last name because it's still very culturally relevant to a lot of people, even in different cultures, a lot of persons, a lot of cultures to still say that you are, we are looking at your seed that you come from. Your mother is the egg, sure, but your father is the seed. Your mother is the garden. Without your mother's garden, the seed is not there. And so the two becoming one, a lot of times in our culture, when we mention the father, we automatically think of the mother. If you know me, then you know my wife, Amma. If you know Amma, you know her husband, Kofi. That's the way this works. And I'm sorry, I know I'm missing some stuff. I know I'm missing some comments today. Please forgive me, y'all. Please forgive me. All right, but prayerfully, y'all are catching this stuff. Yeah, I'm on. So this is stuff that's extremely important, right? Extremely important to what we're talking and what we're walking and things like that. So we're talking about branches, right? There's 12 branches that are the covering, so to speak. But out of those branches, there are many individuals. There will be 144,000 individuals who their families, right, prayerfully, or will have righteous access to this word because their families are going to come into this. All right. And even if somebody says, well, my father wasn't somebody who was about the word, or I don't know if anybody in my family, their father was about the word, doesn't matter, whatever, you can still be adopted in. This is why it's important to recognize even lawful terms like adoption. So there's nobody that's going to be let loose. Everybody has a right to be able to come in, right? But there's also levels to this, and there's also branches, and who you come from matters. And like, watch this. If there's a such thing as generational curses, then why are we going to act like there's no such thing as generational blessings? Come on, somebody. I'm trying, right? We having people lie about this thing so much. You said the 144,000 represent the heads or leads of people and the people within that branch. Yeah, so the persons that are within that branch who are part of the people, exactly, right? Because remember, even by law, and I'm not coming against you, I'm just actually adding on to it. So person by law, a person is an individual, right? A group of persons is plural, persons, right? But a people, it means a nation. So you can be a person, but that person has to become part of a nation. So watch this. So let's read here, Revelation 7:4. And I heard the number of them which are sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the branches of the children of Yahashua, right? Bada Yahashua, of the branch of Yehovah, or Judah. I'll read them the way that we know them. The branch of Judah were sealed 12,000. So Judah's going to have access to what? 12,000. You're going to see this with everybody. Everybody's going to have access to this many. You need to be grafted into somebody who's within these 12,000 per branch. Okay, so of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000, and of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000, and of the tribe of Gad were sealed 12,000. Right, and of the tribe of Aser were sealed 12,000, and of the tribe of Nephthalim, right, or really Nephthalim, or really what would be like Napah. Well, anyways, we're going to do the regular version. Nephthalim, right, or Nephthalim, were sealed 12,000 of the tribe of Manasseh. Now we're even getting into Kemetic. Remember? Because Manasseh is not of the original 12 branches, but he's of an offshoot branch of the branch of Joseph. Okay, so of the tribe of Manasseh were sealed 12,000. Revelation 7:7, of the tribe of Simeon were sealed 12,000. Of the branch of Levi were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of, the branch of Issachar, right, were sealed 12,000. Of the branch of Zebulun were sealed. 12,000 of the branch of Joseph were sealed. 12,000 of the branch of Benjamin were sealed. 12,000. Those are the ones, even if you come from one of the branches that's been taken down, even from Ephraim or Manasseh, if you do that stuff, right? But really, it says Manasseh's here, right? You still can be, excuse me, you still, right, can be somebody who falls under the teachings of and gets crafted into this. If you don't believe so, all you got to do is look up Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Look up Revelation 3, verse 9 and what it says about Israel and how we're supposed to teach those who are coming in. Right? Okay. So now we get to Revelation chapter 7, verse 9. After this, I beheld in La, and now here's the opposite of what you might think. La, lo. It actually doesn't just mean pay attention, like some people say. La actually is like saying no. It's actually like, hey, this is going to be the opposite of what you thought it is. In our culture, when we say no, we would actually have said la or no, or what you say lo, right? When it says, and lo, I will be with you always in Matthew 28, verse 20, Yahashua is saying, hey, don't think that I'm gone, that because I'm gone physically, that we're not still together. La, the opposite of what you think, I will be with you always. That's the context. So, and after this, I beheld, I paid attention. And when I paid attention, John says, John the Revelator, Yahanan, John the Revelator, he says, when I paid attention, at towards and la, or it wasn't what I thought it would be. Because I was like, okay, I thought it would just be these 12 branches and the 144,000. Okay, I see that there'll be 144,000, families and stuff like that. And those who are grafted into, okay, but wait a minute. What I thought was just they'd be grafted into the 144,000. Oh, wait. And that was it. That's all that would be there. Wait a minute. But it says after this, I beheld, and pay attention. It's the opposite of what I thought, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, before Yehoshua, clothed in bright robes. I know it says white there, but that's not the original. And palms in their hands, just like they had for the Messiah when they were saying, Hosanna in the highest. And cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our Elohim, right? So salvation is different than saved. Saved means I was rescued. Salvation means I have now been salvaged. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Don't just be focused on I was saved and that's it. How you doing, Brother Anthony? All right, and anybody coming on, if I missed your name, please charge it to my head, not to my heart. How you doing, Elwin? How you doing, Matt Trucker? Right, and cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our Elohim, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And the angels stood round about the throne and about the elders and the four beasts. There's 24 elders, by the way. Remember, there's 12 apostles, right? And then there's also the 12 branches, right, that are represented. So now we even see these apostles. Remember, when you get to the end of Revelation, um, uh, uh, when you get to the end of Revelation, tapping is clapping, thanks. When you get to the end of Revelation is speaking on how the names, the authorities, the names of the 12 branches will be what you pass in through the pearly gates, right? And the names of the apostles is what's going to be on the foundation as you walk upon inside of it. Right. So these are the things that we're seeing, right? And so these elders and the four beasts of the Revelation chapter 4, representing how Yah is going to govern, not the beasts, the two beasts that follow after the serpent in Revelation chapter 12 and 13. But the four beasts that are mentioned in Revelation 4, how does Yah govern? He governs us with the head of an ox, Aleph, he's the father. He governs us with the head of a man, right? Yahashua, the son who came down. He governs us with the head of the lamb, the sacrificial lamb. He governs us by way of the eagle. You shall mount up on eagle's wings. You shall soar. You shall be able to go through the storm. Eagles, they even float over the storm, right? They fly over the storm. So these are things that are there. So now that we've seen that, let's go back to where we were, to Revelation chapter 11. So these are the two olive trees. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. So we talked about those trees and stuff. Don't hurt the trees, this, that, whatever. We talked about the olive trees. We showed Baphomet, and you see even some of the stuff going on and different things like that, and how they tried to say these snakes come from the trees, and the trees, if you know about Hermes and Hercules and all this stuff, there's a lot of stuff in this symbolization, right? This is beast stuff. And the government, I want to show you what the government is doing, how they're producing these things. You're supposed to be careful of what the beast is doing. These laws are not for our consent. Stop consenting to the lawlessness. These laws are not for our consent. right? Worldly laws, let's make that very clear. Worldly laws, not just laws in general, but worldly laws are not for our consent. Period. Point blank, in a nutshell, um, all day, right? Um, 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 all day, every day, twice on Shabbat. Never are these laws supposed to be for our consent. We keep consenting to things that are wicked and evil and are causing us to be destitute. No wonder our people are acting the way they're acting. So we see all this stuff that's popping up. So now let's go back here where they try to talk about the stuff that's really with pharmakia and all this stuff right here. These are things they want you to consent to, right? But the court, which is without the temple. So remember, we talked, let me go back to verse 1, just in case somebody forgot, right? And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of Elohim and the altar and them that worship therein. That means that there's going to be a finite group, 144,000 connected to 12 branches that will be where? That they will be in the temple of Elohim and where the altar is, and they shall worship therein. There's a finite space for them. 144,000. There's a number attached. We just explained what that number is, right? Now, verse 2, but the court, which is without the temple, leave out. Don't measure that, and measure it not, for it is given unto who? Did I write that in? Now, if you believe that the Most High is racist or something like that, or reverse racist, and all the terms that you guys are using, then okay. I mean, you have to be, you need to go ahead and be, 100%. If that's what you believe, because you believe when I say it that I'm racist or reverse racist, not realizing that it doesn't say you can't get into heaven. It says that, but the court that was without the temple, outside the temple, it has so much space because we don't know how many of y'all will give into what the Most High says. Right? It's given to you, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. 42 months. So for 42 months, the 42 months is also mentioned over and over again in scripture in different places, right? These olive trees mentioned in Zechariah. These olive trees are mentioned. And if you know who the two olive trees are, you'll recognize that the olive trees are Moses and Elijah. So watch what's going to happen with the olive trees, because Moses and Elijah, they are our report. They give our report. That's why you're supposed to follow the law. That's why you're supposed to follow the law. Matter of fact, what is it? We say this all the time. Romans chapter 10, verses 13 through 16. Anyone who calls upon the name of the Lord, they shall be saved. But how can one be saved if he does not believe? And how can one believe what he has not heard? And how can one hear what is not being preached? And how can one preach what if they haven't been sent by the Most High? For how beautiful are the feet of those who preach this interpretation and are followers of the way. Therefore, verse 16, who shall believe our report? That's what it says. Right? So our report, Moses and Elijah, is something that we should be in tune with. We should be in tune with this law. We should be in tune with this connectivity as concerning what this responsibility and what these words mean, and et cetera, what the etymology is, what the language is, this pure language that it speaks about, right? That we're supposed to have a pure language to be of one consent. I can't remember right now, top of my head, if that's Joel chapter 3 or if that's Zephaniah chapter 3, but one of those, right? It says that we should have a pure language. Matter of fact, I believe it could be Zephaniah chapter 3, verse. No. See, now I'm getting off track. It could be Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 9. Matter of fact, let's just look it up real quick. How about that? Instead of guessing. Let's take the guesswork out of it, right? The word is the word. I believe it's Ecclesiastes. I believe it is. I could be wrong. No. Okay, that's when it's talking about vanity. So it's one of the other ones. Let me see. I feel like it's not Joel. Let's see if it's Zechariah. Or if it's no, you know what? I don't know. Y'all help me. I feel like it's Joel chapter 3, might even be verse 7. Oh, Sorry, Joel 3. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I just want to make sure I'm telling you guys the right place. There we go. Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9. I apologize. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9 says what? Says, for then will I turn the people, the nation, a pure language, that they may call upon the Shem, the authority, the name of Yahweh. Remember, whenever you see Lord, all caps, that's Yahweh, or Yahuwah, or Yahweh, 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 whatever dialect you're using. But right, the name of Yahweh, to serve him with what? One consent. To serve him with what? One consent. This is the purpose of it, is to do what? To serve him with one consent. We need a pure language so that we serve him with what? One consent. That's the point. That's the purpose. That's what we're supposed to do, right? So we got to get back to the purity of the language, the purity of the tongue, the purity of the nation, right? We don't even know how the nation rolls. We don't know the context of it. We don't know. We can't consider these things correctly. So here we are, we're consenting to worldly laws, and we don't even think about what this is. You got to go back to a purity of language. Before anybody came in and told you to do it different, before anybody told you it didn't matter how you did it, before anybody said, who cares? The Most High is with you. He knows, God knows your heart. Yes, he knows the passion of his people. This is why David said, create in me a clean heart. The word clean means lawful, legal, legalize, make it lawful what's in my heart. I don't know what the law is. Obviously, outside the law, you see what I did with Bathsheba. I know my family is falling apart. Creating me a clean heart and renew within me a righteous standard, that I might not what? Miss the mark, that I might not sin against thee. This is the point of it. People just keep talking about he knows my heart. Yeah, that's why you need to ask for a clean one. Because he knows, he's intimate with, unfortunately, he's had to become intimate with that unclean stuff. And he wants to clean it up, but you keep saying, well, you know my heart, meaning I don't need to change. What are we talking about? What are we doing? You hear what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. Hey, I want to come into a place and I want to be a better person. Cool. I'm going to be a better person, but or I want to be a better person, but I just want to show up. I don't expect me to change. Don't expect me to speak different. Don't expect me to love people different. Don't expect I'm not here for any of that. I'm not here trying to be. I want to be a better father. So I'm just showing up. They told me if I show up enough, right? They told me if I show up enough to these sessions or whatever, that you guys will get off my back legally. So I'm not really here to actually put time in to love my children and stuff, this and that or whatever. I'm not really going to do anything more than what I've already been doing. I just want to go ahead and check in just enough. And when I check in just enough, y'all leave me alone now, right? Don't bring up no more stuff. I'm just coming in here doing the bare minimum. And as I do the bare minimum, don't ask me for nothing else. I'm just here to do bare minimum. And if you asking for more than bare minimum, you came to the wrong one. No, I'm here for a heart change. I need my heart to change. I need to be better than what I was. I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again that I've been doing. It's been messing me up. I need some help. Right? I need some help. I need some clarification. I need somebody to show me what I'm doing is not that's not so righteous. What's the point of showing up if I'm not going to change? What's the point of going to your services and you ain't changed? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of this? What's the point of this exercise? My brother and my sister. You showed up with a broom and a mop, right? Because there's mud on the floor. And then you left out with the mud still on the floor. How you doing, Sherry? Did I say hello, Brother Craig, earlier? If I didn't, please forgive me. Right? So it's time for a change. These worldly laws are not for your consent. Unfortunately, they're for your consumption. You've already consumed them, but they're not for your consent. So here we go. Right? but the court is without the temple. Leave out and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. The holy city shall they tread under their foot 40 and 2 months. Right? And here come these olive trees, the two witnesses, Moses and Elijah, the same Moses and Elijah, by the way, who show up at the transfiguration. Right? The same Moses whose body is taken right before the devil can get at it. The same Elijah whose body is translated. The same Moses who has a Joshua who continues in succession after him. The same Elijah who has an Elisha who has a double portion of his spirit. Right? When these two witnesses show up, they're showing up to help you guys. These two witnesses are supposed to be something that we live with every day. How you doing, Mind Madness? But for y'all who are just getting into this, right, during this 42 months, if you will, I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 days. Now, this is important. 1,260 days closed in sackcloth. If you haven't caught that, there was a 1,260 year. Now, day in Hebrew means, it comes from the word yom, which is a period of time. A lot of people might not catch that. They might not be aware of what that is. A yom is a period of time. So when I say a day, you have to know the context. In dreams and visions, often a day is usually considered to be a year. Sometimes you might even have to consider it to be 1,000 years, something like that. But usually that's only concerning the Most High, not concerning us. So we in these days, in this dream or this vision, revelation, chazan, or chezan, as some of you would say, right? We have to do what? We're dealing with looking at a time where two witnesses, 1,260 days. Now, 1,260 days or 1,260 years is extremely important. We talk about this in our Revelation Revisited series on YouTube for those who know about that and want to go and look for that, right? But it's very important that we catch this, because this 1,260 days or 1,260 year period is very important. We've already passed this point. We needed to have Elijah and Moses on our side. And when we talk about heaven, those of you, when you get to heaven, you're going to need to go through a similar process that Israel has had to go through for 1,260 years. Right? It says so. It says when you get to heaven, see, people go do this weird thing. So when the Gentiles, it's not saying the Gentiles are bad people. I got to make sure we correct ourselves too, Israel, because we be out here just dogging with the way we were dogged. We want to dog them, right? So we have to be careful that we don't do the same thing that they did to us, right? Right, like two rights don't make, two wrongs don't make a right, correct? Two rights don't make a wrong. A right and a wrong always make a wrong. A half truth is always a whole lie. So we have to be careful with this, because some of my brethren, as much as I love you, y'all know we be out here just trying to dog cats because we've been dogged, and we got to be careful that we don't fall in line with that. That's not what we called to. That's not what we're supposed to do. Hallelujah, somebody. I know that's not what you want to hear, but we're not called to do what it is, right? Somebody slapped you the other day and called you this and that or whatever. Obviously, if you needed to defend yourself because they kept slapping you, that's one thing. But if they slapped you, it's not your responsibility to go looking for them and call up your boys. I've done the same thing before myself. I'm not gonna act like I'm all that. I'm just saying it's not our responsibility to go out there. Your ex-husband, your ex-wife did blah blah. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hurt them. I'm gonna sleep with more people than this and that. Don't become sinful because somebody else became sinful. They were slaves, and so now we can't wait to say that they'll always be our slaves. Don't. That's not what this is for. And those who are even going to be sent into slavery, when it's talking about spiritually, when your husband comes back, we talked about that yesterday or the day before, one of them, where we talked about how that those people, they're going to have to be enslaved to something called Sha'al or Sheol or hell, as you would call it. Right? So be careful, right? Worldly laws are not for your consent. Okay? Be careful. These worldly laws, they are not for your consent. Don't bow down to this mess. Don't bow down to this foolishness. Don't just automatically like get in there and talk about this stuff and do this stuff like they doing to you and saying, hey, you know what they did, they deserve blah blah and this and that or whatever. That's not your responsibility now. Be careful. You about to fall for something crazy. Some of you have already fallen for something crazy. How you doing, Sister Nadine? Right. So just I'm just trying to show you, be careful with that. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as justice, but there's no such thing as vengeance. We talked about even that word vengeance it really even lines up with the word vindication. But who does vindication or vengeance belong to? You or the Lord? Just be careful. So if we as Israel had to go through a 1,260 year period of getting to the point to where we could finally start coming out of this, everybody only talks about the 400-year period, but nobody talks about the 1,260 year period, right? So what was that 1,260 days? A lot of people don't get that. They don't get it, right? So, for example, if I were to go to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 2 says that Babylon is gold. Daniel chapter 7 says that Babylon is a winged lion, right? So Babylon mixes the iron and clay, a lion, right? The lion of the tribe of Yehovah, the tribe of Judah. But then you also have what? Wings put on it, right? So you have a sphinx type thing. You have a very comedic lore thing where somebody's perverted the will of the lion, the will of Yah, because Yah's will is the lion's will, right? Even the lion himself is Yahashua, who is one with the Father. So they perverted the will. Well, that's the goal. After that, you'll see that who's going to be the lesser. In Daniel chapter 2, described as the lesser kingdom, and in Daniel chapter 7, shown as the bear hunched over. That's going to be the Medes and the Persians. Some people who never really get into what they're supposed to become, they become a world power, but they always kind of hunched in their power. They're never really exactly where they're supposed to be, but they have these ribs in their mouth. They're very vicious, right? Then you have Daniel chapter 2. They're considered next is considered to be the Greeks, right? That's going to be your brass, and you have the and in Daniel chapter 7, they're considered to be the four-headed leopard. This is important to see because the Greeks came out and Persians, obviously, even dealing with a lot of stuff in brass or even a Bronze Age, if you want to over bronze. But they did a lot of stuff with this brass and Bronze Age type stuff. So in that period of time, what did they do? They also make it a point where they are going after they're very fast, and Alexander the Great, whose father already Philip of Macedonia had already got things cooking, but they very quickly, like a leopard, very powerfully, they take over everything. And then Alexander the Great passes away. He has no legit heir to the throne, and therefore the four generals go in, they split up his land, and then they basically take over. And so the four great Greek parts of the Alexandrian dynasty keep on going under four different dynasties or four different families, right? So the Greeks who took over Kemet, that's when Kemet became Egypt, right? And they took over really the Nubians or the Cushitic people. They tried to fight off on behalf of their Kemetic brothers. They couldn't any longer, and so that's when you get the Ptolemaic dynasty, which is where Cleopatra comes out of. So Cleopatra is in fact dark skinned, but she's not African. She's not Kemetic. She's Egyptian. She's Greek. Matter of fact, she gets big ups and big props from a lot of people in Africa at that time because she was one of the only people of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the only people of this Greek dynasty who actually said that they would learn that she was willing to learn their language. Right. So you have that happens after that. And then you have this fourth group, which is the group that is iron, which is Rome in Daniel 2, but then it also talks about iron mixed with clay. Then you go over to Daniel chapter 7, it talks about this new beast, right, who has 10 horns, just like the serpent has 10 horns in Revelation 12, and just like the beast has 12 horns in Revelation chapter 13. This beast has 3 horns that are plucked out of its head, right? And those 3 horns are plucked out of its head. When those horns are plucked out of its head, what happens next? Right? It says, then there's one big horn that comes out of its head in Daniel chapter 7, right? Who is this horn? Well, in history, even in his story and in the story, right, you'll find out that in his story, you'll find that um, there were 10 branches, so not tribes. There were 10 nations that wanted to come against Rome. Rome is 2 feet, right? Iron mixed with clay, and then you'll have 10 toes, even in Daniel chapter 2. Well, you have this beast that goes from just being iron to mixing iron and clay. Now, what is this 8th horn? Right? There's three horns plucked out, and then it becomes an 11th horn, which really becomes an 8th horn, but only comes into power once 3 horns are out. What happens? Well, when we look at what happens with what's his face? Forgive me. Um, Justinian, Kaiser Justinian, or the Caesar Justinian. Justinian is in power. Justinian and Theodora, a power couple of their day. And so this power couple or whatever, does a lot. Justinian doesn't do anything without his wife. Give him credit for that. Still very Roman and everything, but he doesn't. He's very much so. So when you say Justinian, you almost have to 100% all the time think Theodora. Matter of fact, Justinian got real sick. Theodora was such a boss. She still ran the kingdom and didn't let anybody do any of that stuff. Kind of what Nancy Reagan did for Ronald Reagan, even though they owned some stuff too. But kind of like that, like Ronald Reagan was already losing his mind, and so some other people were running the country, but Nancy was the one making sure y'all weren't just going to run over her spot and her husband's spot, right? Like so, kind of like. But Theodora was like even more powerful than that. Justinian had gave her like carte blanche, and if she said, a matter of fact, there was a time when they should have lost the empire, where Rome was in civil war, and basically they almost got him. Justinian was like, "Hey, we just gonna run for the hills," and Theodora was like, "If you're gonna be a coward, go ahead and do it, but I'm gonna go ahead and go out like a G." You know what I'm saying? She was like, "This is my throne, and let them come, and if they off me, they off me on what's mine." And then Justinian was like, "Oof, that's kind of powerful. Let me." Let me stay in place. So Justinian and Theodora. So when I say, just like I was saying earlier, a lot of people just do this weird thing where they go, "Oh, when you're talking about he, you guys are just misogynistic." A lot of people don't recognize in our culture, whenever we hear a male name, we always looking for your wife. We always looking for your wife. If I say Abraham, I know that Sarah's right there. All right. Don't get it twisted. Right. Right. Don't get it twisted. Right. When Abraham went from Abraham to Abraham, that means that Sarai had to go to Sarah. Right. If he became the father of many nations, she had to become the mother of many nations. That's the way it worked. I know a lot of people, because you're in a different culture, taking on different laws and natural laws and different ways that people look at things. You don't look at it the way we look at it. And so if you're not careful, it's very easy to think that if they're misogynistic, we must be misogynistic. But no, if you see me, you see my wife. That's why I'm always quick to talk about the Honorable Amma and what she does, right? Because my wife is all that. She's the greatest wife to ever exist, and she's allowed me to be her husband, and I don't take that lightly, right? So worldly laws are not for your right. Worldly laws are not for your consent, right? So you got to think different. But anyway, so back to what we're talking about here. And like I said, we're taking our time. It's a Sunday. We usually have more time on Sunday. So we take our time, and we're going to continue to take our time. So when you're dealing with with this worldly law stuff, getting back to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, when we talked about the eighth horn, and once again, we have this stuff mentioned more in detail in our Revelation Revisited series on YouTube. How you doing, y'all's firstborn? So when we talk about this stuff, obviously there's a lot of different places we can go and we can talk about. But getting back on track, so the eighth. So what happens with Justinian and Theodora is that Justinian makes a decision, and he says, "Okay." And this has been tried before, anyway. This is not the first time this has been tried, but this is the first time that this is tried as far as in this particular manner. Justinian decides, because Marcus Aurelius had done this as well, and I think somebody else had done this before Marcus, but usually it was because of civil war. But this time it's done differently. Justinian says he's going to split the kingdom of Rome into two. This has been tried before, but this is the first time it's done in this way. He says that he's going to take this new Christian type of thing that's happening, and they're going to move over into the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire, which you guys will even call what kind of Christianity? I was going to call it Norse Christianity, and there kind of is a such thing, but that's not what I'm talking about. Orthodox Christianity. He says we're gonna take this Ottoman Empire, we're gonna move over here, and he takes the eastern part of Rome, the eastern foot, if you will, because he himself is he's going to take the eastern part of Rome because he himself is dealing with well, basically he just wants, can I just say it like this, he wants more money, he wants more power. So he's going to take that eastern side of Rome. That's what he does. So Justinian takes the eastern side of Rome. He then gives the western side of Rome to the bishop of Rome. Bishop didn't mean that he was more powerful or more religious, blah, blah, even though that you could take it that way, but bishop just meant that he was in charge of Rome. So he gives it to the bishop of Rome. And he says, if you deal with any issues or whatever, let me know. I'll send some legions over there. I'll send some of our army over there. They'll come and get you. Right. Oh, thank you, Anthony. So he says, just let me know if you need us, and we got you. So here it is. They're going through stuff, and the Bishop of Rome is dealing with these 10 branches, 10 horns, Daniel chapter 7. These 10 branches, 10 toes, Daniel chapter 2. He's dealing with these 10 branches, and the iron mixing of iron and clay. So he's saying, yeah, you guys can keep this kind of holiday and holy day and stuff, but then you got to do this biblical thing, and then you got to do this Roman thing. And people don't like that because they feel like you're double-minded, and also you're trying to take away their culture. And they find it as weird that if we're going to take on somebody's culture, even biblically, why would we just take on bits and pieces of it? So the people are starting to say they're going to revolt. So, the Bishop of Rome is like, y'all can try and do what you want. I'll send some people after you, but they're still having some issues. So he contacts Justinian. He says, Justinian, remember you said you had my back? How you doing? Be smart. Remember, he said, Justinian, remember you said you had my back if any of this foolishness happens? Well, they coming against me. What you gonna do? Justinian said, I got you, bro. I promise you. I told you I was gonna get you. What you need? 3 legions? He said, matter of fact, I know that's more than what you need. I'll send 3 legions, right? I'll send 15,000. That's what he said. He said, I'll send 15,000, 5,000 per legion. I'll send 15,000 soldiers. They can't mess with you. Use them however you need to, and then we'll take them back after that. Right? That's what he basically did. Because like you even insinuated, right? The two sides of the same bird, right? We're the same bird. So what y'all on, we on. So if they coming against you, they come against me. Just because I put you over there doesn't mean that this really still ain't under me. I just put you as a figurehead, but as a figurehead, I trust that you'll do what I do. So I told you, I got you. I'll send 15,000 for you, right? 15,000. So he sends 15,000 over there. Seven of the nations, seven of the nations. They go, hey, we out. Sorry about that. Our bad. We tripping. Just like what happened with the Revolutionary War, which really was a civil war, but what y'all call a Revolutionary War. There were more than just the 13 colonies. There were other colonies in Canada, or what now you call Canada because of where the war was fought. But there were 13 colonies that were like, yeah, okay, we're with you guys too, besides those 13. And then all of a sudden, England was like, all right, we coming. And then they sent word. They were like, yo, y'all gonna help us when they come up here? Because they're gonna come up to us first. And they were like, no, we straight down here. And they said, all right, well, then if y'all straight, then we straight with them. And so they was real quick to be like, oh no, we was on some stuff. Whoever y'all need to punish them, but we with y'all. And they fought against the 13 colonies. The same thing kind of happened then. It's like everybody was talking smack until them 15,000 got sent. And then when the 15,000 showed up, this is what happens. The 15,000 that show up, these 3 legions show up, and then when they show up, 7 of the city states were like, okay, we sorry, we'll do whatever y'all say, right? 3 of them said, we'll go to the end, and they got their wish. The legions came in, men, women, children, oft, and then they went back. It was a word to everybody, let y'all know, y'all can mess with us if you want to. Promise you can mess with us if you want to. You can call us out if you want to. You can say you're not going to follow if you want to, but this is what'll happen to you, right? Those were so 3 groups were taken out. Now, what did we say? It says in Daniel chapter 7, 3 horns are plucked out. And now there's an 8th horn that grows and is even bigger than the 7 horns that were there before. And it has a horn shape. It has a pointed hat, and it has piercing eyes, right? It fakes like it's the Messiah, who in Revelation, right, has fiery eyes as well, right? And then it says that it speaks many blasphemies. It speaks things against the Most High. Who does that sound like? Sounds like the Roman Catholic Church, doesn't it? Because the Bishop of Rome was who Justinian left in place. And once this happens, right, they call it the Justinian Decree. The Justinian Decree made official in 538 AC. So once the Justinian Decree is made official in 538 AC, we said that you got to count what? 1,260 years. We're talking about, see, people think this stuff is random. We don't look at the culture. We don't know what this stuff is. 1,260 years. What is it? Some quick math, right? I'll do it for you. 538 AC, 1,260 years later gets you to 1798 AC. What happens in 1798 AC? To the Vatican, to the Pope, to the one who's supposedly supposed to represent Christ on earth, to the King of Kings, to the Vicar. What happened to him in 1798 AC? How you doing, brother TJ? That's right. The Pope was taken out by one of Napoleon's generals. Napoleon said, "I'm tired of listening to this dude. Go get him." The general just took his life. Somehow, though, the Roman Catholic Church came back into order and came back into play, and it's still around and it's still doing stuff. Now, watch this. Now Revelation chapter 13. Matter of fact, let's go here. You see, this is important. This is why you got to know your culture. This is why you got to know the word. This is why you can't just let anybody tell you anything about this stuff. You'll fall for the okie doke every time. Every time. Right? This is why it's important. And you're going to see the same number we just talked about, 42 months. All right? Time, times, and half a time. It's important that you catch that. Time, times, and half a time. Yahashua, when he was around and he was preaching and stuff, and when he became officially a rabbi, when he was baptized, time, times, and half a time. That's 3.5 years. 40 and 2 months. Right? 36 months is 3 years. Add 6 to that 42. That's 3.5. 3.5 years. That's how long Christ was preaching and teaching before he gave it the ghost, right? Time, times, and half a time. 1,260 years. It took time, times, and half a time to be able to get Israel to go from what it was going through as far as being scattered, going through the curses, learning who we were, and now starting to come out of slavery. That starts in 1798. Guess what else started happening around 1798? Haiti started fighting for independence and became independent and messed around to where the same group that was under Napoleon, who took out the Roman Catholic Church, actually lost. And so did England, and so did Spain. And they lost to Haiti, so much so it was messed up that Louisiana had to be purchased. Napoleon ended up losing more because he lost a bunch of money that he had coming in, all because you started becoming free. Do your math. Now, in England, they're going to try and teach you in schools. Oh, it was Sir William something, right? Or something like that. And he didn't do it till the early 1800s. No, you were already, matter of fact, go to the 1780s, you were already plotting, right? But come 1798, it was on. That's 1,260 years, time, times, and half a time. You already went through this, and then you started getting yourself out of slavery. So you know how people be talking about 400 years, this and that, or whatever, right? 400 years is when you're dealing in stuff, but 400 years is when he's going to send a Moses, right? When Israel was originally, I'm trying to help you with governance now. When Israel was originally in slavery, don't miss it. When Israel was originally in slavery, what happened, right? In the midst of slavery, did they not know about the Most High, or did they still know about him? And in the midst of your slavery, that's when Moses showed up. In the midst of your slavery, that's when people had said that they were praying for a deliverer. Even in your movies that you watch, right? They're singing about the deliverance and this and that. In the midst of your slavery, you're not gonna. So a lot of you are confusing whatever. Even if, and look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure. So take this as a theory. Theories are obviously supposed to be based off of law, but they're theoretical. I'm not telling you that I 100% know this to be factual, but I'm just trying to say people always give you all this stuff. Well, slavery technically started in 1619, so when we got to 2019, that's when we were free, or 2020, that's when we were free, and all this stuff, and that's why everything's happened, this and that. But that's not biblical. That's not biblical. That's not biblical. You got to look at 1,260 years first. That's 1798. Once 1798 hit, and you see that there was actual deliverance out of freedom and stuff, but then what? We still had to end up going back and forth as far as slavery, right? Somebody came back in. The French came back in and knocked them out, and then the CIA came behind that with the help of Papa Doc and knocked us out. Jamaica and Haiti had maroons all over, but they still come in there and they try to what? Knock us out. You got to realize you're still in, you're coming out of it. But you can come out of it. If this is prophesied to you, this is a curse that will happen to those who break the curses, then if you start following the law, do you have to go through the whole 400 years? Do you have to wait? Because 400 years would be 1898, 1998, 2098, 2198. You said Israel was never okay. Hello, hello. First of all, hello to you, because that's usually how we start stuff, right? So, how are you doing? Secondly, if you're going to say that it was never done, then how do you? Well, I don't know if I'm okay. If moderators, please, be lax because people who come on, even if they come on rude or whatever, we can at least treat them civilly, right? So, okay, somebody already got you. All right, I'm sorry, Hedu. So I'll just say it like this. Maybe next time we can give a little more leniency. But let me just say it like this, just in case you're listening. If you want to go ahead and look up the Sea of Reeds versus the Red Sea, see what you find down there. Number one. If you want to look up if you look up Avra or Ivrit people who were considered to be the herbalists of Kemet, then go ahead look up what that is, and then see what Avra actually means in Paleo Hebrew, and what it meant for those who were also shepherd kings, Israelites, and also shepherd kings on the other side of Kemet, who were considered to be the ones that eventually became another dynasty, and who Kemetic people at one point didn't really like, because there's several dynasties, several families. Kemet is not as simple as just saying all people who are black in an area. Right. Also, too, if we're going to go to this place or whatever, as much as you want to say that it's not, I am part Kemetic and I'm part Israelite. I'm talking about even if you want to say what modern Israelites makes you an Israelite, or what just people who are buried there who are supposed to be slaves, who you would probably say are not Israelites themselves. Or if you want to talk about this thing as far as even the Kemetic people, that all of them are the same branch, and therefore the ones who you're even considering to have built the stuff are part of the same family, which they're not, right? We know that, just simply put. And I'm just giving certain things because, especially from the way that you attacked it and stuff, I would assume that you have knowledge of what I'm saying, right? So I don't have to go too much deeper into it, but I'll add this on. What about even the stone tablet that has Israel by name on it? That's written about 1200 and something BC, and if it says that Israel had no king in these days, and if you look in even in the Bible, it's not your Bible obviously, but if you look in the Bible, or what you consider to be the Bible, right? The scrolls, the original scrolls that predate, because just like a lot of other things that have been changed, so has the Bible, or at least the perception of who the people were, etc. You'll see on there clear as day that the same way it says in that in Kemet right now, or in Egypt right now, where it says in those days Israel had no king, it says it in the book of Judges, same time period, that in those days Israel had no king. Also, too, if you're going to talk about people like Ramses the Great, or Ramses the Great is a big liar. And any time that he lost in anything, it was either changed, or it was manipulated, or it was said that he won. Right? You know the huge battle, right? Was it of Avda? It's not even of Avda. It's like of something that even matches like a Hebrew name, but it's not the same characters phonetically in Kemetic characters as it is in Israelite characters. But something like that, the Great Battle of Avda, or the Great Battle of something. And he says that he won, but the reality is that he never won. Matter of fact, at best it was a tie, but he was actually outflanked, he was actually outmaneuvered, he was tricked, and they're going into something he shouldn't have, and then he got captured, he got surrounded. They made their way out, but they had to run. And then he went back and engraved it, and he engraved it deep, deep in the stone, because he knows that Kemetic people, just like they did to Cush and a lot of different things, when they took their netures, or what you call gods, their netures and stuff, and they took them and changed them. So there's a lot of stuff and evidence and stuff like that there, that obviously people lie, and that Kemetic people are not above telling lies or telling things like that. Like, for example, we act like every single thing that everybody did in Kemet was powerful. I'll be the first person to say, stop talking about Black history, the first person to do brain surgery. Kemetic people were doing brain surgery back in the day. But also, why don't we tell the truth about some stuff that wasn't so great? Like, yeah, they were able to have contraception back in Kemet. That's awesome. Until you are taught that the contraception that they use was stuff like honey and fecal matter put inside the woman's vagina. Right. So, I mean, I think it's okay to tell the truth about it holistically, right? Let's not tell a half truth and therefore tell a whole lie. I think it's all right for us to realize and recognize that, you know, that there's some stuff that they did was great. We can't deny the fact also too, they were into incest. We can't just make that a Greco-Roman thing only. Even before the Greeks and the Romans were a thing, we can't act like they weren't into some stuff spiritually that maybe we shouldn't take place in. Before we do the whole Heru is Christ thing, Heru came out of Heru had incestual relationships. He almost got impregnated by his own uncle. He then gave the sperm to another Netzer, who took it and put it above his head and made that ray that y'all like to say is a ray around his head. That's actually Heru catching forgive my language, I'm just gonna call it what it is, the jizz of some other man and making sure he didn't get impregnated, and now some other man's wearing it around his head. Heru got here because of necrophilia, to where there was somebody's husband who was already offed, right? And then that person cut him up. The person who often cut him up made it to where he couldn't be found. And when his wife Isis couldn't find his phallus, she made up the obelisk and rides on that and stuff like that. So I mean, if that's what you worship, then worship it outright. But stop acting like you want another tip. Just for me, I'm just like, at least be all in. Like, I'm all in what I believe that you should be the same. I think it's detrimental to any belief system to tell half truths and live whole lies. If that's what you say I'm doing, then I mean, at least hold yourself accountable to the same standard. That's all. And if we both telling half truths in your opinion and therefore telling whole lies, then I don't comprehend why you're coming on this to worry about the chaff that's in my eye, and you're not talking about the whole plank that's in yours. Just saying. But keep on your on your journey. I'm just saying, it's really odd when people do that. Audrey, where people will give you a partial thing or do just enough because they want you to believe this, and it's like, oh no, I know the book of the dead, I know the book of life, I know the emerald tablets of thought, right? Like, I'm not just some random cat out here. I'm not just a random N-word out here just doing whatever. You said, is this a conservative TikTok app? I don't know. As an app to where people do whatever. I don't really care about conservative or left, or right or left, or Republican or Democrat. So I'm just be honest. I don't have the answer for you. But yeah. So you see all these things. So anyways, back to the 1,260 years. So if you're going to start 400 years of trying to come out of chattel slavery, and by the way, Moses made it out of slavery, and as well as Aaron made it out of slavery before all of Israel made it out of slavery. And the people who taught them were people who knew about the truth, even if they weren't part of the same enslaved family. So you got to get to a place to where you're dealing with this stuff and not just dealing with whatever they give you by law. Their law is based off of their culture. They're trying to hold their culture together. They're trying to hold this stuff together, right? The Baphomet pick, I promise you. I know I said we are going to get back to this, but I'm just trying to show you some things, even about these two serpents, right? Or even dealing with the stuff which is of Hermes, or of Nike. By the way, Nike, the swoosh and stuff, this is coming out of this stuff, right? It's connected. A lot of people don't recognize the spirituality. We keep talking about there's no spirituality, yet all these companies and all these groups of people are believers in this type of stuff. For some reason, we hear Cat Williams saying we want to listen, but the Bible's been telling you this, and the Word's been telling you this, and people of our culture have been saying this stuff for the longest time. All right, so back to this now. So now that we get this, and the olive branches are who? Moses and Elijah. Right. So watch this. Or I'm sorry, excuse me. Here we are, Romans 13, verse 3. And so watch this. Remember, we said that the Pope was taken out. He's the eighth, if you will, the eighth branch. He's also he's the eighth horn. So there's 7 horns now, right, that are left over, and there's this eighth horn that rises up. Peep game. Watch this. Watch this now. How Revelation adds to this. It will tell you the same thing about the 42 months, or the 1,260 days, or the 1,260 years that we got to listen at. And we got to see what's going on. How you doing, Ray Finn? And to the family, hopefully baby's doing all right still. Alrighty. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Okay, right? So the name of what? Blasphemy. And this is the beast. This is the government that's made to look like the devil, like the serpent. All right. So here we go, right? And the beast and the government, which I saw, was like unto a leopard. We just saw that in Daniel chapter 7, right? It was like unto a leopard. And his feet were as the feet of a bear. We saw the bear in what? Daniel chapter 7. The leopard represented the Greeks. The bear represented the Medo-Persians. And a lot of us don't even know about the Persians, by the way. Someday we might have to literally dig into stuff. I mean, you like Aladdin and the tale of the 40 of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves and all this stuff. But there's a lot of Persian stuff you guys are into, right? A lot of y'all love the way Xerxes looked in that movie, and stuff like that, and don't even realize like the Xerxes is not that far as far as stuff. He's not that far from Nebuchadnezzar as far as connection and stuff like that. Right? How you doing? Kanatala Ralach. So here we go to watch this. And the beast which I saw was like unto the leopard, and his feet were as the feet of the bear, and his mouth as the mouth of the lion. That represents Babylon. Babylon, remember the lion with the wings, and the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. Wait a minute. So there's a beast. There's four beasts in Daniel chapter 7. There's the lion with wings, there's the bear with a hunch in his back, there's the leopard with four heads, and then there's a fourth beast that if you compare it to Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7 is giving us more information. This is a continued conversation. Daniel chapter 2 gave us a little bit. Daniel 7 giving us a little more. Daniel 2 said that this fourth metal of iron was going to mix with the clay, and what? I am the potter, you are the clay. We are the clay. The Romans, we're going to start mixing stuff with this thing, with the Bible, and start calling it something like Christianity, so to speak. And then we're going to be these 2 feet with 10 toes, or a beast with 10 horns. And the 10 horns, 3 of them were going to be plucked, and 1 other horn was going to come out, and it was going to have power and stuff, and it was going to represent the Roman Catholic Church. We just showed you all this stuff, right? 1,260 years later, something happens to the Pope. Now, why did we say that in 1798? Why is that important to catch? Okay, catch this now. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. So the leopard, Greek, and the feet were as a bear, Medo-Persian, and the mouth was as the mouth of a lion, Babylon, and the dragon, the serpent, right, who's in Revelation chapter 12, the devil, gave him his power and his seat and great authority. He authorized what this fourth beast, right, is about to do, who now is taking all of the things, right? The leopard, Greek, right? So a lot of Greek in there. Our people love to be dressed in Greek and do some stepping for you and twirl canes, right? Matter of fact, even candy canes. And candy canes, if you know what that is, that's when you bloodlet, right? Candy canes is when you bloodlet, right? Candy canes is when you bloodlet. All right. So, and the beast which I saw, which is a what? A leopard, right? Greece, and the feet were as a bear, the Medo-Persians, and his mouth was as a lion. This context is what? Babylon. This is Daniel 7, right? And the dragon gave this fourth beast power and his seat and great authority, this Roman Catholic seat. All right. Revelation chapter 13, verse 3. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death. Wait a minute. So one of the heads of this beast is wounded. One of the heads, there's 7 heads, and one of the heads is wounded to death. It shouldn't be here. It seems like whatever wound his head got is a mortal wound. However, and his deadly wound was healed. Wait a minute, 1,260 years. Somehow, some way, this government that's supposed to be gone was wounded, shouldn't be back. Somehow, some way, it's come back. And now that it's come back, its wound is healed. And all the what? The world. All the what? The world. World in the Greek is cosmos with a K. All the world, all the system, all the cosmos with a K, all the system wondered after the beast. If you're in the world, if you're of them, you are amazed by this beast. The fact that, matter of fact, how many stories are told? How many people keep talking about stuff, even in the motivational stuff? How many people love to get a story to where it should have been dead? That's not just your thing in church. They love that in the world too. It should have been dead, but it was healed. And they're in amazement after this beast. In verse 4, and they worshiped. Not just in amazement, but this is worship. These laws, these statutes are what? Worship. And they worshiped. How you doing, Fancy? And they what? They worshiped the dragon, the serpent, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast. So they worshiped the dragon. They worshiped the devil first. Then they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Doesn't that sound like what you say? Who is like the Most High? Well, they say, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? Don't you love Beauty and the Beast? When you do well in sports, don't you say you're a beast? You say, I'm a beast. Don't you love to go into beast mode? I'm trying to, this manipulation, right? This is worship. It should have been gone, but your worship and adoration of the Satan is now causing you to have worship and adoration of the beast. I mean, don't you love to be the goat? or say who is the argue over who is the GOAT, who is the, you try to say, oh, it just means greatest of all time. But that's why you have kids too, right? Like, in Greco-Roman stuff, in the Beast, they have they call them kids because they were into messing with little children, and they dress up their boys back then as little as half men, half goats. Those satyr things that you see, they even gave them high heel shoes. The first high heel shoes were not designed for women; they were designed for little boys. And y'all say, "Oh no, you're lying." No, no, no. Look it up. Matter of fact, when they came back because of a French king who was rocking them. Now they'll tell you it was only because he wanted to be taller, but he was rocking high heel shoes. High heel shoes aren't even designed for women. Matter of fact, women who wear high heel shoes, studies are starting to show that when women wear high heel shoes, guess what? It starts to actually mess you up. It starts to hurt you over time. So, right, it starts to mess with your body. It messes with your womb. There's some women who have even got cancer, and they think it's partially because of the tilt of the womb. Men do better in high heel shoes than women do. I'm not saying men go get them, because I'm not telling you to do so. I'm just telling you this is where they came from. But you don't want to look at it. You're so busy being into the GOAT. Matter of fact, if you read Revelation, you'll discover that it says that the beast came out of the water. Water in dreams represents people. Look in your Bible. The people. It even says in Revelation chapter 12 that the water was spit out of the devil's mouth towards Israel, the woman who had separated herself. It tells you that right there in Revelation chapter 12. This beast came out of a particular people who came out of the devil, who came out of this Baphomet type thing. This ain't this. I'm not telling you falsehood here. This is stuff you can look at for yourself. You said when you focus on gratitude, the tide of disappointment goes out and the tide of love rushes in. Okay, sure. It's called revelation. That means to rejoice. What other people are worried about, you should be rejoicing at, right? So, yes, and gratitude. I'm thankful for Amat, for truth. I'm with you, right? We should be truthful, right? Right. Half truth is always a whole lie. I'm not thankful. I don't have gratitude for lies. Now, what y'all can do with the lie, once I come into truth, I'm grateful that all things can work together, but all things don't work together for those who lie. It works together for those, to those who love Elohim, Achaba, have his actions and are called according to his purpose, not my own. Right? So I'm with you. As long as it's truth. How you doing, Emmanuel? Sorry for the weak salute. I'm not standing today. Right? So I'm just saying we got to get to this point, right? That you've been taught to deny all this and look past it. Right? You have the moon right here. This isn't something that's new. You have this star right here. Right? Matter of fact, many of us learned how to draw stars because we learned how to draw stars like this. That's right in the middle of the forehead. Come on now. I'll be honest with you. That's how I learned how to draw a star. I'm not that great at drawing. It was an easy way to make a star. I was like, cool, no problem. And little did we realize, though, that people were perverting this thing and trying to teach you and I some stuff that's not righteous. Right? And they put it right on the forehead. Why is this on the forehead? Why does Revelation tell you, right? Why does it tell you specifically in Revelation, be careful about the stuff that's written on the forehead? And they put that right on the forehead. You got the moon, Ishtar, that literally, she said that she was a woman that came from, she was a goddess, excuse me, what you would call goddess, right? But she was a goddess that came from the moon in an egg. Moon here, moon there. Why is it that, and by the way, this is a nice picture. If I put up the real picture, some of y'all want to take it down now. If I put up the real picture, the actual picture of this, you know that that this is woman up top and male on the bottom. Uh-oh. A lot of y'all about that third eye too, right? Be careful. I know what you're doing with the pineal gland and you're trying to make it work, but be careful. Just because black folks say it doesn't mean that it's right. Not all skin folk is kinfolk. Hello, somebody. I know what you're trying to attempt to say, but not all skin folk. Just because we said it doesn't mean it's righteous. Just because your brother said it, right, doesn't mean it's righteous. Just because of your brother physically doesn't mean he's your brother spiritually. And how you doing, Cherry Girl? Right? This is look, woman up top is supposed to be male on the bottom. And in the womb area, right? What's being birthed, what's going into the womb area was going into the area of where, like, a lot of stuff, matter of fact, was in the gut area, the mesentery area, the second brain. So the first brain has a mark, the second brain has what? It has the serpents. It has those things that came from those two olive trees in that story where they perverted the story. So the 1,260 years for us, right, is something we already had in us. Everybody else who's being grafted in, they're going to have to go through 1,260 years themselves. We went through this for 1,260 years to where we were ostracized, where people tried to call themselves us, where people were putting us in pits with lions, and where people were saying that we weren't great enough. Where now you don't even consider Sephardic, but you always talk about Ashkenazi and Khazarian. We went through 1,260 years. During this process, we're supposed to be getting ourselves together, and while we're scattered, and making sure people are seeing our instruction and how we do things and leaving an example. Because now, come 1798, if you're going to do it correctly, at least as far as my knowledge, once again, I can't say I'm 100% on this part, but if you're going to do the 400-year thing, it starts 1798. And we can start coming out now. We can start coming out now. Now, I don't know. Look, hear me, beloved. I don't know if that means come 2198 that this is all over. I'm not giving you an exact date. Please, nobody run with that. And if you do, you're being disobedient or you're being disingenuous. I never said that. All right, I want to make that clear. I never said that. Anybody who heard me say that, you ain't hear from me. We got this on recording. Shoot, we might have to write this down now at some point to make sure ain't nobody out here trying to say Pastor Kofi was teaching, because I am not. I am not teaching that. That being said, right, this right here, as far as Baphomet, right, this right here, this was done on purpose. The goats, even having kids are baby goats. You don't have kids, you have children, right? Kids, baby goats have kids. Why do you have kids and not a child? Some of you don't like children because I know you're even talking about property law, child for rent. Okay, fine. Why do you have, hear this now, why do you have kids and not a child? Nobody talking about this. Nobody wants to be honest about this. There's a reason for this. Why do you think that angels have wings? Matter of fact, watch party, right? Here's an angel that can't fly. We just watched Lord of the Rings, or the second third of Lord of the Rings yesterday together in the watch party on Clapper, right? Y'all remember that? There was a Balrog. The Balrog had horns, right? Now, it didn't really show if it was a goat or anything like that, but had horns, had a fire on the top of its head, had fire all around it. It had wings. It could not fly, right? And on the bottom of it was the goat, right? That we watched that yesterday. Remember when we were discussing stuff, and I even brought that up, right? Look at this now, right? This is what happened. Now, it didn't show with the breast up top, but there's certain things they can't show, right? But this ain't nothing more than Baphomet. This is nothing more than, this is where the kids come from. And watch this, in the mesentery, in the gut. So the first brain, mark. Second brain, mark. Mark on the forehead, but also leads to a mark in the gut. What messes with your gut health more than anybody else? Pharmakia, pharmacy. What is this pharmakia symbol even? All right, come on, somebody. I'm just trying. We just talking. We just having a conversation, and thank you for that. Yeah, Persia, modern day Iran. We're dealing with the same. This is so many things going on, and people just go over it. Now, as many of you seen, this is posted in many places in the world, in the United States of America, all over the world. And I'm not talking about just the places where y'all go, oh no, it's not. This would never be on the Bible Belt. They got this in North Carolina. They got this in multiple places in Alabama. They got this in Mississippi. They got this in Texas. This is real. And somebody says and speaks about it, and you don't see it as governance or government. Anybody catching it? Anybody getting what we're saying? You getting what we're laying down? Right? And then after that, it's on you if you see it or receive it. I'm just trying to give you some evidence, right? Give you some evidence. United States is a federal corporation. It's not a country. I'm trying to give you some evidence. It's property law. This is all falsehood. Washington, D.C. is not it. Matter of fact, let's add that on here too in the stuff we've been talking about today, because people don't be believing me when I say stuff. This is simple searches. This is why I tell people just look stuff up. Don't just call me a liar. Right? And I know it's easy for somebody to say you can manipulate facts. That's why I'm about contextual facts. Right? Boom. Oh, well, they're going to try to give me that. Hold on. Let me make sure. All right, you ready for this? Now we'll go deeper because it's probably not even going to make that much sense at first to you. So this is just first thing that pops up. Even if there's some lies in it, the truth is still there. Watch this. First thing that pops up. The U.S. Constitution in 1789 called for creation of a federal district. Time out. The United States is a federal corporation. It's not a country. It's also an agency, a department, a commission, a board. That's why you have president, vice president, secretary, treasurers. You have cabinet members, committee members. You have the majority, the minority, all that. There's a board or other entity of the United States. So the United States can even branch off and have other false things that it creates within this, within its own corporation. And then it's also an instrumentality of the United States. It can be traded. What's traded in it? You. Okay? You see all that? Right? So we're talking about this stuff, but now let's look at what? Washington, D.C. So it's a federal corporation, right? It's not a country. Okay. The U.S. Constitution in 1789 called for creation. And this is when United States of America, you could argue more so was a country. Still, the U.S. Constitution that had to be allowed by Moors from Morocco. All right. The U.S. Constitution in 1789 called for creation of a federal district under the exclusive jurisdiction of U.S. Congress. As such, Washington, D.C. is not part of any state and is not one itself. The Residence Act, adopted on July 16, 1790, approved the creation of the Capital District along the Potomac River. What is all that saying? Washington, D.C. is a territory, except if you actually look it up now, right? Matter of fact, let's do something else, right? We just hit that for you. Let's see if it'll show it to you. I don't know. It's some of this stuff is actually difficult sometimes to find online, but let's see if we can make this work. Washington. Sorry, this angle is messing with me. Washington, D.C. Black's Law. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I think we got it. All right, disclaimer. This article contains general legal information, but does not constitute professional legal advice for your situation. Let me go ahead and read that here. I'm not telling you that you better follow everything, because you got to do sovereignty for yourself. The Law Dictionary is not a law firm, and this page does not create an attorney-client or legal advisor relationship. If you have specific questions, please consult a qualified attorney licensed in your jurisdiction. I will agree with that, because that's lawfully what we're supposed to say. Amen. This is for educational purposes only, for righteousness purposes only. All right. Okay. All right. Now that we said that, let's see something. A definition of what? District of Columbia definition and legal meaning. According to Black's Law Dictionary, what is this? It is Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, right? By the way, District of Columbia is because Washington is the Osiris. That's why he has an obelisk, right? He died. He lost his life because of syphilis. So when he lost his life because of syphilis, he had lost access to his phallus, just like Osiris did. And then it comes out of the ground. What's in the ground? Seed. Okay. And then above the Congress building, that everybody talked about from 2021, January 6th. What's on top of that is Colombia. Nothing's supposed to be higher than her. She is the modern ISIS. Everything that comes out of them is Heru. You're so busy talking about the Bible copy, and you're not even realizing that you're living in the belly of the beast right now. Right? That's why, once again, we're talking about the worldly laws and not for your consent. You keep consenting to this stuff and don't even know what it is. Anyway, so watch this. A territory situated on the Potomac River and being the seat of government of the United States. That's what? A corporation. Correct? Right? The United States is not a country. It's a corporation, agency, department, commission, board, other entity in the United States, and instrumentality. Okay? Alrighty. It was originally 10 miles square and was composed of portions of Maryland and Virginia ceded by those that to the United States. But in 1846, the tract coming from Virginia was retroceded, right? Legally, it is neither a state nor a territory, but is made subject by the Constitution to the exclusive jurisdiction of Congress. Congress has no authority outside of Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. has no authority outside of Congress. Washington, D.C., just like what's happened to Native Americans, Virginia, somebody help me. Virginia's not a state. We just said this earlier. I just said this earlier. Virginia is not a state. It is a somebody help me, please. Virginia is not a state. It is a, what is Virginia? Virginia is not a state. It is a, thank you for the love. Thank you, Commonwealth. So Virginia Commonwealth said in 1846, we need that back from y'all. And Congress said no, because we don't have no authority outside of what you've given us. So nobody really knows what to call Washington, D.C. anymore, because it can't really be a territory if it really belongs to Virginia. But just like they did with natives, right? Just like they did with the natives with the Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore belongs to the Sioux. The Sioux never gave in or signed a contract saying that they would give up that land. The United States of America wants to keep that land. The Sioux won't sign it. The Sioux, if they were to sign it right now, I think they could get like $5 billion, $6 billion right now. And they will not say yes because they want the land. They don't care about the money. They want the land, right? So where Mount Rushmore is as American as you think that is, and by the way, it's made by the same person who made the stuff for the Confederates, Stonewall Mountain. Stonewall Mountain, the same person that made that is the one who made Mount Rushmore, right? But the same way that the Sioux are like, we don't want this. This is not ours. So really, no, it technically doesn't belong to anybody, but come in the United States will off you illegally. Well, guess what? The same thing with Washington, D.C. This is why you can have congresspersons and still have no vote. Because D.C. is a what? It is a fictitious entity. Why? Because D.C. belongs to a fictitious entity. The United States is not a person. It's not it's not a real person. It's not even real land. It is an artificial person. And if you belong to it, you belong to an artificial person. And if you belong to an artificial person, you are an artificial person enslaved to another artificial person. But praise Yah that once we recognize this, what it means is that we are artificial persons who can be freed of an artificial contract, because our slavery, right? If we are artificial persons enslaved to an artificial person, it means that our slavery is therefore fictitious and artificial as well. Come on, somebody, right? If you knew about who you were, you would stop this madness of consenting to stuff that's not even for you. The only reason you think you're white is because somebody told you were white didn't exist before they had to say, the people who were on top who wanted to keep everything had to say, well, if we make them say that because they look like us, then they can be more powerful, then they'll see something in us. This is why you guys forget that your actors and your actresses used to be considered on the same level as prostitutes. Why? Because actors are not people who lie to you all the time, are not people we should look up to. But now you can't wait to look up to the next great actor. Right? It's the same thing. How do you rescind your consent? You don't have to rescind your consent. You stop giving consent by dealing with benefits and privileges from the system. You don't have to rescind anything. Just stop giving it. This is the thing that like people be teaching. How do I rescind? First of all, you didn't give it in the first place. Did you sign your own birth certificate? Because if you didn't give consent to anything. That's why you just get a passport done, and you get it done correctly. You got to know how to do it, but you get your passport redone, and it says there right on the first page of the passport, you either are going to be considered to be a non-citizen national or a U.S. citizen. If you want to be a U.S. citizen, then you become part of the federal corporation. If you want to be a non-citizen national, every single state united has to still protect your sovereign rights. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sorry, I'm excited. I hope I'm not coming off like I'm coming at you. I apologize, right? But this, I'm trying to help somebody, right? Literally, this is the source. This is the Abba. This is the Father that we get. This is not bastardized information. This is not fatherless. This is the source. 28 USC 300215 A, B, and C tell you specifically you are not in the country, right? You are not in the country, my brother. You are not in the country, my sister. You are not evil just because you were born. You are not righteous just because you were born. There's something else that you should check in with that's more powerful. That's why every person on here, according to the Constitution, they still have to protect your constitutional right to freedom of religion and freedom of speech. Why? Freedom of the press. Why? Because what you have to say, especially if it represents something greater than this fake nation, it has to be protected. It has to be, right? If we ever recognize this, I'm telling you straight up, you can say whatever you want. If you ever, like, it doesn't even take that many. I don't think people recognize. There's supposedly this is the United States corporation, right? Supposedly there's 320 million people. If 5 million of those people decided one day, we're not listening to this stuff anymore, and they went and they lived in the same place. Matter of fact, if they were intelligent enough to say, we'll get some land and we'll put it close enough to New York, or to Chicago, or to any of these places where they make money, or to Miami, or to wherever. As soon as you did that, what they gonna do to stop you? All they would probably do is be like, we're gonna force you guys into this situation or whatever, and we're gonna try to do. But you have 5 million people. At this point, it's gonna make them look bad, and they're gonna lose their capital because you guys are slaves that are leaving. They can't off the capital. This is what they said in the Willie Lynch letter. In the Willie Lynch letter, it says, hey, we're not here to off the people. He said that's the problem with these same people that were in this area of Virginia, right? Or a little further down south. Right. He said, your problem is that y'all are out here offering all these people. He said, I can smell y'all are offering so many people. I can smell the loss of life in the air. He said, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to make sure that you get them to a point to where they'll just bow down to whatever you say out of fear. And eventually they'll go from fear to thinking whatever. You said, what if they send the military? Okay, if you got a military and you send them into 5 million people, how they going to work? Especially if you're near New York. Be where the money is. If you got 5 million people and 5 million people coming to New York and they say, we're not listening no more. You got 5 million people and they say, we're not working anymore. I'm trying to tell you, right? People don't comprehend how much power you have. If you got 5 million people that say, we're not working anymore, or we're not going to your job, we're going to only eat food that we grow. Fine. It takes a couple weeks for some greens to grow. And really, if you plant them right after 2-3 days, right, you'll have power greens. And we just say we're willing to all eat power greens or fast. We'll give our children power greens. We'll make sure pregnant mothers have greens and stuff to eat. We'll even save up some fruit and vegetables and stuff like that. We'll buy unripe stuff that they sell at the store anyways, and we'll just keep them for a while, refrigerate them, and then slowly let them turn to whatever we need. But we'll make sure that pregnant women have access to as much as they need. Everybody else, we're willing to fast. People who are on medication, we'll make sure that they're taken care of, but everybody else, we're willing to fast. Get 5 million people together. See what would happen overnight. You don't think that they would change the laws as far as minimum wage? And you don't think that other people around the world, or even in your country, what you consider your perceived country, wouldn't see it and go, huh? Right? Like, if they're doing that, maybe we should join them, or maybe we should do it ourselves. That's how much power you have, but you think you have more power in a vote. How do you have more power in a vote? When you vote, you have an electoral college that says if you don't vote for who we say, we'll still put on the throne whoever we want. Right? That's the power that you possess. When they say power to the people, problem is though, people means nation. You got to become a nation in order for that to be your power. And how you doing, babe? My wife is on, the Honorable Amma. As always, check her out on TikTok, YouTube, her website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish, not A&D, the letter N. Bloom and Flourish. She is a healer, herbalist, chemist, and biologist by degree. Yeah, I did find that out. The Oscars are tonight. When I was putting on TikTok, they were promoting that or whatever. And Oscars, when they walk down that red aisle, they're not going to pan back for you. Do some research. All of that is an old set that they used for a movie, where the movie was about honoring Babylon. And how you doing, Auntie B? I'm trying to help somebody. I'm trying to show you. How you doing, Stormy? I'm just trying to show you this stuff that you're into. We don't recognize how much stuff we keep consenting, and you think you have to consent because that's the only way you'll make it. But guess what? You're afraid. You're afraid. Watch this. You're afraid to live in a tent if necessary, but you say by any means necessary. You're afraid that somebody might put your child in prison, right? But then they're looking to put your child in prison anyways. I'm not trying to say we should be looking to get into negative. What I'm saying is, at some point, are you going to say that it's worth being free? Right? At some point. I'm not saying we're even in a place yet to go ahead and just say everybody leave. But what I'm saying is, at some point, it's not that difficult to just go, yo, we're going to take, watch this, national parks. Oh yeah, you can't say blah blah. Though the national parks supposedly they belong to the people. You think they do, but see, it belongs to a corporation. But if you got a bunch of free actual persons who show up to a national park, I don't belong to no corporation. I do not belong to any corporation. If 5 million people came to a national park, what you gonna do? If people say about the military, how big is the military? Somebody look that up. How big is the U.S. military? Well, they have weapons and they can use this. You think that they're going to use seriously? Do you think on United States ground, if y'all were to go to New York and be right outside of New York City, be right outside of where the money is, you think that the people who own those businesses are going to let you own those buildings and all that stuff would let them use a nuclear bomb or something on you? Do you hear what I'm saying? Like, we have these thoughts and these fears that are not even necessarily, they're not even necessarily like, they shouldn't be like as reputable and as credible as what we make them. I don't remember the name of the movie, Minister Tracy. I apologize. Right? I'm just telling you, like, this is stuff that you can do. You can change your status. You can make sure that you stop dealing with benefits and privileges. If somebody's trying to tax you for something that's not taxable, is that not illegal? I'm trying, right? Like, I'm not saying break the law. This is what people are thinking or misrepresenting sometimes with us. We're not teaching people how to break the law. We're teaching you how to follow the law. If my car is not registered with the state, that's not unlawful. That just means that I don't want my car to be owned by the state. Okay, 2 billion plus in the military. So you have 5 million people, right? And they're not using bombs, but they use guns and this and that. You think they're going to stop all the worldwide military stuff and everybody going to come towards you? That's not how that works. And even some of the people they talking about millions and stuff, some of these people are secretaries. Some of these people are musicians. I ain't lying to you, because I was technically a musician, even though I did master at arms stuff and I did police work. I was technically a musician. That's what I went in for. I was paid to play music first, but I still had to do other stuff. Right? You'd be surprised at some people who don't do nothing in there. There's a lot of people who were musicians in there, never did anything at all. Never picked up a weapon, never picked up a gun, don't know nothing about it, but would tell you how better a sailor they were than I would. And yeah, and then on top of that, do you think that everybody in the military, if they were told to off you, because remember, what is this supposed to be? And there's a lot of military brothers and sisters. We just talk bad about everybody in the beast. Some of these people in the beast, they're in the belly of it and they don't know what they're in. But I'm trying to tell you, a lot of us, even as a veteran, right? And thank you to all the veterans and all people who are in right now for your service. I really appreciate you, seriously. But a lot of people don't recognize we have a saying that we say as well. When we first come into the United States government, this is what we say, right? This is exactly what we say. Read it for yourself. I'll just read it to you. This is when I put my right hand up. This is what I said I would do, right? Now this is gonna be a little different. The president, by the way, and your mayors and all of them, they have to say the same thing, or at least start off with the same thing, right? I, Kofi Ofori, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution, not the United States, but the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That means if you from somewhere else, or if you're an enemy or against the Constitution right here, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. All of us start off with that same thing. Right, so there's a whole bunch of people who are in the military and who are former military and who can even be called back into service if necessary, if they ever change it and said we can call you back into service, who will not come against you because they are supposed to defend the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. If it is your religious belief and your right as a sovereign to make sure that you can be in land, and we know it, then we would be breaking our oath to come against you. Some of you break that oath every day, and shame on you. But on many of us, we will not break that oath. We haven't broken that oath. Some of us, we left. I left early because I felt like to stay in would mean that I was going to be coming against that oath that I took. See, this is but you've been trained. There's a whole bunch of people out here who do this YouTube stuff and do the TikTok videos and everything, and they don't tell you all day, every day, but they're veterans. And if it came down to us against them, if them is the enemy against the Constitution, not just the United States. Once again, you're dealing with the United States. The United States is what? See, the United States, you're thinking that it's against the United States. The United States has tricked many, including some of these people who are in the military, and believing, that the United States is in fact a country. It's a corporation. But there's a constitution that protects us even from the federal corporation. The federal corporation started really picking up steam after the 14th Amendment. That's why every time in your 14th Amendment, from the 14th Amendment on, it has the lowercase c. But before that, it always has an uppercase c. They basically gave you a middle finger, and you didn't even catch it. They even gave you a middle finger in the midst of all this stuff, an uppercase c. And then all of a sudden, you were lowercase c. You're not even a real citizen. Or those who will be added into citizenship. Because remember now, in the beginning, recall this now, in the beginning, in 1789, the Constitution is written, women aren't citizens. They have no right to vote. Not all men are citizens. Matter of fact, if you're a slave, period, chattel slave, or you're a certain color, you're not a citizen. If you're a savage, Native American, you're not a citizen. And matter of fact, you could even be a white man, and still most of you were not citizens. Only 6% of the population had the right to vote. And even out of that 6%, they bullied everybody into giving George Washington 100% vote. And if everybody had voted 100%, if everybody votes Ma in for 100%, if everybody votes in Idi Amin 100%, if everybody votes in Papa Doc 100%, or a whole bunch of majority of everybody voted in Fidel Castro 100%. You call those fake? You said that's fake. That's not real. That's a fake vote. Meanwhile, though, it happened right in your country. Supposedly your country, because you weren't part of those people. People means nation. But supposedly those people who could vote 100% voted for George Washington. And all they tell you nowadays is, well, everybody he was the perfect man. He was the only one that was there. You're telling me nobody thought that George Washington could be president except George Washington, nobody thought that there was anybody that could be a president except for George Washington. Nobody thought that any party was worth listening to except the Federalist Party. And it's 11:11, babe. Thank you. It's 11:11, babe. Love you. Right? Are you hearing what I'm saying? But here you are believing, not even see, right? If we were in SOC on our land, and you guys 100% agreed with everything that I said, somebody would call you a cult. They already call you a cult anyways, right? But somebody would say that's cult-like behavior, and I would get what they're saying. That being said, everybody voted for George Washington, and nobody had an issue with it. I'd get it if it was 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, 100 people. You telling me thousands of people voted for this man, and nobody was like, or 1,000 people voted, and nobody out of those thousands said there could be a better alternative. Either they're lying about that it wasn't 100% vote, or if they're telling the truth, something's up. And by the way, we know back then that they forced people and coerced people and made people even feel guilty, because you didn't have your ballot back then, or your ballot box and stuff back then. And even if you did, people would still bully you into telling them, hey, who did you vote for? How you doing, Tennessee? This is the stuff that It's right in front of our face. Sometimes I wish I was making this up. Sometimes I wish I was crazy, because then I'd be able to say, okay, let me walk around and stop looking at this stuff like this. Can I tell you something? Sometimes I get tense. Sometimes I get frustrated. Sometimes I be thinking I'm anxious. I actually was talking to a brother about this recently. Um, there's a lot of stuff that's always on my plate. Sometimes I go, and I don't think this is why I'm tense now in this moment, but sometimes I get tense or frustrated or anxious because it's hard walking around watching this stuff, looking at this stuff play out. And our people are just ignorant. And when I say our people, I'm talking about anybody who is trying to be in the word of Yah, right? Our people walking around ignorant of this. It gets tiresome sometimes, right? I'm like, oh, right. So I have to like legit compartmentalize everything I do, because somebody's gonna say or do or walk in a way that I know is something that they don't even realize. Somebody's gonna call me or contact me or say I did this or I spent my money on this or I did this, and I want to be like, man, right? Like even with the cryptocurrency stuff we were talking about recently, and I was telling people, man, I wish some of y'all had hung in there. Cryptocurrency went up to 68,000 per coin. Y'all saw it go down to 20 something thousand again and didn't believe that this thing that literally, now not all cryptocurrencies created equal. I get it. But a lot of this stuff like Ethereum and Bitcoin, the OG, of course, right? But a lot of altcoins outside of Bitcoin, XRP, Tron, a lot of stuff, all of it went up and everybody sold. Everybody got rid of it because you had no patience. And we were telling people, please, especially those who took class, please don't get rid of this stuff. This is stuff that is separate from the system. They can't track or trace it. They're getting mad and angry with people because they tried to lie. They even bought a bunch of it up themselves. Corporations bought it up and then put it in cold wallets, cold storage, cold wallets. Y'all know what cold wallets. Cold wallets are basically wallets that aren't connected to the system. You can disconnect it, carry your money around with you, right? And they literally disconnected it to make the price look like it was coming down even faster. And now the stuff is jumping up at record rates and to record heights, and people don't even know it. Do you know that people who swore that they were going to invest for their family, they don't even realize that happened. And meanwhile, when they're so busy talking about, oh, if it's not in my wallet, if it's not one of these cards right here, if it's not one of these cards that I carry in my wallet, and meanwhile, those cards you carry in your wallet, those are cryptocurrency too. They're just tracked by the government. What are you talking about? It's the same. It's the same game. But you think because it's for a real country, this is a corporation. A corporation is an artificial person. Every time you get paid, very few of you get paid with a check or get paid in cash, right? You get paid the same thing that the corporation gets paid. And by the way, the corporation has to ask permission from the Ashkenazi and from the Rothschilds and from others. They have to ask permission to have their money printed. Right? Which means that they're not in control of money anyways. And how in the world is it that some of you have had stuff that's literally, inflation has gotten so crazy that some of your stuff has gone up 200% in just 10 to 15 years? It's wild to me. I could live, and look, I get a single bedroom apartment, trying to do the single father thing, sleeping on the couch, children sleeping in the bedroom. But I could find a single apartment that wasn't trash, by the way. I find a single apartment, single bedroom apartment for 600. I lived in a house, even though I was living in a room in the house, but I lived in the house and had access to shower and kitchen and everything like that for 500. Now, there's some of y'all that's not even a fourth. That's not even high enough to be a fourth of what you pay monthly. And you don't think there's any reason to leave this corporation or make sure we start taking care of each other so that we don't have to have the same issues? You said your rates have tripled. I mean, yeah, it's getting crazy. Your rates triple, and the minimum wage in Virginia is still the same. 1,300 in the studio. Yeah, in DC, uh, Elder Alma and I were in the studio, whatever, in DC at one point. What was that, like 1,800? And then I think that crept up in a year's time, like 1,800 to where they was getting close to 2,100 or something like that. Something crazy in a year's time. I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to tell you, you're part of a beast. You're part of a system. The worldly laws. Hear what I'm saying? The worldly laws are not for your consent. Matter of fact, what is it called? With Wendy's was the first one. I don't know if all people have done this yet. I don't know if all people have done this yet. What is this? Or not all people, sorry. All fast food chains, all fast food corporations have done this as of yet. So please forgive me, but there's a I forget what it's called, but fast food restaurants now they don't charge you based off of what the food actually is worth. Yeah, how you doing, McDougall? Thanks for being part of the community. I forget what it's called, but it moves. So let's say you go to Wendy's, right? Peak prices and stuff. Yeah, it's something else too, though. But yeah, they do have peak, and then even matter of fact, even in metro stations, if you do WMATA, WMATA, the subway and the bus and everything, public transportation, most of it falls under WMATA. Now they got the trolleys and they got the little red buses too that belong to DC. But if you do the bus, WMATA and stuff like that, they got regular prices, and then when it's starting to get to rush hour, they call it peak prices, and then they call it peak of the peak prices. Who knows? There might be even more involved now. I haven't been, on the train outside of, doing it for the family to have a nice little excursion or something or experience it. You know, I don't, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody that does. I just, especially where I live, I don't really have access to all that or do that often, right? But they had those prices. They might probably got something in New York like that because they probably stole it from New York. I don't know. But anyway, either way you look at it, right? But they'll adjust the price at these. So let's say you go to Wendy's, and Wendy's, let's say it's Wednesday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, slow day, and you come up to the window. You're the only person at Wendy's, right? Or you come up to the place to make your order. You're the only person that's in line at all. Nobody's inside. Um, you might be able to get a burger for less than $1. You say, what? Less than $1? Yeah, you might be able to get a burger for less than $1. Wow. Okay, that's even though it's still not necessarily healthy food, like that's actually cheap enough to where it's worth me considering. Should I get everything from the store or should I just go to a fast food place? All right, but here's the alternative. Let's say it's Friday evening. Everybody's on their way home. Wendy's is filled up past capacity. Children are playing in the play area, right? People are outside, and the line is wrapped around the corner. You trying to get your food from Wendy's. Well, now that same 90-cent thing, it might cost you almost $4. And nobody, first of all, it's not that you don't care about it, it's that you don't even pay attention. Our heads are so far down that we live like this. I've talked about this a long time ago. When I've been blessed to go to other nations and other countries, a lot of people, they ask you for money and they beg and stuff, but some people, they get to a point to where they're just so into and this happens in the United States of America too. Don't get it twisted. I'm just telling you, being in the military with my family and other things and different things that we've done in our past, we've been blessed to be able to go different places. But in America, this happens all the time. You'll find somebody that has a handout, but they no longer put their hand out with their head up. Their head is down. They don't make eye contact with you. Even the people that walk from in between your cars, right? They're not making eye contact anymore. They're so beaten down, and they think of themselves as so far down, and you think of them as being, well, society thinks of them as being so far beneath us that they don't even want to look you in the eye because they think they're an automatic failure. So they walk around with their hands up, but their heads down. They're not even paying attention. And the system has beat the mess out of people so much that you'll go to a Wendy's and you'll never think to yourself, how did it go from 90 cents to $4 today? Not even see that extreme jump. How was I paying, and this is expensive, even for today, I'd say, but how was I paying $10 for a meal yesterday and now it's $15 for the same meal? How is it to feed my family today and just four or five of us? How does it cost me $60, $70? Because you're not even looking. This is the importance of making sure. So watch this. Back. See, so this is why you got to look at it through the proper lens. We're going through all these other people telling us this, that, the third. So Matthew 5:10. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, right lawful sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely. For what? For my sake, for the sake of righteousness, right? Lawful standing. And those times when that happens, rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. The prophets stood on righteousness. They stood for law. and people who are unlawful that come against you. See, even if you don't want to look at this as far as your belief system, I'm saying a lot of stuff that you do is modified. Just like you shouldn't have modified food, don't go buy a modified version because you're eating this too. When you go in front of and when you go into a courtroom, right? You're going to see above, you're going to see checkered floors a lot. You don't know the spiritual thought process of that. When you go into a courtroom, you're going to put your hand on the Bible. Now, technically, you could put your hand on the Bible or a Quran or something, as long as it's something, but they want you to have something spiritual, that you have something that they say is in tune in some sense with the Most High, so that you're going to have to swear, right? They're going to ask you for your name. What is your name? That's your authority. You don't know how law works. They're taking biblical principles and twisting it on you and then saying you gave up your right. Right? When you go into a courtroom, they're going to usually have some kind of light, and a lot of times a circular light. Sometimes if you're on the top floor, they'll even have it where you can see the sky above you. That's the same thing you're going to see at the Oscars. And you're going to see the same thing at the Oscars with the floor tonight. If they show it, or if you happen to be in the area, the floors will be checkerboard, right? You'll go on red carpet. You'll see a lot of blood. Now, they don't necessarily do red carpet, but when you come into a lot of court places, actually, they do have carpet that you have to walk across before you get checked in, before they check you, and they see if the metal detectors and all that stuff, and see if you have lighters and all that stuff, depending on what level they go to in your state or in your city or in your county. You got a lot of similarities, and you don't think twice. Justice is blind, right? The one that's blind, she looks just like Colombia, the modern ISIS. Is swearing lawful in the kingdom? Come on. It even says in the kingdom you shouldn't have to swear. Don't swear on your mom or your daddy, on somebody's grave, or foolishness. People do that all the time. Yahshua said in the Sermon on the Mount, don't do that. In the same chapter we're in. But anyways, so watch this. So Matthew 5:17. Think not that I am come to destroy what? The law. Wait a minute. This is where you get caught up. These worldly preachers are telling you to consent to lawlessness. And according to Romans, lawlessness is the same as carnality. The carnal mind is the lawless mind. Iniquity is on the opposite side of the law. If you're shaping in iniquity, you're shaping on the opposite side of law. Right? It's Sunday, right? People are going to be going to church. Some people have left early today to go ahead and make sure that they're ready for their church service or in their church service. And they're telling them straight up, be opposite of what this says. This is your Messiah. So they say this is their Messiah, their Christ. Their Christ says, don't think that I came here to destroy the law or the prophets. I am come not to destroy, but to fulfill. Now watch this. Your preachers will then lie to you, and they'll say, oh, see, this means that it's over, it's ended. No. See, this is when you got to have, right? And you got to see what I'm using. You can get the app, or you can use this online, blueletterbible.org, or you can get the Blue Letter Bible app. This is one of the simple ones to use, easy ones to use. I use it a lot just because it's real quick for me a lot of times. It's looking different for me today than it normally does because I've got everything blown up. So I'm actually having a little issue using it today. But prayerfully is getting the work done. I think you guys are getting what you need to see out of it. Right? Let's look up this word law. By the way, remember what I told you that law, right? Let's look up this word law. Law comes from the Greek word, by the way, nomos. Do you know what nomos means? Let's look up nomos. Some of you do because you've been with us long enough. Nomos is a word that means name, right? Also, you have to be careful too, because nomos can actually mean Nemo. So Nemo actually means name. If you look up Nemo, right, there's a spirit named Nemo. There's also a book about what is it, the sailor or the person over the submarine or the ship named Nemo, right? But it's nomos. Nomos, it means name. It occurs if you're dealing with the Greek text. It occurs how many times? It occurs 197 times in 158 verses. Yeah, and this one, since I got it coming out a little different, it's not going to give us exactly what I'm looking for, right? And it actually comes out, so the primary of it is Nemo. So nomos or nemos, right? It comes out of its original actually means especially food or grazing to animals. So even in a sense, you could say like part of the word name or authority is actually talking about what do I feed you? All right, I'm not sure if this is not really gonna give me what I want, but let's see if it'll get me closer to what I'm looking for. All right, here we go. Law. akin to Nemo, to divide out, distribute, primarily meant. So, so that's talking about Nemo. That's not talking about Nomos. Forgive me. But let's even use this. Okay, you ready? Akin to Nemo, to divide out, distribute, primarily meant that which is assigned, hence usage, custom, and then law. Law as prescribed by customs or by statute. The word ethos, custom, was retained for unwritten law, while nomos became the established name for law. So the ethos, or even ethics, if you want to keep going in that direction, right? Ethos, or what's ethical, really is customary. See why your culture matters, right? But was retained for unwritten law. The word ethos, custom, was retained for unwritten law. So if it's customary, we are led by a written law and we live by it enough to where it becomes what? Unwritten law. But the nomos, or name in the Greek, nomos, shem in Hebrew, sham, Shemitic in Hebrew, is talking about something that comes out of a name or an authority, right? But nomos in the Greek became the established name for law as decreed by a state, right? United States, right? The states are countries, right? So as decreed, established name for law as decreed by a state and set up as the standard for the administration of justice. So somebody's name, their nomos, their shem, their authority, somebody's name is akin to law. It is the same as law. You see, I was teaching that, and people get on here, oh no, you're teaching the wrong thing because you don't like it or you never heard it. Right? So first things first, right back here now to Matthew 5:17. Think not that I can come to destroy the law, the name. You want to hear that. But when I speak the name, whatever I law, that's why you say halt in the name of the king, the law. If the king has decreed it, his name is on it. You see? So if it's lawful, we got to figure out what name spoke that thing, whose authority is on there. Whatever your child is named, you have already decided what that child's law over their life is going to be. This is why we got to get back to the original. This is why we can't keep messing around with this too much. Right? The law. And forgive me, I know I'm missing a bunch of comments today. I'm sorry. The setup's a little different and it's in the dark, and I got a lot of stuff going on so you guys can see it, and therefore it makes it actually harder for me to see it. So please forgive me. Right? Hopefully y'all are getting this. I apologize. This is more even lecture than it normally is. I apologize. I'm sorry. We'll have a Q&A on Thursday. So if you guys want to kind of bring some of this stuff back up on Thursday, please feel free to. And the Q&A on Thursday will actually work really well too, because Wednesday is going to be our first day of removing the leaven. So Thursday will be the next day. So, okay, thank you, babe. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I see some of this stuff from time to time, but I got to do weird stuff with my position in my head and everything. And forgive me. Let me get a drink of water real quick, and then we'll continue. We won't be on here too much longer, but I'm just trying to show you this stuff, right? That worldly laws are not for your consent. Now watch this. If you could explain what I'm explaining before the judge, before the community, they're supposed to protect this under your religious right. Correct? Constitutionally, what's the First Amendment Constitution? Freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of... Come on, somebody, right? I'm just right. If this is what it's supposed to be, if it's really constitutional, remember I just told you, right, that as somebody who's a veteran, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we take that? No. Here it is. I, Kofi Ofori, do and did already solemnly swear to affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. There's no more a better veteran than the veteran who's willing to defend the constitutional rights of those, whether it's foreign enemies trying to take it away or domestic. Yeah, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? But I can't get to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness if you won't defend my religious right. You'll have me bow down to this, but you won't defend my religious right. I'm just saying, come on, somebody, right? I'm just saying, it don't make sense. Not for me. Not for me. right? I'm this. Okay. So this corporation got you messed up. So watch this. So we just talked about this word right here, right? Matthew 5:17. Um, on this way, the way I have it set up right now, I guess because of the setup I'm using for you guys to see it, I can't click on the stuff the way I want to. So use your own um, concordance if you get a chance to make sure that I'm telling you the truth on some of this stuff, right? I get it. Like I'm trying to click on the stuff, but it's not there. But some of the stuff is still tracking the way that we need it to. Thank you, Holy Spirit, right? Watch this. Verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law, the name. Right? Keep his name, right? When the Bible says, even in Exodus chapter 20, talking about the 10 Commandments, right? That you should not take his name in vain, right? It's also talking about, first of all, don't make his name empty or just something that's tossed to the wind or like a vapor. Remember that word vanity? We talked about it yesterday and the day before. Vanity literally can mean like a vapor. So you can walk through a vapor. You can make it real easy to walk through. So it can be positive to where it says some things you should look at in a vain manner, like those arguments you having with your spouse over this, that, or whatever. That's vain. That's a vapor. Walk through that. But there's some things we shouldn't just walk through casually, like the law or the name. So when you take his name in vain, what you're saying is that you're making it like it's nothing. In fact, many people don't use it. In fact, many people say he has many names. It doesn't matter what name you call him. Lie. Do not take, right? Think not. Yehoshua says, do not think that I am come to destroy the name. Name is synonymous with law. Because whoever speaks the law, you got to know if their name, their authority is authorizing it. And thank you for the love. Appreciate it. If their name doesn't authorize it, right? If they don't have an authorized name, if you try to get into heaven, but your name's not in the book of life, you're not authorized, are you? If you try, look, some of y'all, let's put it to the worldly days. If you try to go to the club, I don't care if it's free before 11, I don't care if it's free for all women, but you can't prove that you have a name or an authority or you're of age. If you try to go to the club and you don't have the right shoes and socks on, right? If you try to get in the club and it's supposed to, and they already said that your name or your picture is something that they're looking for, that you're not supposed to get out, then you don't get to get in that piece. It's like Chris Brown said, a lot of these cats that can't even get the club, they're the ones that arguing. I don't know why you arguing about the club and that or whatever. You can't even get in. But we're listening to people that cannot get in to the club because they don't have the right name, the right law that they're protected by. Remember, law doesn't give rights, it protects rights. Your name that's given to you is not for you to give your name to everybody. Your name that's given to you is for your name to protect you from everybody. This is why if my people, oh my greatness, come on, Holy Spirit. I didn't know we were going any of these places. Look, if my people means nation, if my nation that is called by my Shem, my nomos, my name, called kletos, meaning invited, if my people who are invited in by my authority would humble themselves and pray, right? If my people who are called by my law, because my law is attached to my name. Are you catching it? We got to stop letting this church influence thing, this cirque influence thing mess you up. Think not that I am come to destroy the name, the law, or the prophets who did what? Spoke according to the law or the name. I am come not to destroy, but to, what's that word? Fulfill. All right, let's look at this word, fulfill. Like I said, I'm having a problem with opening up the part that says definitions for you guys. But let's look up this word, fulfill. Fulfill. I might have to look somewhere else because we're having a real problem. Yeah, it's not letting me do the, oh, okay, it is. Okay. Okay, amen. All right, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, see, it looks different to me because of the view thing. Sorry. All right, so watch this. So this is what? Fulfill. Now, this is the Greek transliteration, right? But this is the word fulfill, okay? And this word fulfill, it says to make replete, to cram, level up, all right? Level up, a hollow, or figuratively, to furnish. That means to put it in the house, right? To furnish, right? Imbue, diffuse, influence, satisfy, execute, finish. Watch this though. A period or task, not to where nothing else happens. Verify or coincide with a prediction. Verify, which means what? Or coincide with a prediction. Somebody predicted that this was going to happen, and so therefore somebody's coming to what? Verify it. Right? Our faith is Hebrews 11:1. Faith is the faith. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. It also means what? To accomplish. Does that look like, right? After or be complete. After or be complete, end, expire, right? Fill up, fulfill, be, make, full, complete. Fully preach, even. Wait a minute. Even fully preach it, perfect it, or even to supply it. Now we can say, yeah, we saw a couple words in here that mean end, but clearly Christ is not saying that he only came to stop the law and then turns around and tells you about the 10 commandments when he's asked what's the greatest of all commandments. Deuteronomy 6:4 is what he quotes. And then he puts the neighbor with it. Therefore, you get the first 4 laws and the next 6 after that. So obviously, when Christ says, I came not to destroy, but I came to fulfill, does to cram mean to fulfill? Does to use us to level up mean to fulfill? Does to furnish mean to, or to mean, sorry, to end? This is what they say. So we can see some of these words mean to end. But let's look at this. To replete doesn't mean to end it, right? Literally to cram into something. Like a net doesn't mean to complete it. Matter of fact, there's a scripture that says the kingdom of heaven is like a net that's thrown out and things are drug in. Obviously, that doesn't mean to be ended. Level up doesn't mean to end. That just means go to another level. Figuratively, to furnish, right? To put inside of something, to influence something, to diffuse something. Nope, that doesn't mean to end. Satisfy, that doesn't mean it comes to an end. Execute, but what? Execute an office. Well, that doesn't mean to end. Finish, except, wait a minute, finish a period or task. So when I finish a task, does that mean there's no other task? Nope. That doesn't mean to end. Verify or coincide with a prediction, right? Like somebody prophesies something and here comes the manifestation to prove the prophecy correct. Is that, no, that doesn't mean to end. Now here we can say to be complete. Sure, we finally got to one. To even to end. Okay, so that's part of the definition. Even to expire. But has Christ expired? Nope, so we can't really say that. No, we can't really use that one. Fill up. I guess you could say fill up, but isn't there something called overflow? Okay, so we can't really talk about filling it up means it's over. To fulfill, obviously, right? To be, to make, to full, right? Or to come, to fully preach. That doesn't mean to end. It just means to fully preach it. To perfect it. That doesn't mean to end it. That just means to make sure it's perfect when done. To supply it. That doesn't mean it's ended. That means we're supposed to give it out. So wait a minute. So Christ never says, well, wait a minute. All the preachers are saying, because they can't have us, because they've been teaching the wrong thing. And when you bring it up, they got to tell you in Matthew 5:17, oh yeah, that means it's over. But no, that's not what fulfill means at all. Why are we giving consent to this still? Like, why are we still giving consent to this? This foolishness. Like to this mindset that says that we can literally, even in the Greek, we can look it up real quick and see what you're saying is a lie. Or it might be a half truth, but that makes it a whole lie. Come on, Yehoshua put Yehovah's laws into effect, perform fully in perfection. That's just using some of it, right? And if you say he ended anything, well, he ended a mindset of what? What is he even using this in the Sermon on the Mount? The Beatitudes that came before it. Blessed are those that are poor in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to you. They told you the kingdom doesn't belong to you. I'm going to show you perfect law. I'm going to show you how to live it so that the kingdom belongs to you, and you don't have to do that. In that old mentality, the kingdom belongs to you. Why are we not seeing it in context? Why are we just using it where somebody's trying to use one verse to try and destroy what the Most High has put out, when the Most High said that he didn't send his son, and his son himself said he didn't come to destroy anything, especially what the Most High has named or made law, or even what the prophets named and lived by in the law. He didn't come to destroy it. He came to fulfill it. That's word, right? Now, once again, if you're going to argue it, you have to argue it by lying at this point, because you can't tell me that in the Greek it means it's over. You can't tell me, right? Or maybe you're parroting what somebody says, but I just showed you, right? The same thing that your preachers supposedly went to school and are using themselves. When they get ready for their study and they're going in depth and all this stuff, this is what supposedly they're using to tell you what the word and its origin. That's not even in its origin, but at least further back was supposedly what they got this from, what the English got from the French to the Latin to the Greek, and the Greek supposedly got from the Hebrew. All right, well that's what they said in the Greek. That's what they said it meant. If you're going to argue about it, you're arguing about it because you're lying or you're arguing on behalf of a lie. You got to ask yourself, is it more important to win at this point and be right? Or is it less important to be right and more important to be righteous? Because right people don't get into the kingdom of heaven, but righteous people do every time. Come on, somebody. You hear what I'm saying? You hear me fine? All right. Verse 18. For verily I say unto you, now here's the next part, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle. Jot, by the way, is the most minuscule of measurements here. I know jot, you think of the letter, and tittle, you think of the letter J and the dot, or the letter I and the dot, or the T and the cross, what goes across that line like this, and the line that goes across. But the original words say what? One jot or tittle. These translate to the most minuscule of measurements, or even the yao, the handwriting is written in. So for verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, should not the most minuscule of measurements, because every Hebrew character has a number attached to it, and not even the yao, the handwriting is written in, shall in no wise pass from the law. It shouldn't change. If it's changing up, right? You got 7,000 new versions coming out. If it's changing up, that is unlawful. If it's unlawful, it's unclean. If it's unclean, then it's sinful. Am I saying you can't read any version of the Bible except what we read, blah, blah? No, what I'm saying is that you're going to have to learn at some point the origin and stop letting people tell you that the culture and origin of something doesn't matter. How dare you be in the kingdom and say what the king originally said doesn't matter? Because you don't care about his name. You don't care about his law. You don't care about his nomos. You don't care about his shem. You don't even think about the fact that if you're going to be a pastor, which comes from the word pasture, meaning that you have to be of shepherds who are over sheep of the pasture, right? That's why the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. Right? The pastor, he's supposed to be Shemitic, or at least grafted into the culture of Shem. Why? Because Shem's name actually means authority. Shem's name actually means name. Shem's name actually means law. Of course, those who are Shemitic would keep the law and make sure that those who are the sheep of them, my sheep know my voice. Those who are under that voice, they will follow the voice of the one who is the guardian of the sheep, not the one who comes in, who's the thief, who can only get in, who comes in and sneaks in and stuff. But the pastor, he only comes in and out through the door. He's got to be Shemitic, and then if you're Shemitic, then you can become Hebraic. If you become Hebraic, then you can become from Abraham. Once you become a child of Abraham, then we can start talking about if you're of the promise of Isaac. Once you're of the promise of Isaac, then we can start talking about whether or not you were actually Israel. Then once you become an Israelite, now we can talk about if you're beloved. David's name means beloved. And if you can talk about beloved, now we can start talking about if you come into a place to where you were talking about Yehoshaphat and being part of his family. His name matters. His law matters. What these things matter. And if you're not grafted into it, or if you're not originally of it, or even if you're originally of it and don't follow it, what is the point? Stop destroying the law or trying to destroy the law in the name, or even what the prophets did and saying it's not important. He didn't come to destroy these things. He came to enact them. He came to put them into effect. For verily, truly, he said unto us, till heaven and earth pass, should not one minuscule measurement or even the way it's written be changed from the name, from the law, from the shem, from the nomos, till all be fulfilled. So he's saying, I'm coming to fulfill the law to show you how to fulfill everything. Then once everything is fulfilled, right, it's not important just that he fulfills the law. He's showing you how to do the law, because if you fulfill the law in every aspect of your life, then everything will be fulfilled. And once everything, right? And we got to learn this. Now, anybody, watch this. This is your Bible. Read your Bible. It'll bless you. You say you believe in this. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments. How many of them? One. This means purposefully, on purpose, right? You know better, but you're going to still break it. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Verse 20, for I say unto you that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness, your right lawful standing shall exceed that of the scribes and the Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. If you are on the level, now what's the key? Because you'll say, well, the Pharisees and Sadducees were supposed to be our leaders, and the scribes supposed to be our leaders. Time out. The Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes of those days, they're Hellenistic Jews. They're people who are trying to give Caesar his due and his pleasure and stuff like that. They're trying to do these things, right? So if you are not realizing enough to where you can't tell a false preacher. See, we always talk about the false preacher. Sure, the false preacher narrative is important because we must recognize that the false preacher has a responsibility and accountability. But if you say you're in the word and you're in your research and you're studying and you're doing what Yah says to do, and you can't tell the difference between somebody that's just trying to get you to give money only, or somebody who's just trying to make you feel great, but never actually do anything for your life, or somebody who won't even check in on you, or somebody doesn't have any community set up, or somebody who won't, right? If you can't tell the difference between who Yah wants to be in your life and to bless your family, to bless your community, and somebody else. Hello, Garden. Is that your way of saying hello? I'll start off with hello there for you. Secondly, where did Jesus? I don't worship Jesus. Jesus is half man, half Zeus. Somebody wrote that in the scripture. I don't do stuff that's wrote and I do original. Number two. So number one, we should start off with treating each other as human beings. Number two, we should start off with actually, talking about who Yahushua is. Like, God is not a Hebrew thing. God is somebody else's culture. There's a difference between a Netzer and a Euregia and a deist and a deity and certain spirits and Anansi and Onyang Kapon, et cetera, right? So you're talking about things that aren't even necessarily of our culture, number one. Number two, do you know how to spell Elohim in Hebrew characters? You say Elohim. If you don't, let me help you out. It is Aleph, Lamed, He, Yad, Mem, literally meaning the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are leading us in the water, blood, and spirit. That's his title. If you know how to spell out Yahweh in characters correctly, not spell out, excuse me, because we don't believe in spells, we believe in characters. So if you know how to you make sure that the characters come together for Yahweh, his name, that would be Yad, He, Vav, He, literally meaning the Father's hand through the Holy Spirit reveals the Son who will be nailed for us, and therefore we'll have access to the Holy Spirit again. If you're going to therefore talk about Yahweh is love, or God is love, as you would say, Yahweh Achaba, which is love, is Father through the Holy Spirit, is Aleph, He, Bet, He, meaning the Father through the Holy Spirit reveals the Son who comes out the right family, who will give us the Holy Spirit again. Now, if you say Yahweh Achaba, or what you call God is love, that means that the Father's hand through the Holy Spirit is leading us to the water, the family. The Son who comes out the right family, who'll be nailed, keeping the family in place, allowing us now to have access to the Holy Spirit, and we give Yah praise. That's by character, right? You probably don't know the characters. So first things first, I'm not looking at the English version of it only. That's a version. And we should have versions to only come out of versions. We should look for origins, right? We should look for origins first and foremost. If we know the origin of it, then it's not that difficult to have this conversation. Secondly, when he says that, therefore, if you know that Elohim literally means, right? Matter of fact, even Barashat, which is the word for Genesis, you use Genesis because you speak in Latin and Greek. You don't know that, right? But let me help you out. Genesis is not actually the scroll's name, and in the beginning is not actually the words that they would have used to start. The word that they use to start Genesis and the word for Genesis, if you will, are both Barashat. Barashat meaning in beginning, but also by characters. It would be 6 characters: Bet, Aleph, Resh, Shin, Yad, Tav, meaning the Son who comes out the right family, who's one with the Father, becomes our head, being destroyed by being led by the Holy Spirit to the Tav, or to the cross, or to the last character of the Aleph Bet, which means you have to know Psalm 119 and know what those characters mean to read Psalm 119 to even get the reference point. So the first word that's used by Moshe or Moses, the very first word that's used is literally trying to tell you, be ready for the Son who comes out of the right family, who's one with the Father, who becomes our head, being destroyed, being led by the Holy Spirit to the cross. That's the first word, right? That's also why John chapter 1, verse 1 is starting off with Barashat, in beginning. That's why it says, in the beginning was the Word. Word also translates to the Son, because the Word is the same as Christ. Right? You just keep reading John chapter 1, you'll find that out for yourself. That same word is also the light, right? And John, the Revelator, or John the Baptist, he came to bear witness of that light. He is not the light. So when you read it, you'll read it as this: If you read Barashat, in the beginning was the bit, or the son who comes out of the right family, the word. And the word was with Elohim, the word was with Aleph, bit Aleph, the first two characters of Barashat, right? Bit Aleph. And the word was Elohim, right? Barashat. Now, what is the first verse of the Bible? You read it as, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. We would read it originally as Barashat, Barak Elohim Achamayam Aratz, meaning what? That Barashat, in beginning, right? The son who comes out of the right family, who's one with the Father, becomes our head, being destroyed by being led by the Holy Spirit to the cross. Bara was able to come into creation because what? Elohim, he is Elohim. Elohim meaning what? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit leading us in the water, blood, and spirit. So when I read those characters and read those words in character, not spell them out to do witchcraft, but when I read them in the actual character, keeping the actual culture of what they mean, it means something completely different to me than it does to you because you're not in the culture. So when you come to me with a silly question, it's not even silly. It's silly to those that are in the kingdom, at least those who can read this stuff. So when you come to me, that question is kind of silly. It's kind of weird. It's kind of off-putting. It's something that is like blasphemous, because if you know how to put words together with proper character, and you know what they mean, and you know how to speak them, why would you be listening to somebody try to tell you that Yehoshua never said that he was in fact God? Because we don't use God, we use Elohim. And if Yehoshua said he's one with Abba, and therefore saying he's one with Elohim, right? If he then he's saying literally that he is. That's why they call him blasphemous. You know, the word blasphemy literally means, in our culture, in the original context, it literally means, when we're talking about something that's blasphemous, you're saying that you are the Most High. You're saying that you can forgive as the Most High can forgive. And you're saying that whatever you speak is if the Most High spoke it himself. So if he's blasphemous by definition, right, it can't change. If they said that he's blasphemous for saying that he's the Most High, right, then it can't be that if he says that he's one with the Father, right, and they're saying it's blasphemous, and then they say that they took it, they wanted to put him on the cross because of that, and he said that they put him on the cross for the wrong reason. We can't change up what's blasphemous or not. Either he was blasphemous because he said that he was. That's when they say he's blasphemous, right? You can't change it up. You can't say that Christ never said he was blasphemous, and then others kept saying he was blasphemous because of what he said. Either either they thought he was blasphemous because he kept saying, "I and the Father are one," or that I can forgive in the same manner the Father can, or he even goes to another level. If you think it's blasphemous that I said that I forgive his sins, watch this. And then he heals the man on top of that during the service in the temple, or was it the synagogue? One of them, right? Forgive me, I could be wrong on that part. If they're saying he's blasphemous for that, then it can't be he never said that he said it. You know what I'm saying? Well, once again, that's worldly views, worldly laws. They are not for our consumption. They are not for our consent. I don't consent to that because he never did. You got to ask yourself, why are you trying so hard? Once that's brought to you, and that's plain as a nose on your face, you got to ask yourself, why are you fighting against what's actually said in Scripture? It's hidden in plain sight. This is why you have to know, right? Your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of right lawful standing of who? The scribes and the Pharisees. Those who are writing this stuff out and those who say they have a right to lead you. Amen. We kept on that job. Praise God. Okay, all right. So let's get ready to take our leave. Time is up. We gone longer today, but time is pretty much up. I know sometimes we can even go an hour longer than this. I promise you I won't keep you that much longer. Praise God. All righty. So back to Matthew 22. Right? Matthew 22. All the stuff they're doing with Baphomet, keeping these laws up, trying to get you and I to be out of pocket, right? Not realizing that you're trying to get into the goat worship and the moon worship and the Ishtar worship, and you have fallen angels that you're trying to go ahead, and even somebody was talking about earlier, the building of the pyramids and yada 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 and all this stuff. And the pyramids, they're not even necessarily built by the dynasties that you guys say that they are. Matter of fact, going back to what I was talking about Ramses earlier, for the person who was busy telling me about this stuff, you know, Ramses lied and said that he built stuff that his father actually built, or that his grandfather actually built. There were projects that were still being built from somebody that his family, because Ramses didn't get it through bloodline. There was a guy, the last of the dynasty before Ramses' dynasty, the guy passed away. He had no legit heir, so he made Ramses' grandfather, I believe, the Pharaoh, and then his grandfather didn't last too long, and his father got on there. His father didn't last as long, especially not as long as Ramses did, and then so he became the next one up. And then he lied and said, "Oh yeah, he had the stuff crossed out." We know this for a fact. We found evidence of it that he lied and he said, "Yeah, he did this." He lied and said that he had victories he didn't have. He lied whenever anybody conquered him. Could it be possible, therefore, that even though we have evidence that Israel is actually mentioned on Kemetic stones, Kemetic walls, Kemetic pyramids, Kemetic temples, etc., could it be possible, therefore, that he could easily have erased anything that said that he lost, even to the Most High? Of course, it could. Right? Why would we stop there? It's really odd that we just now can I say with 100% surety that he did? Of course not. But can I say it's a possibility? Yes, because he did it. Anyways, so we'll allow all this stuff. We're so busy and not realizing that even fallen angels, right, are responsible for showing you a lot of stuff that you might be trying to worship and you're supposed to leave alone because it was never supposed to be revealed. Just like there's certain tongues in heaven that are not supposed to ever make their way outside of heaven. Paul tells you this, that he knew tongues that he was told he was never supposed to utter. John tells you this in Revelation when it says that he heard tongues and language and stuff being spoken in the thunder, and he was told, and he started to write it down like he was writing everything else down. And the angel said, "Don't write that down. It's not for them." Right? Like any preacher can tell you, you might get a word, and when you get this thing, it might not be for everybody. There's some things like that I get that I recognize about this. You might even hear me stumble sometimes where I'm pausing because sometimes I'm asking, am I really supposed to say that to them, or is that something I got to study for, or is that something that I need to get for myself, or is that something that my family might need, but that might not be for everybody. That might be something just for my wife and I. Right? There's numbers of stuff. There's certain wow. Uh, I need to get some walnuts in my life. I've been pausing a lot more than what I like. Um, there's certain monuments, if you will, that we're looking for, milestones that we're supposed to reach that my wife and I know that none of y'all know because it's not for you. Right? So there's a lot of stuff that you guys are sitting up here and be like, oh, this and that, and blah, blah, and everything, and not realizing that fallen angels help build a lot of this stuff. Fallen angels showed you, by the way, they didn't show you all makeup, but fallen angels showed you certain things with makeup that you weren't supposed to know, that weren't supposed to be done to your face. I didn't say every single thing in makeup, but there's certain things. Read the book of Enoch. For those of you who believe in the book of Enoch, read the book of Enoch. There's certain things that shouldn't be done to your face, and that fallen angels started telling you to do. Is everything the fallen angels tell you to do bad? No, some of the things like how to farm and certain things, but there's other types of stuff in there that if you look at it, it's kind of evil, it's kind of wicked. You shouldn't be doing it. And so you look at some of these great, huge things that were built, and nobody can explain it. And now it's got to be Anunnaki, and everything's got to be alien. And everybody, hold on, time out, time out, time out, time out. And all this stuff that you talking, time out now. And all this stuff that you talking, they're fallen angels. Obviously, not everything they do is righteous. Time out, time out, time out. No, no, wait. They're fallen angels. They like the daughters of men. They lusted. Is that not coveting? Why are you trying to be like them? No, no, no. Time out, time out, time out, time out. They're fallen angels. Did they not have to possess people's bodies so that they could go ahead and be with these daughters of men? Sometimes even possess the fathers of these daughters' bodies so that they could take the daughters of men, not necessarily always marry them, but sometimes even force them to lie down or force them under a false premise, lie about who they were, take on somebody else's body, become something they're not supposed to be. Yeah, they fell for a reason. Matter of fact, read the book of Enoch. They made a pact. I forget what the exact word is called, but they made a pact. I think it's in Enoch chapter 6. I could be off a little bit on that, but they made a pact together. They said, hey, there was a guy there was one of the angels who wanted to go down. He said, before I go down, look, y'all want to go down there with me. I know some of y'all do. He said, but I'm not going down there by myself. So if I go down there, we're going to go down together, but let's make a pact. All of us will sign it. All of us basically agree to it. We'll agree. We'll put our name on it. We'll put our authority. We'll speak life into it. We'll say, we all agree in this thing. Let's go down together. I can feel fallen angels getting mad at me now when I'm preaching it to you because they recognize that it was wrong. And they recognize they can't get anything back from it. All they can do is be in line with the Satan and hope that they can drag as many of y'all with them as they can. The devil messed around in Revelation chapter 12. It tells you that he took a third of the stars with him. What is a star? A star is an angel. A star is a messenger. Took a third of the messengers of heaven. That's what it says. A third of them. One third, one out of every three of angels. It shouldn't surprise you that so many men are wicked when one third out of every angel is out here doing some wickedness like that. And you're falling for the okie doke, trying your best to make it all right, trying your best to look at everything through their prism. It's not through their prism. Got you out here worried about medicine, modern medicine, and you don't know nothing about herbs. Got you talking about it's okay to be, forgive me, I'm just going to call it what it is, trans. Y'all like it when Cat Williams talks about it, fine. I'll say it the way Cat Williams said. Isn't he the one that told you that the first place he ever heard about transgender was when he was reading about Baphomet and how you had to give Baphomet an offering, including many of it you had to go ahead and you had to, literally kiss their behind. It's even more egregious or more disgusting than what I just said, but I'll just leave it at you had to kiss their behind. Right? Y'all like it when Cat says it, so I'll say it the same way that he said it. He ain't saying nothing different, right? But he said that's the first. He said it was never surprising to him to hear about transgender community because he said that this is deeper than just what you think it is. This is deeper than just somebody who's trying to add something on top and have a phallus on the bottom. And by the way, have you ever thought about the fact that you don't even think about, a lot of y'all, even though it exists, a lot of y'all don't even think about the reverse, where it's the sisters who are getting rid of what's on top and trying to get something on the bottom. Most of y'all only focus on this. Don't even think it's important to be masculine or feminine by law. Hey yo, as they would say, as the youth would say, right? That the youths would say, hey yo, don't even think it's important. Don't even bring it up. Oh wow, I'm sorry, I missed what you said earlier, Sheena. You said the building manager had that on the door. Hey yo, right? When they got the soda, you got to ask yourself now, man. See, I got to be careful. It's for educational purposes only, righteousness purposes only. Don't run with this. I'm making it a point to say this. We're not out here saying because somebody is LGBTQ plus, they're automatically trying to do wicked and lascivious things. We're just talking about there's a spirit. Okay, making that clear. All right. We don't believe in LGBTQ plus stuff as far as our culture. We're not out here telling you that we demand people's heads and foolishness like that. Okay. I'm just, if you feel like that, you might need to be with somebody else. That's not where I'm at. I'm just trying to show you the spirit of things. Okay. But well, watch this. Here's that hey yo moment. Hey yo moment. All right. When you looking at all this stuff, I'm just throwing something out there, right? Educational purposes only. You go down the rabbit hole for yourself. This is a rabbit hole, by the way, that many of you better be prayed up for. And if you're not prayed up for it, you're not ready for it, or you might even want to talk to somebody who's gone down this rabbit hole before and see if you can go down this rabbit hole. Because what I'm about to tell you is not for everybody. This will mess up some of y'all. All right. I'm being honest. Some people don't believe it. What I'm about to tell you, I'm trying to tell you, guard your gates. If you have, be honest with yourself, research it or ask people who've gone down this rabbit hole I'm about to tell you about. If you're not ready for this, this can really mess you up. I'm talking about this can mess you up for weeks. I'm talking about some of you for years might not ever be able to like walk the streets without being nervous or being thinking that somebody's after you or your child or your spouse ever again. All right, I'm just being honest with you now. Okay, so what I'm about to tell you, what you said some people are aware of evil and want to deceive others to follow. All right, so for those that are on here, I'm trying to tell you, I'm just trying to help you out with something. Okay, all right. So you don't have to go down this rabbit hole. What did Pastor Kofi just say? You don't have to go down this rabbit hole. Matter of fact, if you're not ready for it, you should not. And if you say, how do I know if I'm ready? I'm even willing, if you want, reach out to me, text me back and forth. Let's have a 5-minute conversation real quick. I will tell you straight up if you're ready for this or not. Oh, here he is trying to say he more hope. No, I'm trying to tell you, I've been down this rabbit hole, and had I been a little weaker, I don't even know if I was strong enough. I'm just being honest. Had I been a little weaker, I don't know if I ever would have talked about some of this stuff ever again. Okay. All right. Just being honest with you. It took a lot out of me. Okay. All right. When you're talking about Baphomet, if you look at a lot of these so-called serial thrillers, we'll call them that for the sake of not getting in trouble. All right. A lot of these people who are on that raise who like to do that raisin brand thrill, if you will. Okay. All right. All right. If you're somebody who studies them, research, I'm talking about deep dive study. All right. All of them dealing with this. Am I this or am I this? It's gonna be, I'm not talking about somebody who just committed one. I'm not talking about somebody that just it was like a one-time thing, blah blah. Maybe it happened to be more than one. I'm telling you, if you into that raisin, people who are into that raisin brand thriller stuff, all day, every day. I promise you. Be upset with me, mad at me if you want. I promise you. Okay, so for example, I'm gonna try my best to be surface level, right? I'm gonna try my best to be surface level. Serial offers. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna try my best to stay surface level. Okay. A lot of them are forced when they're boys by their mothers or fathers or both to dress like girls. Okay. I'm just trying. Look, I'm trying to tell you, there's a lot of stuff in here, and nobody want to talk about it. Okay. Right. What are you consenting to? Okay. When a lot of them, when they're growing up, maybe their fathers tell them that they can't stand women of the night. And then they hang around their fathers. Sometimes their fathers can't have them be watched by anybody else late at night, and they'll go with their father and they see their father. Wait a minute, their father that says that all women of the night are evil actually is doing stuff with women of the night, and they have a conflicting thing for the rest of their life, and they start hating women, but at the same time having this weird fascination with men because they love their father and their father was excellent and their father was the only one in their lives. He was this great person, but yet somehow, some way, their father had this attraction to something that was bad and it messes with them. Not once. I'm not talking about one time. I'm not talking about once. I'm telling you, I was watching. It still shows up. If you were to see my YouTube news feed, my personal one, that stuff still shows up with like regularity. Because for about 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, I was like watching almost nothing but that for I had to like cut it off. Because I was like, this is starting to like permeate my spirit, right? I had to, obviously I wouldn't just not watch nothing at all. I mean, I might have something that could easily take me right off it or bounce me off or read something real quick or get in the sun or spend time with the family, whatever, right? So I had stuff like that, spending time with family, things of that nature that could really help me to kind of bounce out of it. But I promise you, like when I say I was in that thing for a minute, I'm talking about waking up to it, going to sleep, looking for scriptures on it, seeing other belief systems on it, not just looking for American versions of it, seeing what they did in Japan, China, Africa, South America, et cetera, right? Like, and I'm trying to tell you, it all stems or is connected in some way, usually to this. The guy who was the Zodiac thriller, they never found him, but he messing with stuff and he messing with children and women and men. Right. The guy in I'm trying to just stay surface level. I'm gonna stop after this because I can't help it. But after this, I'd have to really start getting into some really in-depth stuff. And we don't. I'm serious. A lot of people aren't ready for that. I'm being honest as I'm talking about it. I feel it. Like I was entrenched in it too much, probably. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say probably. I was too deep. Even stuff like I'm trying to remember the name. I just saw him. I was actually showing him to my wife. Like he popped up on my feed, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I know all about this guy." He was a guy in Cali. I forget what his name was. There were like a few of them at the same time, but this one guy, he was in Cali, and they actually like tag team with each other. They would meet up with each other and help each other out. Like people partner for stuff. They would have foreign partnerships. It was wild. But anyways, and he was doing this thing with little girls basically, and then whenever he would actually get angry, and they would have like these town hall meetings, and he would get angry because somebody in the town hall meeting, they didn't even know he was actually in the town hall meetings, but nobody knew who he was. and he would show up, and somebody in the town hall meeting would be like, you know what? If F him, if he ever come and he mess with my daughter, I'm a blah, 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 blah. And then he'd show up to their house and do stuff to him and to his wife, and then, off them. Right. Like, I mean, and then he traveled to another city and he did it there. Then he got married. And this happens with a lot of them where they get married or something like that. They get in a relationship, they have children and stuff, and then they actually calm down to where they only do it a little bit or they don't do it at all. And then when the marriage or the situation becomes rocky or they lose it, then they go right back and they go heavy again. And then he got heavy again. They still didn't catch him. And then they only caught him through DNA. When DNA got better, they went back and they opened up. They stopped some of the cases being cold cases. They opened them back up. And then they used the DNA evidence. And then they were able to not find him out, but find like some prisoner that was attached to him in some kind of way. And then they were able to find out the relationship and they got him and locked him up. I'm telling you, and it's this. You might not like my bringing it up. I'm trying to tell you, it's this. This used to be considered to be a mental illness. I'm just telling you, right? There's a reason why you see videos. Please forgive me. I know it's not all. I'm making the point to say that again. I know that there are some people who deal with LGBTQ plus stuff, and you're not, and this is not you. I get it. I get it. All right. That you're not doing the stuff that I'm saying. I'm saying there's a spirit that you should be careful of, right? This is why you'll see stuff that says we're coming for your children. Singing about it. This is why you'll see a flag as people are marching, and on the flag, as you're only focused on the colors. I see you, baby. Yeah, right. And on the flag, while you see on the colors, you're just focused on the colors. You don't read sometimes the stuff that's across the colors. Stuff like, matter of fact, right? Let me just show you. We'll see if I can find it. I think I should be able to be successful. Let me see. I hope I can. I've showed it to y'all before. It's been a while though. No, okay, that's not. I put the wrong thing in. There's a march that they're doing. Let me see. There's a march that they're doing, and it says something specific about Jesus on it. Let's see. Okay, I might have to change if I find it. Okay, I'm not finding it. Who knows? Maybe they took it down. But it's something, it's a flag. It's a flag that basically there's one flag on there that has written across it that they worship Satan, and there's another flag on there that basically says that and once again, there's a difference between Jesus and Yahshua. I get it. But there's another flag that says like Jesus is.
I saw the flag on the first page. They have like a Jesus, like a white Jesus on there.
No, not with the white Jesus on there. It says something specific. Yeah, they had the flags with the white Jesus on it and stuff. I'm looking for. It's a group of people marching. They're holding the flag, and it's got certain. I can't remember the exact sentence on it, but something like, we worship, or Jesus is all right with this, or we worship Jesus, or Satan is our Jesus, something like that. Yeah, I'm not going to find it today. I mean, this is an interesting one. I don't know if this one's real or not, though. Sometimes they be writing stuff in, but this looks like it could have been. Yeah, it looks like somebody inscribed this on there, but maybe not, because I got the contrast thing going, right? I don't even remember how to get the contrast to change back. I might have to change the contrast. Let me see. Yeah, somebody could have put that on there. I'm not sure. But let me keep looking though. I won't look too long. If I find it, maybe I'll post it another time or something. Right. And you see, of course, There goes the star. By the way, you guys know there's no such thing as the Star of David, right? Whenever you see the Star of David, you guys know that that's not real. That's not biblical. There's no such thing as the Star of David. No offense to anybody, just trying to tell you the truth. You won't find it in the Bible. I don't know if you'll find it in the not the Tanakh or the Torah, but the what's the other one that they use on the other side? That Ashkenazi use, and they try to say that one side of the tablets was the Ten Commandments, the other side was the beginning of not the Torah, but the Talmud. Thank you. Yeah, of course you'll see stuff like this as well, but that actually goes more closer, right? Because the issues with Jesus, one of the issues that's out there is that you'll always see Jesus, with that he always was effeminate. So people shouldn't be surprised by stuff like this. He always was effeminate in their culture. Right. So some people get really frustrated about it. I'm like, actually, I don't know if you should get frustrated about it. That's how they always repped him. That's how they always thought of him. So, you shouldn't really be upset when you see that. If you believe in Jesus, that's kind of how Jesus was always represented. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. So even though there's a lot of other stuff that obviously is going to pick up here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave it. I'm sorry. I can't find exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, even see stuff like this. Jesus had two dads outside, but that's not. But you can just see here, even as I know it's bouncy as it's scrolling up and down, but even as it's just scrolling up and down, you can obviously see a lot of interesting stuff that's on here, right? Even man, right? Just a lot of stuff. And by the way, it's interesting, right? When somebody does this, because especially if you're talking about around the distance around his head and stuff, it being semen, you would think that this would be more in line with that if you're Kemetic or you're going into Kemetic lore, but nobody will ever talk about that, right? And then if you're not careful, see, now it's with the iron and clay or just mixing it together. You see all these things together. Here's one, even though I don't think this is something they meant per se, but look at the obelisk in the background, and we don't think about that, right? We don't think about where are these things at. Even if you were to study this place in Poland, I don't have time for it, but this is in Poland. Go research this picture, right? I think it's in Time, right? Time magazine or Time, whatever they would call it now. There's a lot of stuff on here that people aren't even, thinking about. So, even Talmudic, it's actually not that bad Talmudic, believe it or not, to have homosexual activity. It just has to be Israelite on Israelite, or well, is what they call Israelite on Israelite. All right, so there's a lot of stuff but yeah, I haven't found what I'm looking for exactly. You can see on here, obviously, you see the serpent. I don't know if y'all caught that one, or well, you couldn't have because I was scrolling, right? But you got right. Now you've got the serpent right in the midst, not even hidden. You say, something is awful when they try to silence you, even to speak on it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So anyways, there's more, I guess we can go through. I didn't find what I was looking for. I apologize. But there's a lot of Baphomet stuff, and we don't have to keep eating this law up or acting like these things that really their statutes should be our laws. Okay? This stuff comes from somewhere, and you got to be careful. You got to be careful when you see this stuff. And by the way, in all of these, no matter where they are you not noticing? See, unlike us, where we're saying that we're about the word, but we keep changing and allowing all these different versions, they don't change it up. If you look at this one, same stuff, right? You got to have the same thing in there. If you look at this one, right, that's one you can just go ahead and buy on Amazon. Just have it at your house. Get a little Baphomet, just have them up in the house and all that stuff. You don't have to have the same stuff in there, right? That right, you got to have it on there, right? Look at this one, hand in the air. By the way, you see a lot of people that do that with their hands. Never think about where it comes from. Here's one again. This one is crazy. This one with the children. This is Arkansas with the babies. Boy on one side, girl on the other. Now this one's out in public, so they're not going to be as out with it. Which, by the way, if they have it male on top, it could easily just be female on the bottom. Right, but they don't even necessarily have to represent it because you got what? And people forget, even in witchcraft, right? Earth, wind, water, fire, you put all that together, and then the last one is always supposed to be something that's living. Human being, some kind of plant, right? Some kind of something that's organic in some way that used to be alive, right? But the male and female, this is they don't go away from it. Here you go again. Here's the hand positioning. Right now we back to female on top. They don't show you the male on the bottom, but here you go, the serpents again. And by the way, you gotta have this. You gotta have pharmakia, drugging people, having people out of their mind is part of this. Here we go again. Another picture, right? Here we go again. Not the same one as before, but now they're starting to put the boy and the girl in there with more regularity. Right? Both looking up. Here we go again. This is another place where it is. They're not changing. Yeah, farmer is poison. By the way, why would you use a snake? And by the way, here's something about a snake. Oh wow, thank you, Holy Spirit. We be talking about so much stuff, but it goes together. Look at this. Snakes, remember we talked about snake venom, and it's different than poison. Venom is different than poison. Right? Remember, venom is different than poison. So if you take the venom of a snake, technically, right? Like if something's poisonous, you're not supposed to digest it. But poison supposedly can fall on you and you'll be all right. Just wash it off, obviously, and make sure that obviously you don't try to get it in your eyes or something like that. But poison, if it falls on you, you'll be all right, but you can't digest it. But if it's venomous, right? If a snake bites you, you could have a snake, let's say it's a snake, you were holding the snake back and the snake tried to bite you, and somehow some way the venom got in your mouth. As long as you don't have like an open sore or something, as long as your body's already on the inside, technically you could eat the venom and still live. Right? As long as it doesn't get too deep into the blood. Technically, there's always a way out, supposedly, but technically you could say venom can get in you, right? But the venom, if they bite you, is going direct into the blood. Right? There is no kindness sort of it, like it's getting full in there, all that stuff, whatever, right? So this is even a representation of all we need is just a little bit. And and if we can get this into your blood system, right? If we can get this into your gut health and stuff, we can deal with this where you digesting it. What happens when you get bit by a snake? The body breaks down. When you get bitten by a venomous snake, the body breaks down. Right? Poisonous snake, body break down too, but they're digested in different ways. So you have one and the other. Also, too, you can see on some of these, they're not just even snakes, the original snakes. The originals were a little different, but some of them you can see they got hoods on them. They're vipers, right? They're mambas. Well, mambas don't really have a hood like that, right? But they're you see what I'm saying? Here we go, another one, another place. Now here they just outright, they're not even gonna play around with you. They just say this is what it is for real, for real. Wait a minute. Somebody with one right in front of the American flag. Right? Here's a satanic temple with one. Here's another satanic temple with one. Here's somebody telling you the truth as far as, hey, that star we were talking about earlier or whatever, all really you do is you shift it over, you point that bad boy upside down, and that's what we're talking about. And by the way, if you notice this, they're actually showing you stuff. Now, this is not Paleo Hebrew, but they're showing you for a reason that this is actually what? They're showing you that this is modern Hebrew, because many people who are into the Talmud don't even recognize what's going on. So forgive me, I don't read modern Hebrew that well, right? But obviously this is Yod up top. Now this is people trying to change stuff up. Yah, the character that makes the Yah sound on the top. Right? I'm just trying to show, like, we're into this stuff, we're accepting this stuff, right? Then people make it to where they make it cute. That's cute and cuddly. A child could fall for that. A mother would see that and see their child likes it and be like, oh, I mean, it's wrong, but it's impressionable. But meanwhile, though, wait a minute. So we just saw that. It seemed cute, right? To some. However, watch this. Let me see. I don't know if they're gonna give this to me or not the way I'm typing it in. I don't know how to type it in. Yeah, they're giving me that type of stuff. What if I say music stars? They're still not gonna give it to me. You know what? I don't know if we'll get in trouble for this or not, but I'm gonna go ahead and try this out. Let me see something real quick. Let me try something real quick. Let's see. Female music star. Sorry, my typing is trash right now in this position. But anyways, female music stars. Let's say, or female singers, maybe posing over blood star, maybe. No, they're not gonna. Yeah. Okay. I have to look for it. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about, though. There's like a whole thing where you can watch a video and it just shows like or maybe I show a pentagram posing over pentagram, maybe. Okay, that might have given us something. It looks like it. Okay, so I'm not sure. Oh no, it's saying Beyonce turns into a demon live. I'm not trying to do all that right now. Okay, well, something must have used to exist. Yeah, something must have had used to. They must have taken away something. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to find it. Now we're getting all types of other videos. Yeah, so I have to find it. I apologize. But yeah, so it's a lot of stuff in there that we're talking about with this thing where if you look at people keep saying it's accidental, you guys are putting too much into it, et cetera, et cetera.
I found it. It's called Britney Spears, Madonna, Beyonce, Rihanna.
Okay. Hold on. Britney Spears, Beyonce, Madonna,
Katy Perry, and Ariana Grande.
Katy Perry, Ariana Grande.
And then it's in French. It says DEV.
DEV.
ANT.
ANT.
And then it says pentagram because it says the bone means before or in front of a pentagram.
Oh.
You see it? Should be looks like Jessica Simpson or Britney Spears kneeling over a pentagram.
Yeah, I know.
Here. You want me to let me try to send you the link.
I mean, you can try to maybe.
Let me.
Oh, you know what? Do it like this. Here's the easiest way to do it. Can you go to well, if you go to the Kofi Ofori page or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, man. That's probably easiest just because of what we're on. If I just go to forgive me, y'all. Now that we got it, we this close. I might as well. Let's see. So if I go to. All right.
It's only 26 seconds long. I guess it shows them all kneeling over pentagrams.
Or you know what? Yeah. I can just go to the live session and just put it in the
chat.
In the chat. That'll work. There we go. So those who are on the live session, you can see what we're going into. So I don't know. Hopefully, this doesn't get us in trouble. It might, but who can? I won't get any strikes. But they might not like me doing this. But I shouldn't get any strikes because I don't make any money off of YouTube. And TikTok should be fine, and Clapper would definitely be fine. So let's see if that works. That should work. Oh, wait a minute. It still doesn't work that way. I got to put it on another video because I'm thinking you guys can click on it from there, but I'm using this. I'm sorry. I'm used to having a different setup, so forgive me. Let me do it this way. So where are we at?
Go back to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube now. And I guess let me close out of this first. No. This is not YouTube.
This is TikTok.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, you guys. It's still gonna work. I just gotta go to the actual YouTube page, and I'm put it on another video, and then that way I should be able to just it's not that. I gotta have it in a specific place. I got it. I see y'all trying to help. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put it in. Okay, that's from yesterday. So I should be able to put it in this one. And then I can go and then I should be able to click on it now. Give me a second. Live session should be what are we consenting to? Cool. I go there. Uh-oh, I did it wrong. What are we consenting to? I can go here to comments. All right.
It doesn't show. It doesn't like it. Okay.
No, it should. It might be just because. Let me just go to the actual. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. We're so close to it. I might as well just get it done. And it should pop right up. Or maybe it didn't want. Maybe it doesn't want. Okay. I don't know. We might not be. I'm trying, y'all. Let me see.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me the keyboard? I'll just type it in. There.
You just type it in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just typed it in. Okay.
Is it on the...
No, I have to go somewhere else. You type it in again. You want to put it on the table? You told me it was a longer title than that. You said it was.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna put this in. It should come up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's not gonna be an easy one to. The only other way I could do it. All right, y'all give me a second. The only other way I can do it is I gotta. There's only one other way. I just don't know if I'm trying to do all that in front of y'all. Let me see.
That's what I know.
There's only one other way. Maybe you can send it to my email. That's the only other way. Yeah.
I was thinking about it. Because your account isn't connected to iMessage, or it doesn't pop up on here for you.
I don't think so, but you can try, I guess, or you can send. I mean, all right, hold on. That's fine.
Let me make sure this is the video you want to see.
Yeah, it's not going to pop up on there because I don't have the stuff attached.
I'm just trying to see. This is the one you're talking about, right? Just make sure it's the right video.
I mean, I guess I could just show them that, I guess. I mean, I don't know how well they'll see it. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. I guess I could show it on here. I don't know how it's going to work as far as how much you guys can see, but we'll try it. So I guess we'll just try this and try and show it on here. Sorry, maybe this is the best way to do it. You might not want to see that because of the reflection. Yeah. All right, so I'll try to show it on here, and let's see. I might have to, you know what, we'll do it like this. It's only 26 seconds long, even though, is this all of, yeah, okay, it's a lot of them. All right, so I'll just show it to Clapper, then I'll show it to YouTube, then I'll show it to TikTok. It's only 26 seconds a piece. Yeah, I was actually looking for this anyways because I wanted to do a screen recording of it and put it on TikTok at some point. Or So TikTok, just wait. You guys will be up next. Thank you for being patient, you guys. Okay. We'll do it one more time for you guys on TikTok, and then everybody can say the same. All right, so there you guys go. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So stuff like that is where and thank you for finding it, because for whatever reason they were not going to let me pull that up at all, or it's just hard to find. But all that stuff is consistent, right? And you're going to see that star, right over the head, Baphomet, all the stuff we've been talking about today. And and by the way, now they got guys doing it. So it's not as simple as even male, female. Once again, the whole goal is to get rid of the whole thing that makes you be like, is it male, female, or is that a thing, or is that something we should be looking at, etc. It's like, so and all of these people, once they do that shoot, blow up, right? Oh yeah, that's way more than just them. That's just 26 seconds, right? Right. So all these different things that are there, we have to realize and recognize real quick that this is constantly and consistently being in place. And that's why I was trying to say their laws are not for us, right? And when they even ask questions about our laws, they're trying to see if they can get us to be out of pocket. Will you give tribute to this? Will you give tribute to this? Will you tithe to this? Will you give your first fruit to this? And when Yehoshua was asked about it, he perceived their wickedness. When he was asked about, should we give to Caesar or Kaiser before we give to the Most High? He perceived their wickedness and said, why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? You live underneath it. Then he says, what? Show me the tribute. Show me the money, right? Show me the money. He went Cuba Gooding Jr. on them. He'll be touching women and doing all crazy stuff himself, right? But he says, show me the tribute money. Not just show me the money. Show me the what? The tribute money. It's important that you catch that, because what he's trying to say, whoever you're attached to, right, is who you owe. Show me the tribute money. You asked me about this money thing. Show me the tribute money. They showed it to me, said, and they brought forth unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, whose is this image and superscription? Whose image is on it? Who is it about? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then saith he unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto Elohim's the things which are Elohim's. No wonder that if you're in England, you give to the Queen. No wonder if you're in, United States of America, you still give to slave owners. No wonder if you're in, Jamaica, you give to Garvey, right? No wonder if you're in Ghana, you give to Nkrumah, right? You got to be careful you don't make these people worship that shouldn't be worshiped either. But I'm just saying, right? And when they heard these words, they marveled and left him and went their way. There's nothing else to say, right? This ain't mine. That's right. Stop trying to make this something you're into. I don't render these things to Caesar, because Caesar's not who I report to. I don't get benefits and privileges from Caesar. Matter of fact, the Bible says the Levites, send them out 2 by 2. Send out these people 2 by 2 in this Levite type spirit. And don't bring any money of your own. Don't bring any change of shoes. Don't bring a whole bunch of clothes with you, right? Don't bring this stuff. And when you get there, speak peace. Give them the greeting that you would give of your people. Shalom. Shalom. And if you don't get peace in return, turn and wipe the dust from your feet. And go somewhere where you'll be accepted. But stop trying to get benefits or privileges from people who can't stand you. Have you ever thought about that? That we keep trying to ask people who obviously can't stand us, right? Like, for example, I want you to put this in your and this might mess up. I know Some of you got babies and stuff, you're teaching differently, so please forgive me, right? Pray about it. What I'm about to say. Be careful who you use the word please with. Because if you use the word please, what you're saying is if it pleases you. But why would you keep asking somebody or keep saying please to somebody and it doesn't please them to help you? Some people that I know that, right? Right. Well, look, seriously. If you say please to somebody, could you help me, please? What you're saying is, does it please you to help me? Yeah, it would please me, but also it has to be simultaneous. It's got to be both ways. So it would please me if you help me, but also would it please you to help me? And if it doesn't please them to help you, why are you asking them? If it doesn't please them to cook food for you, and you ask them to cook food for you, will they give you the best, or could they possibly do something to the food? If you ask, could you please help me with my baby, and they don't like you or your family or your baby or your mammy or the truck y'all came in on, why would you ask them? Right? If it doesn't please them to help, if it doesn't please them to help you out, right? The pyramids are falling apart. Why are the pyramids falling apart? Because the people that are there, they're not even really Kemetic people. They're Egyptians, but Egyptians aren't Kemetic. They didn't have anything to do with building them, or even refining them, or even thinking that they should be okay with the deities or spirits, whatever you want to call them, that built them in the first place. So they don't care about them. They crumble. It doesn't please them. It pleases them to make money off of it, but it doesn't please them to make it or to make it better or to bring it back up or to reestablish it. You keep asking people who are not pleased by helping you. Some of them are your family members, and they only call you to make sure that that they are pleasing themselves. Hey, I want you to look at me. I want you to make me feel better. I want you to do this. I want you to take my feelings into account. I want you to do. I want. They call you up to only get what they want. And you don't think of it that way as you being a people pleaser or a person pleaser. You don't think of it being that way because in your mind, oh, well, they called. But did they call because it pleases them to please you? Or did they call because they need you to please them? Right? And so here you are dealing with this stuff or whatever. But who is it that, look, if it's Caesar's, then yeah, it pleases Caesar for you to give stuff back to him. Right? If Elohim bless you with something, though, shouldn't it please him? And what does not please him, and should it not please you to please him by giving it back to him? If it's Caesar's, give it to Caesar's. If it's Elohim's, give it to Elohim. We're doing all this stuff trying to please people. These people have not put any kind of superscription on what they've given you to say that it pleases them. Matter of fact, the only superscription, it's never superscription. It's never inscribed on the blessing, the so-called blessing they give you. It's never on there that this is really for you. It's on there that it comes from them. They're always ready to tell you, this came from me. Did you see what came from me? Did you see how I loved you? Did you see what I did for you that time? You know, that time back in 1975, you know how you still owe me. You know, you never paid me back. They talk to you like this, and they try to do it jokingly. They try to be like, oh, it's just a joke. It's just a jab. It's not joking. It's not just a friendly spar or jab. They stay serious. You know, I gave $5,000 to you. I know it was just to say take care of your children, but just remember, I had a pastor, somebody who's a great friend of mine, by the way, who was supposedly helping me out when times were rough, and was helping me out when really I didn't even necessarily ask for the help, but people who were supposedly friends of mine were like, you know, kind of using and abusing me. And so this pastor is helping me out so I can help these people that's kind of using and abusing me as he's using and abusing me, who doesn't keep promises towards me, that something like whatever, right? We have a conversation. It's out the blue. We're just talking, and I'm starting getting on my feet. I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm doing well, this and that or whatever. And he goes, well, yeah, you know, you haven't made it yet. You know, don't forget, you know, you got stuff that you got to get back to people. Or no, I started saying out of my own heart. I was like, yeah, you know, now I'm making it. I can give back to people. I can do these things. And he was like, yeah, you know, well, you know, you'll get there, but you know, don't forget, you that's a really important thing that you said. You know, heck, you owe me. Da, 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 da. And he just starts going through this list of things I owe. And I'm not like. And it was just the spirit of it, right? Like the way it came out. And that was kind of like the beginning. After that, we kind of went through a few years of falling apart. And now we're not really close anymore, even though I don't have any ill will. We're just not close. But that was like the beginning of it for me. It was just like in the middle of the conversation. And it was one of the conversations I was sitting there. I think I might have, maybe he was behind the wheel. I can't remember who was. But and when he said it, I just remember looking like, like kind of like, what? What did you just say? And then he tried to backtrack and he tried to be like, and you're like, I'm just joking, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, he ain't joking. Like, I felt that in my spirit. Like, oh, he ain't joking. Now, I get it. I literally was just telling you that now that I'm starting to get a little better and I'm coming off of, stuff I was doing, and I'm coming out of the streets and being homeless, and I'm able to take care of my children so much and this and that, right? I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you, like, out of my heart already, I realize and recognize that now Y'all's blessing me. And so now I've got to start sowing back into people who sown into me. But his whole thing, and by the way, it's the same pastor who would have had me play 17 services for him for no money. Would have had me make sure that I was spending days away from my family sometimes, with him. And I was a yes man, did whatever he said. There's the same pastor, right? That literally was lying to me and stuff, and was cheating on his spouse and stuff. And people thought that I knew about it because I was always around him, and I didn't, right? But is busy talking about, make sure that you pay me what you owe, because he was like literally taking money from people and was just spending it on whatever he wanted, come to find out. So, it's just like you have to realize we're saying please to people, please help me, and it doesn't please them to. Yeah, you said that's why you have a hard time accepting help. Yeah, a lot of us do, because sometimes we got help from people and they use it as a way to enslave you and ensnare you. Right? So, and it is selfishness. So you got to be careful. So there are a lot of people that give you stuff, but they're only giving it to you so they can say, you see, my name is on that. You see, every time you look at that, you see your car that you're riding in. Remember how many times I gave you a ride? They're not going to say how many times I gave you a ride to serve me, but they're going to say, remember how many times I gave you a ride? You remember how many, you see those clothes you have? You remember how many times I had to pay for your clothes and stuff, even though they never really even did. And they would probably give you something that was used, but that's right. Be careful. Just because Kaiser gave it to you, just because Caesar gave it to you, doesn't mean that they're not trying to just use it as something to make sure that they can get some kind of payment back. All right. So we have that. And I just wanted to give you a couple examples why ultimately this was what I thought we were going to mainly talk about today. Matter of fact, I don't know. This thing is becoming a series. We might want to make this a series. Let's just hold off. We'll get. I was going to go. I'll give you a little bit of stuff. Somebody remind me, if y'all don't mind, if I start talking about something different tomorrow, somebody tell me, hold me accountable, right? Because this is what we were going to talk about today, for real, for real. We were going to start talking about this. So I'll just give you a little bit of it. We'll go into this deep tomorrow. We'll go into this deeper tomorrow. Where are we at? Matthew chapter 22. Okay, so we'll go back to Matthew 22 tomorrow. So we were actually going to go through some of these laws that they made up for you during chattel slavery and Jim Crow. Stuff like the slave codes, stuff like that. And this one, by the way, is something by the National Park Service, the U.S. Department of the Interior. So the United States telling you what their story is. Now, this is really small for you guys to read, so I don't expect. Matter of fact, I don't know. Maybe I can zoom in on this too. I don't know how much you guys can read that or not. Right? But it says this right here. So watch this. So we'll start in this area tomorrow. Right. All of the colonies developed laws to establish and maintain dominance over African members of society. This held true for Africans. Now, obviously, we know this is also Native Americans. Negroes were not just Africans. They, Native Americans. That means you could be from South America, North America. If you're Negro, that also means you could have been, obviously Spanish Inquisition, the West Indies, West Africa, especially, but also East Africa, South Africa, Central Africa, etc. Right. So Hebrews, obviously Israelites, etc. So they're saying African Americans here tomorrow. I'll try to make sure, or African members, I'll make sure that I'm being more. I'll make sure I re-explain it again tomorrow. But all of the colonies developed laws to establish and maintain dominance over African members of society. This held true for Africans who came to the New World as free agents. See this right here, right? Servants or as slaves. The bodies of law that evolved. By the way, who else are free agents? I'm trying to, somebody gonna catch this, how devious and how interwoven this is. I'm not even gonna go to the Jim Crow stuff, or even to we're gonna have to probably end up looking at some 1712 Christmas Day, Willie Lynch stuff too. But so watch this. So the bodies of law that evolve. So free agents in sports, things like that as well. Everybody want to be a free agent. Servants or as slaves. The bodies of law that evolved, known, right, they didn't evolve, that came out of them, known variously as slave codes. black codes, and code noir, which is in French, en français, noir is black, aim to limit, or is dark, right? Aim to limit African social, economic, and political autonomy, as well as to control the growth of a free African population. Yet, whenever possible, Africans use the laws to their own advantage, so that by the end of the colonial period, there existed a small but politically active core of free Africans and African progeny among the nation's founders. So the truth is always hidden in a lie. You see how they're trying to flip this? They're trying to say, hey, these codes, they were there, but black people learned how to flip this thing for the positive. See, that gets us to a place where, how dare you guys say that you're still in a bad position? Just be like your ancestors and flip this law. The law was there that could be used for the positive. If these people who were slaves could flip it, then why can't you? Be careful with this stuff. So initially, North American colonies were not slave societies. Really? Initially, North American colonies were not slave societies in the strictest sense. Ooh. See, we're going to go over this stuff tomorrow because they be lying right in your face. What you mean they weren't slave societies in the strictest sense? If they had Native American slaves, if they brought over Irish slaves, if they had African slaves, then that means it was a slave society. Matter of fact, a lot of them were sent over sort of as slaves because England couldn't take their lives because they didn't have enough room and they didn't have prisons yet, like at least not on the level that they have now. So they sent them over here. So the slaves over here, that were supposed to be enslaved in England, they kicked them out and they started building colonies and they made slaves over here. Even some of them brought slaves with them. But anyway, African servants and slaves arriving in the 16th and 17th century had opportunities to become free. That's not true at all. You can say, okay, I won't say that's not true at all. The percentage of it is probably less than 1% by far. But yeah, you could say, sure, some had the ability to become free. Some legal rights and considerable control over their day-to-day lives. The economic, environmental, and social conditions in a colony and that nationality and class makeup of the European settlers all influenced the kinds of laws passed and the degree to which they were enforced, right? They're trying to be slick. Legislation, along with evolving, we don't believe in that word, so changing, and really what they're talking about evolving, they're saying it comes out of their culture anyways. So legislation, along with what came out of their culture and social custom, focus on protection of property. So if everybody just came over, anybody could be, but they were what? If you're a slave, you're property, right? So these customs focus on protection of property rights, decreasing the cost of acquiring and maintaining a labor supply, that's a slave, increasing economic and increase the size of the slave population. Why? Because you have more property, because the more slaves that you had, the more economic you increase in your economics. Almost all colonies developed laws or social custom that defined the slaveholder as owner of children born to enslaved women. Okay. See how they all over the place. Fear of social and political alliances between European indentured servants, this is really Irish people, and Africans, which is really anybody that was black, led to the passage of laws designed to decrease sexual liaisons or legally binding sexual relationships between Africans and Europeans. So they made sure that these people didn't want to have sex with each other. What they're really getting at is they didn't want these people to be friends. Right. By the way, did the same thing. Nixon, when he started his war on drugs, and he started saying he hated hippies, that was because hippies and black people were coming together and having babies. Either free or brown. Anti-miscegenation laws like these continued in Virginia well into the 20th century, well into the 1900s, even 1987. Over time, the rights of Africans were sharply reduced in some colonies, while in others they were extended. Nonsense. In the South, where labor-intensive crops such as rice, tobacco, and indigo supported the economy, through a series of ever more restrictive slave codes and prevention of even private manumission, right? Slaveholders slowly consolidated their control over the unpaid African labor force in the middle and northern colonies for various other economic reasons, and sometimes on religious grounds. Enslavement had less viability. That's not even 100% true until you start getting to when they started getting to capitalism, to where black people were supposed to be on the bottom because they were supposed to have less capital and be put in a lesser class. But if they arrested you or even sometimes sold you into slavery down south still, then they still would make money off of you being on the bottom. Okay. Right. But you see how they're trying to maneuver this stuff. Their slave codes slowly became less restrictive and gradually enslaved. Africans were emancipated. You weren't emancipated because they thought it was righteous only. Some white people did that, by the way, or what we call white people. Some did. Right. But we also know that we fought our own battles. The Gullah Geechee Wars, we know we fought our own battles. The Seminole Wars, right? We know we fought our own battles even in the Civil War, right? The same ideas about the natural rights of man that gave rise to the American Revolution nourished a fledgling anti-slavery movement that resulted in gradual emancipation laws that decreased restrictions on private manumissions and abolished slavery. Now, here's something that even when we get into tomorrow, remember I talked about 1,260 years? That's going from 538 AC all the way to 1798 AC. And then you got to just now start talking about getting rid of slavery. America doesn't even write the Constitution until what, 1789. And still we're sitting there in the Constitution telling you that you weren't considered to be a person if you were Black or if you were Native. All righty. Well, watch this. And I'm not going to go through all this. We're going to start in this area tomorrow. I just want to kind of show you this stuff. Spanish law and custom based on 13th century Castilian slave codes. What century? 13th century. That means in the 1200s. Right? Christopher Columbus ain't going looking for slaves in the land of Azeroth in Haiti. Right? And right? He's not going there looking for slaves until 1492. Right? He's not asking for permission from the Pope through Queen Isabel until 1491, right? And they're not making official in the Roman Catholic Church something that has been going since 1452, but not official till 1493. They're not making official the doctrine of discovery until then. The 13th century is the 1200s. Why do they keep telling you that these slave codes are new? Or this is something that just happened 400 years? We as Israelites have been dealing with this for 1,260 years, bare minimum, as far as you're talking about just Greco-Roman rule or Roman Catholic Church stuff or anything that comes out of it like Protestantism. Why don't they tell you that? Spanish law and custom based on 13th century Castilian slave codes acknowledge enslaved Africans as human beings with a moral and juridical personality. From the 16th through the 18th century, African slaves were protected by legal, religious, and social traditions based on these codes. So these codes are saying they were doing the Spanish law. They've been doing this to you since the 1200s. Now that makes sense if you know about what they were doing to Sephardic Jews, right, during the Spanish Inquisition. But nobody tells you that. Everybody just says we're wilding. We just making stuff up. So we'll start on that tomorrow. A lot of people don't want to hear this stuff, but we'll start on that tomorrow. Praise y'all. But thank you. We appreciate you. I'm not going to take any more of your time up. We're going ahead and get ready to do our shout out. For those of you who never done a shout out with us before, just stick around. We think that you'll enjoy it. And we appreciate you for being on with us today. And hopefully you got something out today. And as we were talking about today, as we said, simply put, we are not, the worldly laws are not for your consent. They're not for our consent. We shouldn't be into this stuff. It's not for you. It's not to help you. It's not to bless you. It's not to get you in the righteous position. So we have a righteous reason by law, according to our religious right. We have a right to start coming up out of this. Praise Yahweh. Amen. Praise Yah. So thank you all. We appreciate you. We're going to get ready to take our leave, and hopefully you guys can stick around and listen to some nice little music that'll be playing. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and get the volume straight now. And thank you guys for, hopefully now that we got some things figured out, this will go a little more smoothly tomorrow. Turn up the volume.
I've turned it up.
Okay, so prayerfully this will go a little more smoothly tomorrow. And we thank you guys for being on with us one more again. And we look forward to spending some time with you all. Thank you for being on. Don't forget, tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern New York time, or tonight, 6 p.m. wherever you are, is the beginning of our last month of our Israelite calendar. March 13th will begin when we start to take the leaven out of our home. And we told you guys in advance, we'll tell you again, and we'll try to have this even more so showing. And if you guys even want to take pictures during the process and send them in and stuff like that, we'd love to see them, and maybe even post some of them when we put some family stuff out there for people to see what we're doing. But we're asking if you guys, even if it's not a shoebox, some kind of box or something of some kind where you can put some index cards in, you need to at least be able to put 40 of them in. We're going to have 40 days straight of messages. If you want to put more than 40, because we have some evening messages and stuff too, but at least for the live sessions in the Rising, whether it's myself or somebody else giving them, we'll be talking about removing the leaven from our home. And so during those 40 days, if you have a shoebox or anything like that, you can go ahead and put the stuff in the top of the shoebox, whatever it is, we'll show you. So basically, you're going to have 40 index cards at least. The index cards will be something you can put in with your family during this time. So we're all going to be doing this together in our own homes and stuff. And so whether by yourself or with your family, or if you want to invite friends, whatever the case might be, but we're going to make some kind of shoebox, something you can decorate it however you want. Make sure at some point you're going to take the top off. So if you decorate it, make sure that you decorate the top. Don't have it to where the top and the bottom are either, wrapped together or glued together in some way, unless you don't mind kind of ripping it apart at the end. But we're going to put each lesson and each message and each thing that we're holding on to during removing the leaven. We're going to talk about something that we can remove from our consciousness, so to speak. People like to use that word. So we'll make sure that we are doing that, and we'll put it into the box. So we're going to write it on, I guess, the part that is, and I'll show it to you guys, but we'll write it on the part that has, actually, I guess I need to make two. I need to make one for SOC and one for our family that y'all can see every day, and one that'll just be for us. But you can write, on the part of the index card that has no lines on it, you write whatever our subject is, and then on the back of it, you can talk as a family, speak as a family, or just for yourself. These are the things that I'm trying to, that I'm going to do to make sure that I've removed this and that, whatever, and then you put it in the box, right? Then you can pray over it as a family and all that stuff, whatever, and then we move on to the next day, and we'll do that. And once we hit Passover, on Passover for the live session on the actual day of Passover, we'll go back into the box and we'll pull all that stuff out and we'll speak on those things. And maybe we'll allow people to talk about those things and their experience, right? And then on the evening, we'll have somebody who will actually pray over each one of those things. They'll lift them up in prayer, right? So I'm not saying we'll take like a long time, but maybe, 10, 15 minutes or so, just somebody reading through all 40, and we pray for this, we pray for this one, we pray for this one, we pray for this one, and we'll lift it up together. All right. So that'll be something we do during this process of removing the leaven from our home. That will start March 13th. So if you want to kind of get started on that, or go to the store, go to the Dollar Tree, even get some index cards. Maybe you can even go to a shoe store if you don't have a box or something you can use, or access to something like that, or arts and crafts store or whatever. Matter of fact, you can go to an arts and crafts store, get some Elmer's glue, possibly get some really flat pieces of wood, make a box, put a slit in it, right at the top of the box, and then put your cards in there, or whatever it is you're using. Some of you got 15,000 purses, take one of the purses and put the cards in there in a purse you're not going to use. I don't know. But if you're able to, the shoebox thing, I think that'll be a cool little thing for everybody. Tissue box, there you go. I didn't even think about that. Tissue box, there you go, right? And put the stuff on the top of the tissue box. We're just asking that whatever you use, you leave the stuff in there until Passover, and then on Passover we're going to go through the stuff together, and it'll be something we can do with our families. It can be something we can do to connect. Matter of fact, some of you who know each other, call each other, reach out to each other, talk to each other, reach out to each other. Hey, what did you guys do? And this is how we're doing, and blah blah. You can talk it through in many different ways. All right. If you feel like you're by yourself, hey, find somebody on here and you guys FaceTime, Zoom, whatever, and talk to each other about it. And be like, yeah, I'm doing this, or I'm doing this, and put it in together. You don't have to be by yourself. Right? It's another way to get your family involved, children involved, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, people who say they don't know why you do what you do or whatever. They can be a part of it. That's something that's simple. That's not something that's against the word. Hey, we're doing like a little box and we're putting stuff together. Is there something that, hey, we talked about lust? Is there anything that you ever dealt with lust, and something that you felt helped you with? Well, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna write it on the index card, right? And put it in there. It's just something to help us to be better as a family. So, but that's all I have. Thank you again. We appreciate you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Today is my family day. I'm going to go ahead and enjoy that, because I'm be honest, I always need my family day, but today I need a little extra energy from them and boost from them. Appreciate y'all. Minister Tracy, I will see if I can reach out today, hopefully. If not, I promise you'll be like first thing on Monday or something, but I'm gonna try and reach out to you. And because we need to, take care of our little one over there with you, or well, that's under you. But we thank you guys. We appreciate you. We honor you. Like I said, tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern New York time, or 6 p.m. period. That's going to be the first day of our last month of this year for us in our Israelite calendar. This is 5784. So this will be the last month starting tonight of 5784. And then in a month's time, April 9th, we will start 5785. So those of you who are into that, and that also means that starting next Saturday, that's our Shabbat. So that'll be Shabbat starting at 6 p.m. on Saturdays for us, according to the Israelite calendar. Of course, if you're still keeping Friday and the Saturday of the Gregorian calendar, of course, and we'll still be doing our stuff. Just letting you guys know. But thank you guys. We appreciate you. And we look forward to spending some more time with you tomorrow. We'll continue where we left off from today. This has kind of become a mini series within itself. So hopefully it's been blessing you. And hopefully you enjoy what you've been having and what you've been getting out of this. So thank you guys again. We appreciate you. We're going to get ready to do our shout out. If you're with us on TikTok, we'll tell you how the shout out works in just a second. It's pretty simple, but hopefully you'll enjoy it. And also, too, we're still doing our watch parties on Saturdays right now at 12:30 p.m. Eastern New York time. So if you need to get your, if you need to go ahead and get your Clapper app to make sure that you can watch it with us. We have been trying to do it with other platforms and stuff, but they started restricting it last time. So it's only a matter of time probably before they try to take that down. If they do take it down on TikTok, we're not going to keep pressing it to put it back up. So if you have the Clapper app, please join us in that. But thank you guys. We appreciate you. And we look forward to continuing to do some excellent stuff in your hub. So thank you again. We appreciate you. Hopefully this has been great and helped you out with some information. And we'll take our leave on that. Thank you again, everybody who's part of Yachashal and those who are listening in, those who are grafting. And if you want to stick around for the shout out, we'll show you how that works in just a bit. But everybody who's on, we give our honor and praise to the Most High. We give our praise and honor to him for my wife, the Honorable Amma, who doesn't like to say able to be honored. As always, you can check her out on TikTok, YouTube, her website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish, not A-N-D, the letter N, Bloom and Flourish. She is a healer, herbalist, chemist, and biologist by degree. We thank you guys again. Appreciate you, and you guys take care. As always, this has been Pastor Kofi, Pastor Servants of Christ, where we are always changing lives one mind at a time, but being a voice of the voiceless and speaking the unspoken. And until I have the great privilege, opportunity, and responsibility of being in front of you all again, whether it's through Facebook, podcast, Clapper, YouTube, TikTok, until I have the chance to be before you again, please, as always, remember that you are loved, you're necessary, you're majestic, you're fearfully, wonderfully made, and you, which is all of us working together, will be the reason why people who are in this system no longer have to be of it. All right. Shalom, fam, or Shabbat Shalom, depending on which calendar you're using. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Thank you again. And now, for those of you who are still with us on TikTok, the shout